This is The Cowboy's Secret Romance. Sweetwater Ranch Western Cowboy Romance, Book 7. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by Jay Dyess. Chapter 1. The rattle clued Clay in pretty quick. The brittle sound echoed through the midday sun, seeming to expand in the heat waves coming off the brown rows of oats and come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Clay Preacher Stryker had worked outside all his life. On his ranch in North Dakota, where rattlesnakes did not live, and all across Texas and the Western Plains, including his current location of Nebraska, where they did. In all that time, he'd never heard that particular shaking and snapping sound, but it only took his brain about 1/10 of a second to tell his body to freeze, one hand in the air, ready to grab the handle of the big combine he'd been about to climb into, and one foot lifted, 6 inches from the bottom step. The step under which the rattlesnake lay curled, its tail shaking out a warning, the wedge-shaped head pulled back, the forked tongue zipping in and out. A rattlesnake bite wasn't going to kill him, and his daughter, Gina, was safe in his pickup 50 feet away along the edge of the dirt road that ran to this field. But the work would have to stop while he drove himself to the nearest acute care facility and gritted his teeth while they did whatever it was they did for snake bites. He'd heard of guys lying on the ground and allowing their bodies to deal with the venom without getting medical attention. Except for Gina, the idea of lying out here, surrounded by the wide-open sky and miles of nothing but waving grain, appealed to him more than a care facility. But he hadn't been bitten yet, so he'd stop borrowing trouble and focus on winning the contest between man and snake. It had been several millennia ago that the snake had won, big time. The rattle shook the air again. A spurt of adrenaline shot through his veins, narrowing his vision and focusing his thoughts. Today, Clay had every intention of coming out the victor. The head, shaped like a Native American arrowhead, with eyes that were soulless enough to be featured on the villain of the next Hollywood blockbuster, swayed back and forth as Clay slowly moved his boot down. His ear registered a car motor, but he didn't turn to look. He was supposed to be hiring a new cook and general errands person at some point today, which is why he'd left Gina in the pickup while he went to take a turn around the field so he could get a moisture test on the oats, but the thought barely registered before he dismissed it. Focus on the snake. His foot hardly moved, and it seemed to take forever to lower it to the ground. Either the adrenaline or fear was making the leg that held all his weight shake. He tried to control it. Snakes could sense vibrations. A car door slammed, too light to be his pickup, so he knew it wasn't Gina getting out. His stomach tightened, and he wished he'd not just eaten lunch, since it seemed to back up in his throat. He glanced around for a stick, a piece of pipe, anything that could be used as a weapon. In a lot of states, it was illegal to kill rattlers, since they were considered endangered. Part of the trouble with traveling like he did with his harvest crew all through the Midwest was that he couldn't remember which laws belonged to which states. He was a bit of a stickler for following the law. That, and the fact that he not only believed the Bible, but read it and did his level best to live it, had earned him the nickname Preacher. Clay didn't mind the nickname, even if he didn't use his mouth to preach. He preached with his life. Tried to, anyway. He could blame his dad for that. Clay'd been 13 when he died. He'd heard 1,000 times if he'd heard once. You live right so the kids coming after you see it and do what you do. He had other memories of his dad, but he felt he owed it to his mother to do the one thing his dad had requested over and over again. After all, including him, she had 8 children to raise without her husband. counting the one she was carrying when he died. This time, the door slamming was most definitely his pickup. For the first time, real fear shot through him. "Gina, stay back," he called without moving his eyes from the snake. His voice made the head rear back even farther. The forked tongue waved and vibrated as it slid in and out of the reptile's mouth. "I'm back, Daddy." The snake moved again at her voice, and he raised one finger from the hand that still hung in the air just 6 inches from the grab bar, hoping she would figure out that it meant for her to be quiet. He was still working on getting himself backed up and out of striking range. She was 8 and smart for her age, despite the drugs she'd been exposed to in the womb. She'd know to be quiet. "Daddy?" Maybe not. "Shh. Stay put. Give me a minute, Gigi." He just managed to get his foot on the ground and was slowly shifting his way to it when he heard something that sounded very much like a shotgun being cocked. Odd. He had a 20 gauge in his pickup, unloaded, although the shells were in the glove box. Gina knew how to use it, but she'd never shot it. The recoil would knock her on her butt and possibly break her shoulder. She was small for her age. Plus, she'd grown up with guns and would never touch it without permission. He must have misheard. There was a broom strapped to the side of the combine. He could use it to move the snake out of the way once he had backed up enough that he could walk around. He just managed to get enough weight on his back foot that he could start sliding his front foot back when a voice, low and close, startled him. "Be still, rancher dude." A woman's voice, slightly husky and sounding like she'd grown up on the south side of Chicago. He wanted to whip his head around, but resisted. Barely. In the next second, a shotgun blast rent the air. The snake flew up and flopped back down on the ground with a thud. Its head barely attached to the body, red staining the dusty ground. Clay spun in time to see the small woman slamming the next shell into the chamber and taking a quick second to aim before she pinched off another shot. That one took the head clear off. She made like she was going to shove another shell into the chamber. "I think we can say it's safely dead," Clay murmured. If the woman sounded like she belonged in Chicago, she looked even more like it. Her eyebrow was pierced, along with her lip, a piercing that looked as much like a weapon, with its sharp-pointed tip, as a decoration. Her hair was jet black, tightly curled, and her skin was the golden brown of an October cornfield ripe for harvest. Her jeans hugged her legs and had more holes than material. Her tight shirt showed an hourglass figure. But it was the tattoo that poked out from behind her ear and curved around the side of her neck that tripped the switch in his brain. "Reina?" he said. It was a question, but he already knew the answer. Gina's mother had found him. Reina Hall remembered that he'd been tall. But 9 years ago, he'd been skinny too, with a loose t-shirt and jeans held up by a tightly cinched belt. His eyes had been straight and true, his shoulders square and promising width at some point. A boy becoming a man. He'd fulfilled that promise. Even from the few minutes she'd spent with him then, and especially from the letters she'd received from him after that, she'd known he was a man with character and purpose. The kind she made fun of. The kind she secretly wanted for herself, but knew she'd never have. The kind that had promised her he'd marry her. She was here to prove him wrong. Partly. After all, his letters talked about character and doing right and keeping one's word, but he was never going to do what he'd promised all those years ago and marry a stranger. She just wanted to prove that to him, She wasn't sure why. Maybe bring him down a peg or two. Maybe she was here partly because she wanted to see for herself how he turned out. From the letters he'd sent, she figured she'd find him just as she had. His eyes were still straight and true, peering directly into her soul, peeling away the disguise and seeing the blackness that settled there. After where she'd been, what else could she be? She just wasn't used to the feeling that anyone could see it. It had been years, and a lot of miles had spun through space, but she'd felt the exact same way the night he'd rescued her. "It's me." She shifted the gun from her right hand to her left and held it out. "Your mom said you were looking for a cook and an errand boy." His eyes held hers with a level look, studying. "A cook, an errand runner, and someone to watch my daughter. Make sure she does summer school." She'd been on the streets long enough that her face didn't give away the turmoil his words caused in her chest. So the child in the pickup was his. He was married? He had a child? He'd written her almost a letter a week, at the least, one per month. Real letters, with paper and pen and stamps, ones that came from the mailman. He hadn't included a return address, though, so she knew he hadn't wanted to hear from her. Probably her caseworker had contacted him and asked him to do it, and he'd just never stopped. When she was younger, she'd broken down a time or two and admitted she'd had a crush, or something close to it, on her rescuer. Caseworkers were not above working that to their advantage and trying to manipulate her, even to the point of finding his name in her file and asking him to write and make a difference in her life. Clay was all big talk about being your best self and working hard and having character, studying hard, getting an education. She'd done that. Had the papers to prove it. One for high school, one for college. He was also big on being kind, thankful, and honest. She'd see how honest he was. "Why can't your wife take care of your kid?" she asked, keeping the bitterness out of her tone. She'd crammed 4 years of college into 6, her little attempt at humor because it had taken her so long to complete. But she'd done it because Clay had made a promise. She'd figured out long ago that he wasn't likely to keep it, but she'd chanted it to herself so long, and, well, old habits died a hard, brutal death sometimes. "Not married." His blue eyes didn't waver. "You're divorced?" This time she couldn't keep the incredulity out of her tone. For a man who set such a premium on honesty and all that crap, she could hardly believe he'd gotten married and divorced. That's what the rest of the world did. In her mind, Clay was above such things. "No." His lip pulled back just a bit. His jaw didn't have that stubble on it before, but it was still angled square. Maybe a little harder now. His word registered, and shock zapped down the back of her legs. "You have a child, and you're not married?" Her voice almost squeaked. "Her name's Gina. She's a good kid, but needs someone to supervise her school." His eye twitched. "It's part of the job." A car door creaked. "Daddy, can I come out now?" Reina turned to the girl that had been in the truck when she grabbed the gun out. Because of where she'd grown up, she was familiar with firearms. On paper, Chicago was a gun-free zone. She hadn't paid too much attention to the girl when she grabbed it off the rack on the back window, although the girl had told her the ammo was in the glove box. Still, Reina hadn't put everything together, that the girl was Clay's daughter. Clay wasn't married, but he had a daughter. The thought tightened her heart like a ribbon had wrapped around it, pulling snug. Sweet and painful at the same time. "Sure can, Gigi." His voice had deepened, too, now that she thought about it. Of course, the one night that she'd seen him, she hadn't exactly been her best self. But he'd made an impression that would forever be stamped in her soul. Despite the drugs in her body, she couldn't forget a thing about that night. The little girl hopped out of the pickup, turning and putting both hands on the door to close it. Her hair and skin were a shade or two lighter than Reina's. It surprised her, because as much as she'd thought about Clay over the years, she'd always pictured him with someone who looked like him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, innocence and justice in her gaze. Gina skipped over, and Reina searched her features, trying to see Clay in them. She must really favor her mother. Reina couldn't see anything of Clay in her. Not his nose, although Gina could be happy about that. A nose as straight and long as Clay's would look hideous on a tiny girl that size. Not her chin or face, which was heart-shaped and sweet, rather than square and bold. Obviously not her dark hair, eyes, and skin. Maybe her ears. She does. Again, Clay looked at Reina like he could see straight into her heart. Like he knew the jealousy that burned there at this moment. In all the time she'd spent dreaming about the day she'd finally see him again, she hadn't pictured him with a daughter. Again, that little thread of pain pinched her heart. She pushed it aside. Maybe she hadn't seen Clay since that awful night, but she felt like she knew him through his letters. Letters that had not once mentioned a daughter. Why would he have? She wasn't under the illusion that he'd looked her up on his own. It was almost certainly her caseworker that had looked him up and asked him to write. It wasn't personal. She had been just a kid in the system to him, same as everyone else. Of course, the caseworker disappeared from her life when she turned 18, but Reina had never moved on without a forwarding address, and her foster parents stayed in touch. Somehow, his letters had followed her. A constant in her life, no matter how much she might deride his reasons or intentions. Still, this was a shock. If Clay were curious about how she'd found him, he didn't ask in front of his daughter. Instead, he said, "Gigi, this is Reina. You've seen me write her letters over the years." Sparkling brown eyes stared at Reina, and white teeth flashed. "Nice to meet you, Miss Reina." Her little hand came out. Reina grunted a laugh as she took the proffered appendage. "I would expect you to have a child with perfect manners," she said out of the side of her mouth to Clay. She faced the child fully. Something in her eyes tugged at Reina's heart. Somehow, this sheltered, innocent child of Clay's reminded her of herself at that age. "It's nice to meet you, Gina." "Daddy calls me Gigi. Nana does sometimes, and all the guys on the crew do. You can too." "Is that the name you prefer?" "It makes me feel special to have a nickname." Her teeth flashed again. "People call Daddy Preacher instead of his real name, sometimes." "Really?" Her head tilted toward Clay. She hadn't known, but she didn't have a problem picturing it. She'd bet any money that little square thing that bulged in his chest pocket wasn't a pack of cigarettes. It'd be one of those little Bible things. "Hand me the gun." Clay spoke low. "Huh?" "Now." She wasn't expecting the sharpness of his tone, and he had the gun in his possession before she realized she was handing it over. "You want the job?" he asked in the same low tone, although his words seemed rushed. "That's why I'm here." Part of the reason she was there. "It's yours. We'll do the paperwork in a bit." Clay nodded behind her. She turned to see a pickup with official-looking lettering on the side pulling into the field. "For now, I'm hoping he'll assume since I'm holding the gun, I shot the snake.
Kick it under that machine. He'll never see it.
She started toward the lifeless body. Clay put a hand up. He'll want to know what we were shooting at.
Tell him we were shooting at cans or something.
Lying to the cops wasn't anything new to her, although she only lied if she couldn't run. Her panicked eyes met Clay's calm ones. I'm not lying, and I'm not hiding it. Great. He wasn't the one with the record, although she kept her nose clean for the last 6 years. Everything she'd done should be sealed in juvie court. Not that she wanted to take that chance. He had to know. Had to at least suspect she might have reasons to avoid being booked. One side of his lips turned up. I will let him assume that I did the shooting. I think it'll be just a fine, but if not, you take care of Gina until I post bail. Turned out there were no laws on the books concerning snakes in Nebraska. After expressing surprise that they'd even seen a snake, and after making sure they weren't shooting at each other, the officer had gathered up the reptile's remains and left. Clay had protected her once before, but it still surprised her to know that he would have taken her place if someone had been arrested. It didn't help her heart, and it certainly didn't do anything to diminish the romanticized illusion she'd created about him in her head over the years. I need to open this field and test the moisture in this wheat. You mind hopping in with me, and I'll give you a rundown on what the job entails. She eyed the big machine. She wasn't afraid. Of course not. But she'd never been in anything like that before, and she wasn't sure how she felt about it. Squaring her shoulders, she said, Sure. You be okay here, Gina, till I get back around? It'll be about 30 minutes. Gina gave her chin a big up and down nod.
I'll be fine, Daddy.
I'd like it if you stay in the pickup. I think that snake was too mean to have friends, but you never know. Gina giggled and wrapped her arms around Clay's thin waist. He gave her a side hug before unloading the gun. You can climb up. I'll be right back, he said. Reina jerked her chin. She didn't give herself time to think about it, but grabbed the handle and hopped up the ladder steps of the big green machine. The door, which was actually a big window, opened smooth. It was easy to see which seat would be Clay's, and the seat, behind and beside him, that would be hers. She slid in, sat down, and waited. Chapter 2. She hadn't gotten his letter. Obviously. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been grilling him on his daughter and whether or not he was married. Sometimes it was funny the way God worked things out. Funny that Reina had decided to come look him up at the same time he'd written the letter informing her that he'd been the one to adopt her child all those years ago. He'd known she'd graduated from college, with good job prospects for this fall. Her foster parents hadn't been the best in the world, but they'd kept in touch with him. Actually, he bugged them until they told him what he wanted. A little money helped grease that avenue of information. He wasn't sure why. He'd saved her that night, spoke with the police, and he could have been done with her. But there had been something about her. Even knowing what she'd been doing, seeing her skimpy, unkempt clothes, ragged hair, skinny body, except for the bump of her stomach. None of it had mattered. He'd looked at her, with her pointed chin tilted way up, the determined square of her shoulders, the vulnerable look in her eyes that she'd kept hidden, not quite successfully, and felt like electricity had replaced blood in his veins. Which was not the appropriate reaction for a just-turned 18-year-old to have for the teen he'd just ripped from the arms of her trafficking pimp. It wasn't an appropriate reaction today, either, and he thought he'd done a pretty good job of hiding the heat in his body. It wasn't a reaction he'd ever had with anyone else, and he wasn't sure what to make of it. Whatever his body's reaction, she'd been stamped in his mind, and he couldn't shake her loose, thinking of her at the oddest times, until he couldn't do anything else other than look her up and put the wheels in motion to adopt her baby. Right to her. He opened the pickup door, and Gina hopped in. Her familiar blue rubber boots and worn jeans over her skinny little legs pulled a pang from his heart area. As much as he didn't want to give any part of Gina up, he wanted to do right by Reina, too. Maybe she wouldn't be interested in her child. Maybe she'd want to see her, but not actually take the responsibility of being a mother. Heck, he didn't know. He just knew Gina deserved a mother, and at the rate Angela was responding to his courting, or maybe he should say at the rate her father was blocking any development of their relationship, it would be another 10 years before he married the true, pure love of his life. So it seemed fair all the way around, and perfect timing to let Reina know he had adopted and been raising, as his own child, the baby she'd birthed just a few months after he'd met her at the rest stop. But she hadn't gotten the letter that told her, which brought him back to God's timing. Why had he prompted Reina to come find Clay now? Why had he allowed her to miss Clay's letter? Was there some higher purpose in Reina not knowing about her child? Surprise had kept Clay's mouth shut to begin with. Then, questions about God's timing and plan had kept it shut. Or maybe it was the odd reaction that he'd been fighting that had kept him from saying anything. It could be that she needed to get used to Gigi, fall in love with her, before she found out that Gina was her child. Maybe Reina would figure it out on her own. Maybe Reina wouldn't want to have anything to do with the child that had been conceived in such horrible conditions. He adjusted the gun on the rack and threw the extra shells back in the glove box. Whatever God's plan was, it obviously didn't involve Reina getting his letter, which informed her of her relationship with Gina. "You can get your reading done, so we can do math while I cook lunch." He ruffled Gina's tight curls, loving the spring and bounce under his fingers. So familiar and beloved.
I thought you just hired Reina to do that.
I did, but I never even asked her if she could cook. Gina's mouth opened as she realized he was right. He had been so desperate to make sure his daughter would be taken care of if he went to jail that he hadn't cared about Reina's culinary abilities. They really didn't matter now either. He was 100% sure in his heart that God wanted Reina here on his harvesting crew. He just hoped that God wanted the guys on his crew to eat a decent dinner every day, too.
What are you going to do if she can't?
Gina asked in a shocked voice, like he hadn't been cooking lunch himself for the past week since Reba, the woman he'd hired to be the cook this season, had fallen and broken her hip. "I'll get you to teach her." His smile was indulgent as her chin lifted with pleasure at his confidence in her. Gina was outgoing and sociable, but she did struggle with concentration issues on her schoolwork, a result of her problems at birth. It meant that she didn't do as well, nor learn as easily as her schoolmates. It's why he was insisting she do some summer school studies while she was with him this summer. It wasn't that hard. She was old enough to not need constant supervision. Even if he'd known Reba would break her hip, he'd have still brought Gina this summer. It was the first year he'd had her the entire time, although she'd gone with him off and on in past years, especially when they were working closer home. He took all the work he could in his home state of North Dakota. It's where his heart was and where he longed to be. He'd settle there someday. Gina's bright smile and cheerful personality had won over his whole crew.
I can make spaghetti and burgers.
You make the best spaghetti I've ever eaten. He stepped back. Read your book. I'll be back soon. He shut the door. She hung her elbow over the open window, like she'd seen him do 100 times. It reminded him that his dad had been right. She'd do what he did more than she'd do what he said. Like his dad had never died, he could hear those words clearly. God knew sometimes he needed that reminder to put one foot down in front of the other and walk the line. Apparently, this was one of those times. He turned to the woman who'd seeped into his mind when he'd been an 18-year-old kid and who'd never really left it. She certainly looked a lot stronger and more capable now than she did then. For some reason, his eyes didn't want to land anywhere else. So he forced them away, gazing out over the ripened wheat and trying to shift his mind onto the work that he needed to do. Reina watched as Clay strode back over from his pickup. His eyes roved out over the field of brown grain, like there was something to see other than dead stalks of whatever it was waving in the wind. But since he wasn't looking at her, Reina was free to admire his loose-legged walk, the easy way his arms swung at his side, the tilt of his strong chin, and the way his cowboy hat shaded his face, giving him a slightly dangerous look. Her heart trembled, though she tried to stop it. She thought she knew him well from his letters, but she'd been here less than an hour, and he'd already managed to shock her speechless with his daughter. She'd known it was dangerous to come. She might not get what she wanted, and she might leave irreparably wounded. But there was something in her that drove her here. The one dream of her childhood would not die that easily. He disappeared for a second before his head came up over the side of the machine. Smooth and confident, like he'd climbed into it 1,000 times. Which he probably had. He hadn't talked too much about his job in the letters he'd sent. At least, not about driving something like this. "You comfortable there?" he asked as he slid into his own seat. "Is there a place on the roof for me if I'm not?" she asked. His eyes cut to hers. There might have been a twinkle in them, although his lips didn't twitch. He turned the key. "No, I'll leave you with Gina." "Is she okay by herself?" "I wouldn't have left her there if she wasn't." "Of course," she muttered. Where she came from, parents didn't think like that. It occurred to her, not for the first time, that Clay wouldn't remember his promise. She'd been going to prove that he wouldn't keep it, but deep in her heart, she knew she kind of hoped he would. He pointed to a small screen. "This thing has GPS. Once I make a pass around the outside of the field, all I need to do is sit back and let it run itself." "You're kidding." She leaned closer. "It's kind of like a self-driving car?" "Yeah, kind of. There are a few differences." He flipped several switches, and the round wheel at the front started turning. The steering wheel was just like a car's, and so was the gas pedal. He pressed it and started out slowly. They pulled into the field. The stalks of grain, bending and breaking before being swept into the machine, fascinated Reina. Clay's hand moved, pointing to some red numbers on a small screen above his head. "That screen is giving me some info about the wheat that's going into the bin. I don't believe that moisture level, so I'll be stopping in a few minutes to eyeball it myself." She jerked her head, interested despite it being out of the realm of her experience. He didn't say anything for a moment, and she was busy watching the grain shift and move. His voice startled her. "How'd you find me?" "Does it upset you that I did?" she returned. The sass of the streets had been tempered, but not obliterated by her years of college. You might not believe this, but I sent you a letter asking you to come.
Is that why you weren't surprised to see me?
If it hadn't been for the tattoo on your neck, I wouldn't have recognized you. Clay stopped and backed up, flicking a couple of switches. The rotating wheels slowed and stopped before spinning backwards, spitting out gobs of cut stems. It's a little thick here, and this isn't as dry as the rest.
Oh.
He reversed direction again, and they continued on.
How do you know I didn't get the letter? She asked.
He was quiet for a moment before a wide shoulder lifted. You didn't seem like you thought I should be expecting you. Of course, the shotgun in your hand might have had something to do with my first impression.
He said it so drolly that she cracked a laugh without meaning to.
She liked him, yeah. At least the image that she'd built up in her head over the years. But she didn't know whether she could trust him enough to let a little of her guard down. She sobered.
Do I really have the job?
It wasn't common protocol for most companies to meet a stranger in a field and hire them on the spot. You never told me how you found me.
I visited my caseworker and she gave me your info.
He'd struck her as a good, naive country boy. Easy to dupe. But he didn't fall for her lie. She gave it to you. The skepticism in his voice was clear.
Yeah?
Normally, she was good at bluffing. But Clay turned her normal on its ear. Her voice lacked strength and conviction. His hand tapped the wheel. So, you broke into the system and pulled the info yourself. She pushed her hair back, more to try to control her urge to squirm than because it was bothering her. He was better than the cops in the interrogation room. Not that she'd been in that room often. Just a couple of times. She really had turned her life around. Maybe not immediately after Clay's rescue, but soon. His letters had a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
The truth dropped out of her unwilling lips as though Clay attracted it like fly tape. She pressed her mouth closed. Rule number 1 of a street kid like herself: don't admit anything unless they have proof. Was it Nebraska or was it Clay that had her breaking the premier rule after one little question? Maybe college had made her soft. Clay didn't react to her admission. You must have gone to my mom's first.
I did. I made it seem like you asked for me. I said I wanted to surprise you so she wouldn't text you with a warning.
No point in not being honest now. He slowed down and steered around some kind of hole in the ground. You said you found out about the job opening from my mom.
Yes.
The front end dipped as the tire hit a low spot. Sorry, I didn't see that one. Clay adjusted the speed until the rear tires had passed over the hole. So you must have wanted something else when you decided to come.
Maybe.
Reina bit the corner of her thumbnail, remembering that she'd wanted to think through her strategy before springing his promise on him. She was expecting him to say that he'd not really meant it, which, of course, meant that he didn't keep his word. After all the letters he'd sent her over the years about character and integrity, she'd be able to throw that back in his face. Of course, there was the off chance that he'd own up to and keep his promise. Maybe after she'd gotten to know him, she wouldn't want him to keep it. She needed a little time, and working for him would be a good way to learn about him. Are you going to tell me what that was?
What?
What made you come?
Maybe I just wanted to meet you as an adult. Maybe I wanted to see you, see what became of my rescuer.
She lifted her chin. Let him challenge her. I told you that night, it wasn't me.
Yeah, whatever.
He'd said God had wanted her saved and that he'd just used Clay to do it. That was a crock of crap. Where was God when she'd been taken? But she didn't want to make this a religious discussion.
I just graduated from college. I'm about ready to start a new part of my life. Maybe I simply wanted some closure from the past.
That wasn't a lie. The blackness in her soul came from that time in her life. Clay had kept it from sucking her under. Then and later. Clay nodded like the idea made sense to him. I can see that. His phone buzzed, and he spent a couple of seconds replying to a text. He checked the time before putting his phone away. I'm going to stop and check this, he said as he slowed the combine. He didn't tell her to stay put, so she followed him out and along the upper edge of the big machine. The ground didn't look any farther away than it did when she'd climbed on abandoned buildings and broke into old warehouses during her teenage years. She hadn't done stuff like that for a long while. College had changed her, matured her. Some. She knew she didn't want to go back to that life. Didn't want her children to live that life. As always, the thought of children irritated her heart like a discordant swipe of guitar strings. Clay had helped her with that decision too. It wasn't one that she regretted. Not really. Funny how she'd only spent a few hours with him, but he'd influenced her life in such major ways. He'd started writing to her not long after her rescue when she was in high school. It had changed the direction of her life. She supposed she should be grateful. She was. Did it make sense that she resented him too? I think this is drier than the gauge is letting on. We'll test it to be sure, but sometimes the machine is wrong. Golden brown kernels of wheat sifted between his fingers. Reina put her hand out.
Can I touch it?
He opened the trapdoor a little wider and pressed back against the center of the machine to give her room. Go ahead. I love the way it feels through my fingers. Her eyes went to his, surprised that he would so freely admit that he loved something so banal. It must be a culture difference. She just couldn't imagine any of the boys she'd grown up with saying they loved the feel of grain as it ran through their hands. What? He asked. She'd already turned back to the door and stuck her hand in. It was a texture unlike any she'd ever felt. Hard, but soft and smooth as silicone.
I've never felt anything like this.
When I was a kid, we'd dump it on the barn floor. When it's a little wet, you have to turn it to keep it from heating and catching on fire. Man, it was fun to play in, although it made a mess and we weren't really allowed to. Oats and barley are fun too, but wheat's the best.
Oh, yeah?
Oats are just a little rougher, a little longer and thinner. He picked up a single kernel and held it out. She couldn't believe that she was studying a grain of wheat and that she was actually interested.
I see. Are you going to do oats soon?
He grunted. In a bit. Some. Wheat has a slightly shorter growing season. We'll head to Montana, the Dakotas, and Canada to do wheat there. He tilted his head. I guess I should ask you how long you're planning on staying. Forever.
I have some applications out, but nothing that will be starting until this fall.
She couldn't tell if he thought it was a good thing or not. The way they stood, his hat brim shielded his eyes and put his face in shadow. The push in her chest surprised her. She wanted him to want her to stay. She didn't know what to do about it now, though. Maybe it was a little subconscious, but even as she'd done everything his letters had suggested to do, listen to her caseworker, please her parents, go to college, study hard, stay away from the bad crowd, she'd rebelled. The purple streak in her hair, her piercings and tattoos, Her clothes and even her attitude were her ways of acting out the pain on the inside. It didn't make sense. She knew that. But that didn't stop her from doing it. Just like she knew he couldn't take her with him all those years ago. Of course not. But it didn't stop her from hurting when he didn't. Just another rejection. Clay had waited patiently while she stirred her hand around in the wheat. She let go of the grain and pulled her hand out, brushing it on her pant leg. He closed the trap door. "If you're done, we'll go back in and finish making this round." The wind gusted as she turned. Maybe it was that, or the spinning of the ground, or just being up higher than she was used to. Whatever it was, her head spun and dizziness tripped through her head. She grabbed the railing as she tilted to the side, her shoulder brushing his chest. His indrawn breath was not quite a gasp, but more breathing interrupted. His scent, something honest and good and just a little wild, curled around her nose. The light touch of his hand on her shoulder, steadying her, caused something a little wild in her to rise up, almost in answer. Heat flowed down through her arms and legs, whether from the touch of his hand or from embarrassment that she couldn't even turn without almost falling. She wasn't sure. "Are you okay?" he said, an odd note in his voice that hadn't been there before. "Is this too high?" "I'm fine," she said shortly, without looking at him. She was as tough as the city of her childhood, and she didn't like showing weakness. Gliding out from under his hand, she walked back along the catwalk and back into the machine. Chapter 3. Reina was a godsend. Clay couldn't deny he needed her. Good food went a long way toward keeping the 5 guys on his crew happy and working hard. "I can't cook." Reina stood with the cupboards open in the small RV kitchen, her hands twisting in front of her. It was the only tell he'd seen since she arrived that hinted at anything other than cool confidence. She looked tough. She acted tougher. But those twisting hands pulled at his heartstrings. He knew what she'd been through. It wasn't anything that anyone should ever have to experience. The scars were somewhere inside, hidden by the tough exterior she presented to him and the rest of the world. Those twisting hands told him as clear as anything that it was a front. They should be a sign to him to step back, but they really made him want to get closer. He wasn't giving in to that feeling. But her words had brutally shot down his balloon of hope. He should be out in the field right now. The weather was calling for rain at the end of the week, which would slow them down even more. He had too much work lined up. He couldn't afford to get behind. He definitely didn't have time to teach someone to cook. "Lord?"
"I can teach her, Daddy."
Gina's cheerful voice popped up from where she stood by the small couch. He smiled at her before he propped a hip on the counter and threw his hat down beside the sink. "Can't cook at all or can't cook fancy stuff?" he finally asked, hoping hard in his heart that she had just meant she wasn't a French chef.
"At all."
Yeah, that's what he figured.
"There aren't any cans in this cupboard. I can do hamburger helper, but there isn't any of that either."
She seemed to force her hands to be still and squared her shoulders, standing in front of him like she was facing the firing squad. Or a patrolman. He shoved that thought aside. He hoped they could work this out without her quitting. He tried not to sound too desperate. "We usually have something simple for lunch. Sandwiches from the cold cuts in the fridge or burritos. I can cook breakfast. Supper's usually more substantial. Meat and potatoes." He ran a hand through his hair. He loved the freedom of owning his own business, being his own boss. But that also meant he was responsible for solving all the problems and picking up all the slack.
Daddy?
I heard you, honey. I know you'll be a big help in making sandwiches. And for tonight, we can have spaghetti and meat sauce. You can show her how to do that. He gave his daughter a grin and forced the tired, worn look off his face. The business wasn't the only thing on his mind. Angela knew he was in, but hadn't made time to call and let him know when he could go see her. It had been 10 months since he'd seen her last. He could hardly wait to lay eyes on her again. He'd see her Sunday if she didn't answer him before.
Miss Reba had YouTube videos she watched. I can show Miss Reina.
Gigi hopped up and tugged on his arm. That might work. If he left her with Gina, she couldn't quit, right? I really need to get back out in the field. Can you handle the meal for tonight, and we'll figure something out for tomorrow this evening when I'm in for the day? He looked at Reina. Her dark eyes were hooded, and she seemed to be tonguing her lip piercing from the inside. He pulled his eyes away from her mouth. Why was he looking there?
I can handle anything, she said.
Her words were at odds with the twisting of her fingers. Okay, great. It was early yet, and he could still get some work done before noon. Lunch can be any time between 12 and 1. We always aim to have supper at 7. Schedule changes depending on weather and breakdowns, but that's what we work toward. I'd like to introduce you to the guys, but I guess you'll meet them when you deliver their lunches. He grabbed his hat, relieved that maybe he'd get some work done after all. Gina can read the GPS locator, and she really is knowledgeable in the kitchen. Don't be afraid to give her jobs to do. He looked at his daughter. You can listen to your math lesson, and I'll check it tonight when I get home. Add that to his already long list of things he needed to do. He was currently down one man and hadn't been able to find someone to hire. Someone with a CDL and who knew how to run heavy equipment. Who was willing to leave his home and stay away for the next 5 months. Someone with a passport. He could go on. Help wasn't easy to find. Hopefully the food wouldn't drive the ones he had away. Most of them had been with him for a while and were a loyal bunch. He shoved his hat down on his head and started out. Really, despite everything he needed to do and everything he knew he should do, he wanted to stay. The thought didn't scare him exactly, but it definitely made him feel like he needed to leave. And fast. Gina knows my number. She'll give it to you, and you can call me or text me about anything. She'll also show you how to use the two-way radio. He felt compelled to add. All the crew has them, and everyone can hear what everyone else says. We'll talk more tonight. Reina watched him disappear down the steps of the trailer. He'd said her job consisted of cooking, keeping the kitchen and RVs cleaned, watching Gina and helping her with school, and running for parts or any other odd jobs they needed. Yeah, she could do all of that. Sometimes at the beginning of a college class, she'd get the syllabus and feel overwhelmed at the magnitude of what the prof expected them to accomplish. Then, of course, she attacked the class one day at a time. That seemed like child's play compared to the workload Clay had just dumped on her. One person did all that? More immediately, she'd never cooked for more than herself before. How much food did it take to feed 8 people?
Miss Reba used 2 boxes of spaghetti and 2 packages of hamburger.
Gina stepped slowly forward. Reina hadn't realized she'd asked the question out loud, but she was glad she had.
Okay, that helps. Thanks.
She pulled on the latch, but the fridge didn't open.
You have to squeeze the button.
Gina showed her how.
Daddy said it so the fridge doesn't open when we're driving down the road. I see.
She had never been in an RV before. Neat idea. She opened the fridge. Water, bags of cold cuts, condiments, milk, eggs, bacon. No hamburger.
Where's the hamburger? It's in the freezer.
Gina tapped the stainless steel door above the fridge.
Oh, of course.
Who froze their hamburger? The freezer was full of small white packages with red lettering.
2 of these? Yes.
Gina nodded with assurance. Reina didn't have much choice but to trust her. When she was 14, broken, pregnant, and completely devastated, not even sure she wanted to be rescued, Clay had assured her that her life could be worth something, that she could make something out of what felt like ruins, that other people would see good in her, that there was a man somewhere who would see her as she was and still love her. When she'd pressed him, not believing in the fairy tale picture he painted, saying it would never happen, he'd calmly told her that he'd marry her himself if no one else would. But she had to grow up, get herself together, stay out of trouble, and get a college degree first. She just graduated this spring. She was only here to prove to him that he was a liar. Or maybe she was here because she'd turned him into a hero in her mind and wanted to see the human man under the hero's facade. But she hadn't been able to say anything this morning when they'd met and he'd given her a job. He hadn't looked at her, knowing what she'd been, and judged her for it. Hadn't asked her when the last time was that she'd been arrested. Hadn't acted like she was going to steal anything of value out of his home and run off. Had left his beloved daughter in her care. He'd surprised her. Maybe she wanted to live up to how he'd treated her. Maybe she wanted him to like her a little. Or maybe she wanted to see if he'd remember his promise and offer to keep it without her having to make him. Just offer. Oh, she'd never actually make him marry her. She just wanted to see if he would. Call her juvenile. But everything else he'd said had been gospel truth. Everything. She set the frozen packages on the counter, at a loss. How did she get the meat out and cooked?
Most of the time, we get the meat out of the freezer the night before.
Gina took one package and held it under the spigot. She flicked the lever up, turning it to hot.
We'll get the plastic off this way.
That made sense.
This is for supper, though, right? Yes, but you can make the sauce and put it in the crock pot. Then all we have to do is boil spaghetti.
Gina grinned at her like she was sharing a secret.
You're not very old to know how to do all this stuff.
When she was Gina's age, before she'd been stupid and deceived by a drug dealer and human trafficker she'd met in an online chat room, posing as a decent guy who just wanted to offer her a better life, she hadn't had any idea of how to even turn the stove on. She had friends who would say it was child abuse having a child this age in the kitchen.
I'd rather cook than do school,
Gina said with a downturned mouth.
Oh.
Reina knew how that went. When one didn't want to do something, other things became more appealing.
Don't you ever play?
Gina's grin returned.
On rainy days. Evenings. Sunday afternoons. Whenever everyone has off. Daddy plays and makes sure the other guys don't hurt me.
She stuck her chest out.
But I'm tough. Uncle Mav says so.
Uncle? Reina stopped with the knife to cut the end of the package, poised in the air.
Daddy's brother. Your dad has brothers?
Somehow, she'd always pictured him alone. Like Superman, she supposed. Gina's head nodded up and down.
He has a lot. Oh. Uncle Mav and Uncle Boone are with us now. He's got a bunch more at home in North Dakota.
She'd found out from her caseworker's file that he lived in North Dakota. She hadn't even known where that was and had to look it up on a map. North Dakota was one of those flyover states that people like her didn't even know existed. Of course, she'd been more interested in surviving than in thinking about rednecks out in the country. She almost snorted. Now she was a redneck. No, she was only working here. She didn't actually live in the middle of a cornfield. Gina seemed happy as she bounced a little at the counter. Guilt pricked Reina's neck, but she still opened her mouth.
Where's your mother?
Gina's shoulders bounced up and down in a careless shrug.
I don't know. But Daddy said that I might see her this summer. Maybe.
So you've never met her? Reina tried to keep her voice casual.
Nope. Daddy said she wasn't ready for me, so he got me all to himself.
But you might meet her this summer.
That's what Daddy said.
You want to meet her? Gina tilted her head like she'd never thought about it before.
I don't want her to take me away from Daddy.
Gina put both hands on the counter and jumped, moving her legs out and in before landing back on the floor.
I want Daddy to get married so he and my mom can live together. I want brothers and sisters. I want to watch the babies. I want to have someone to play games with me and swing with me and tell secrets to.
Oh. That seemed like a tall order and completely off the subject of where her mother was. Reina supposed it served her right for trying to pump information from Clay's daughter. She shook her head and tried to pay attention as the 8-year-old told her how to make spaghetti. Chapter 4. Well, the guys were staying out of loyalty, love of the land, or need for a job, because they sure as shootin' weren't staying for the food. Clay smelled something burning as soon as he stepped into the air-conditioned RV. The rain had held off, but because there was now even more in the forecast, they'd worked through the weekend. Reina seemed to be getting her sea legs for the noon meal, anyway. His lunchtime sandwich had been good, if only about a third of what he could have eaten. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. But hey, maybe it wasn't as bad as he thought, although he suspected it was spaghetti. Again. The rest of the crew were already sitting at the table. The looks on their faces didn't bode well for his optimism. He glanced over at Reina. Her face looked stoic. "Preacher's here," Luke Peddle from New Zealand called from his seat in the corner of the booth table. Clay liked having all the guys eat together in the evening. They worked alone a lot of the day, and the social time was good for them. But it did make the small RV eating area crowded. 2 guys had to sit on the small couch, and they had put up a card table with folding chairs for the other 2. "It's about time. I'm starving." Mac shot a glance at Reina before shutting his mouth. He wouldn't be mean, so he was probably biting off any complaints about the quality of the food. Clay wasn't sure what to do. He was proud of his crew. They'd worked their souls out for him and had been doing so all year. Heat, rain, cold, no sleep, broken equipment, whatever. They would deal. The least he could do was make sure they ate well. He didn't say anything. Hopefully, Reina would learn. "I'm sorry. The auger plugged up with only 100 bushels left to unload." He threw his hat on the hook above the counter. "Excuses," his younger brother Mav said with a smirk. In looks, he could be Clay's twin. In personality, they were pretty much opposites. It didn't matter. Clay loved him with a strength that almost hurt. "Sit down, preacher. Say the blessing before the food gets cold." Abner said in his Appalachian twang with just a slight twinge of the Pennsylvania Dutch of his childhood turning his words. Clay had never met an Amishman with a Southern accent before Abner, who was an ex-Amishman from Southern Ohio. Clay assumed he was bilingual, but he didn't know his story or what had made him leave his community. He just knew of all the guys on his crew, no one was going to outwork Abner. "Let me wash my hands," Clay said, already at the sink. Reina eyed him like she was scared he'd be angry. He smiled to reassure her. Whatever it was, they'd eat it. His other brother with him on the crew this year, Boone, was playing a game on his phone with Gina. They put it away as Clay sat down at the card table directly by the booth table. Reina sat across from him. "Let's pray." The men all bowed their heads. Clay sincerely believed that God had a sense of humor, and a good one, and he not only had the Bible to back that up, but also personal experience. God laughed, he was sure of it. Maybe if Reina had been with them a little longer, he might have made a smart comment to the Lord about needing extra strength to get something that smelled as bad as the food on the table down their throats. The guys sure wouldn't hesitate to pick on each other about it. But he didn't want to hurt Reina's feelings, wanted to protect her. Plus, he didn't want her to quit. Not just because she was the cook either, but he didn't want to examine those feelings. Bad food was better than food he had to come home and cook himself. Clay's amen was echoed by everyone's except Abner's, and they started loading their plates. There was a bit of chatter, but it died down as the guys started digging in. Clay shoved his fork into the gluey spaghetti, gathering up the soupy mixture and shoving it in his mouth. It wasn't that bad. She'd undercooked it the night before. This was a change of pace, at least. With 3 glasses of water and 5 or so pieces of the burnt garlic bread, he'd be able to get a plate full down. Being a picky eater wasn't an option growing up, and he could eat just about anything. Tonight, apparently, he got to prove it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gina make a face and put her fork down, grabbing her water. His dad's words came to him, as they often did when he was tempted to take the easy way out. And yeah, the mess was so awful, not eating would be easier than forcing himself to chew and swallow. But he was the boss, and everyone would follow his lead. As much as he wished he could let them all shove their plates away, it would be disrespectful of the person who'd made it for them to turn their noses up and not eat it. He forced the food to the back of his tongue and made his throat swallow, following it with a big gulp of water. Like it was 105 degrees in the shade and the air conditioner in the enclosed cab of his tractor had quit, he faced his food and shoved in another bite. He would eat this, or he would die. Smile. Really, Lord? Fine. He would eat this or, possibly and, he would die. How about that, God?
What are you smiling about?
Reina had narrowed her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Only preacher could smile while... Max started. Clay lifted a brow at him, and Mac's mouth clamped closed. Actually, I can do it too. He shoved the gloppy stuff on his fork into his mouth, a smile that more accurately looked like a grimace turning his lips up.
I'll beat you done,
Mav called out. Too late, Abner said, his lip curling up in a smirk. Think I'll have seconds. He reached for the bowl. Clay had to admire that, although it was the way Abner worked every day. That was all it took, and the guys ate every bit of the spaghetti slop with meat on top, which is what they named it, along with every piece of the burnt garlic bread. Mav was the first to stand, gathering up his plate and utensils. Thanks for supper, Reina. Maybe you can let me know the next time you're having this stuff. Think I'll have a headache and go to bed early. Boone was standing by that point and punched his little brother in the shoulder. "Maverick, sounds like you just volunteered to make supper tomorrow night." "Kiddin'," Mav mumbled. "Actually, Mav, that'll work out perfectly," Clay said, gathering up his own used settings. "Reina needs to run to Omaha to pick up a new tube for the tire that's been slowly leaking on Abner's machine. So you can go ahead and show us all how it's done." "No, that's okay. I'll pick up the tire," Mav mumbled. "No, really. You think it's easy. You can do the meals all day tomorrow. There's cleaning and laundry, and Gina needs help with fractions, too." "I can do the fractions just fine." His eyes brightened. "You can do the rest of it just fine, too." Clay pursed his lips. He didn't like people complaining, especially when they couldn't do it any better. If Reina needed to learn to cook, it would make life easier for everyone if they knew he wasn't putting up with whiners. This was definitely her worst effort so far. Hopefully, things only went up from here. "You know, the food sucked tonight. You don't need to get all scared you're going to hurt my feelings if you say so." There was absolute quiet in the kitchen. "You could have said that before I shoved down 2 helpings." Mac finally broke the silence. There were murmurs of agreement from everyone except Clay and Abner. Abner shoved his black hat on his head and moved toward the door. He gave Reina a half smile as he passed her. "I thought it was good." His lips turned up a little more before he tipped his hat and walked out. "I think his taste buds died when he was a baby," Luke said. "No offense, ma'am." He, too, tipped his hat and walked out. "I don't think serial killers have taste buds," Mac said. Reina gasped. "Shut up. She doesn't know you're joking." Clay smacked Mac on the back of his head. "'Tweren't a joke. Have you ever seen that horror flick with that killer who smiles as he just slowly and steadily kills every person in the movie? That's Abner." "I've never watched it, and you probably shouldn't have either. I'll have Abner get a butter knife and stand over your bed tonight." Boone grabbed his hat. Originally from Oklahoma, Mac had been with Clay from the time they'd worked together on their first crew. "I'll scream like a girl." Boone grinned with all his teeth. "I know."
"Daddy, Uncle Boone said he'd play kickball with me until it gets dark. Will you play too?"
He had a million things to do. "Sure will, sweetie. Let me talk to Reina first, then I'll be out."
"Okay."
Gina skipped out, holding tight to Boone's hand. This would probably be Boone's last year with the crew since he'd bought his own place in North Dakota the past winter. He was renting it out this summer while he saved up enough to buy a starter herd of cattle. Clay was going to miss him. But Boone was in his mid-20s, and it was past time for him to get started on his own life. "That one was your brother." Reina had water running into the sink to wash the pans. She had her back to him, and his eyes ran along the curve of her waist and the flare of her hips before he ripped them away. "Yeah, he's number 2. Mav's number 7. He's only 19 and has some growing up to do. Thanks for being patient with him." Clay turned and grabbed a dish towel out of the drawer. He usually helped her by drying the dishes, although they hadn't talked much. He usually spent the time trying to get the electricity in his veins to turn back to blood. Even thinking of Angela didn't really help. Several evenings, one of the guys or Gina had hung around. He'd not really been alone with Reina since he hired her. The crew had been working all day and half the night. "It's hard to imagine you with siblings," she said. Her voice was a little softer and less harsh than it had been. He wondered if that had to do with the mess that had been supper. She just seemed less confident, or maybe, like her attitude had changed. He studied her profile as she stood at the sink, dishwater up to her forearms, scrubbing the supper pan. His heart broke for the things she'd been through. for the difficult life she'd led, for the things that had happened to her that had brought her to where she was tonight. But wasn't that what life was? Orchestrated for a purpose. Even the bad stuff could be used for good, if it was only to make a person stronger. So one could screw up and have the grit to get up the next day and try again. "I have 7, he finally said, answering even though it wasn't a question. "I'm the oldest." "I would have guessed that," she said with a small smile. She still didn't look up. It was probably best. "You think this is going to work out for you?" He didn't want to examine why his heart started racing every time he thought of her leaving. He could tell himself it was because he hadn't told her about her child, but that wasn't it. "Are you firing me?" Her head did come up this time. "No," he said immediately. "I told you the job's yours. Nothing's changed in the last week. I just thought you seemed discouraged." "Supper was a big fail." It wasn't the first time. He grunted. "It was just a lesson on how not to make spaghetti and meat sauce." Her lips curved up. "And how long is too long to cook garlic bread?" "I've burnt stuff." "Yeah?" "Yeah, but I've never made spaghetti quite like that. You definitely have one up on me there." She laughed outright. "So you're trying to make me feel better by telling me I'm best at making the worst spaghetti?" "If that's how you want to take it." "I didn't think I was a snob about my college degree, but I have to say, it's been worthless." She handed him the pan. "It's not a small accomplishment to have that piece of paper. You should be proud. But that doesn't mean you know everything there is to know. I guess as long as you don't get so arrogant you refuse to learn anything new, you're doing good." He ran his towel around the center of the pan, wiping the water off. She sighed. "I'm sorry supper was disgusting. More disgusting than it has been. I appreciate you respecting my time and effort anyway, and I'll try to do better if you're sure you're not firing me." "You're not fired." He said it with finality. "Do you really want me to run to Omaha tomorrow?" "I wanted to ask first, but Mav needed something to shut him up. If he starts complaining, soon everyone will be doing it and it'll be miserable here. Would you rather not go? You can choose." "I'd rather drive to Boston in a snowstorm than fail at cooking again, but I think I better stay here and work at it." She unscrewed the drain in the sink, and the water slurped as it swirled out. His eyes landed on the tattoo that curled down her neck. A bouquet of flowers. Tattoos had never done anything for him. He loved the unmarred perfection of Angela's porcelain skin. But for some reason, maybe it was the light in the RV, he couldn't take his eyes off Reina's. It showcased the elegant curve of her neck, the graceful lift of her stubborn chin, and sat strangely at odds with her ripped clothes and dark makeup. Maybe when she felt more comfortable here, he could ask her about it. He needed to stop thinking about Reina. Maybe Angela's father would allow him to walk out with her in the evenings this year. He'd hinted at it last year before the crew left. Clay would be there in a heartbeat if Angela told him he'd get permission. That's what he told himself. "I never thanked you for what you did for me," she said softly, her head down. He shifted, his fingers tightening in the towel. "You did, and anyone would have done the same thing." She spun toward him. "I'd been with those guys for 6 months. Lots of people saw me. No one stepped in to help." Her gratitude made his skin feel itchy. He'd almost looked the other way, too. If she hadn't looked so young, he probably would have. But he couldn't ignore it when she was deliberately being led from one truck, then 15 minutes later, to another with a man holding on to her elbow. There could be no doubt about what had been going on. It had been so blatant, with the man not even trying to hide or hurry, so casual that he almost let it go. How could people who were doing something so wrong be so obvious? He was glad she'd brought it up. "I know you've been through a lot." He looked over her head before meeting her eyes again. "I knew that night you were a survivor. I admire you for not letting that period of your life define you." She looked like she was going to say something else. She opened her mouth, but then it closed. "Sometimes I don't feel like a survivor." He didn't think she meant to open up like that. She didn't look happy about the words that came out of her mouth. Her fingers twisted and her lip piercing moved, light glinting off the sharp edges of it, like she was working it with her tongue. Maybe that was why she'd looked him up. Maybe that was why God had him write the letter, because he knew she needed someone to encourage her as she stepped into adulthood. Actually, she'd stepped into adulthood about 8 years ago. Maybe she needed someone to help her let that part of her past go as she moved forward into a future that was unlike anything she'd ever known. From talking with her foster parents, he knew she'd been in therapy, ad nauseum. He didn't put too much store in it, though. It helped people, but in his experience, when his dad died, they put the focus inward, always wanting to know how he felt. His handbook for living had taught him that focusing on himself was about the dumbest thing he could ever do. He forgot about himself when he threw himself into being needed by someone else. Maybe that's what Reina needed and why the Lord had her here. It might be good for her to take care of Gina, cook for the crew, and run errands. Be a part of a team that pulled together almost like a family. Be a part of something bigger than herself, but small enough that she felt like a valued part. She'd spoken, and he'd not answered. His answer wasn't the popular one, and he'd not been through what she had. It might make her angry. "I guess I've never really put a lot of stock in living the way you feel. Kind of think you should live the way that's right, and the feelings will come along in time." She narrowed her eyes and tilted her head. He wouldn't have been surprised if she'd yelled at him, told him he didn't understand her pain. That would be true. He couldn't begin to understand what she'd been through in that truck stop. Not just that night, but for months. "What if the feelings don't come?" she finally asked. "Then you've lived right." It was a simple answer, but simply profound. She breathed out, her lips turning up just a little, and he thought she was going to leave it at that. But her brows crinkled. "What's right?" He couldn't falter for that question. If he were her, he'd probably be wondering the same thing. The line between what the world considered right and wrong seemed to shift almost daily. Again, he had an answer. Not a popular one. His fingers moved without permission, going to the pocket of his t-shirt where he kept his New Testament. It included the Psalms and Proverbs too, and he had a lot of personal notes written in the margins, between the lines and on the front and back covers. His dad had given it to him for his 12th birthday, and he'd carried that, and a notebook, with him almost all of his adult life. It was easily his most cherished possession, and he knew, without a single doubt, that this evening someone else needed it more than he did. God wanted him to give it away. So he did. Handing it to her without any big explanation. Either the Lord would speak to her through it, or he wouldn't. Clay would just get in the way if he tried to talk. Her hand came up slowly, still wet with dishwater. "This is the same one that was in your pocket that night." "My dad died when I was junior high age. He gave this to me when I was 12. told me it was my roadmap for living. Told me to drive straight, because there were people who were going to be following me.
I can't take this.
Her hand touched the little book gently. The book held steady in his hand. Guess it's kind of rude to throw someone's gift back in their face.
But it's yours. It's special.
I think if you open it up and read a bit, you'll find out you're special as well. He wasn't sure where those words came from, but there was no doubt in his heart that she was special to him, beyond being the mother of his child.
I thought I was looking for right.
That's in there too. She didn't look convinced, but she took the little book. Her nails were short, unpolished. He couldn't remember a time when Angela's nails hadn't been perfectly polished with several gold rings on her fingers and bracelets jangling on her wrists. Her hair, makeup, and clothes were always flawless. He shook his head. Where had those thoughts come from? Why was he comparing Angela to Reina? And why did it feel like Angela didn't measure up? There was absolutely nothing wrong with having perfect hair and nails and clothes. That was part of what he loved about her. If people were looking at him to follow and emulate, they would look at his wife too. They would never see anything in Angela to lead them astray.
Thanks.
Reina turned the book over and around, looking at it.
I'm not sure this is going to help anything, but I value it because it means a lot to you.
Her eyes blinked up at him, dark brown and deep. Eyes that had suffered. Eyes that had shed tears that no one else in the world had seen or cared about. And yet she stood before him, placing value in an old book because he did. "Thank you," he said, thinking that maybe the Lord had a few things he wanted to teach him, and he was using a ghost from his past to do so. He shifted, feeling the serious atmosphere that had settled in the camper kitchen lift. "I better get out and jump in the game. You coming? It won't last past dark."
Yeah.
She cradled the book in both hands.
Just let me put this in with my stuff.
Chapter 5. Reina searched YouTube until late that night, watching cooking videos. If she could survive her childhood in parents that didn't really care about her, and if she could survive being duped by a man she'd met online playing video games, and if she could survive being half-drugged and rented out each night in exchange for the privilege of more drugs and doing it again, and really, if she could survive giving up her child for adoption, because what kind of 14-year-old is ready to raise a kid without any kind of support system of her own? Yeah, she survived all that. She could cook supper. And she could cook it so darn well that just smelling it would bring tears to the eyes of every man on the crew. Okay, maybe that was a bad thing to aim for. She wiped the tear trickling down her cheek. She'd never sliced onions before. But Mav had specifically asked for onions on his sandwich when Clay was making the grocery list, and a couple other guys had chimed in that that's what they wanted too. She glanced over at the notebook on the counter where she'd written his name and request. There was no way she could cater to everyone, but she could at least make sandwiches the way they wanted. She eyed the two-way radio sitting on the counter as it crackled with what sounded like Abner, who was running a combine, asking Mav, who was driving one of the trucks pulling a hopper trailer, how soon he was going to be back, because his bin was almost full. Mav answered, and Reina tuned them out. She'd gotten used to the guys talking on it. She'd actually even talked on it herself a few times. Just today, Clay had radioed her and asked if Gina was done with her schoolwork. He'd stopped by and picked her up. Gina had run out to his tractor, which was pulling some kind of wagon, and Reina had not seen him. Since then, Gina had gone to the house of a farmer they were working for and was swimming with his grandchildren in their pool, No sandwich for Gina. Reina hummed softly as she worked in the kitchen. She'd have to make a playlist of food prep songs. Not yet. She needed to concentrate if she were going to make something that was good enough the guys didn't have to force themselves to eat it. Gina had been a huge help, despite her young age. Clay had been doing a good job of parenting her. Reina didn't know whether the child she'd given up was a boy or a girl. She did, however, appreciate Clay's counsel to have the baby. Of all the regrets she had, she didn't have that one. She never did ask Gina how old she was. She supposed Gina was about the age of her own child. Funny that Clay's girlfriend would have been expecting a child the night he'd helped her. Reina hadn't given his personal life a single thought that night. Of course. Maybe that was why he was so insistent that she give her baby up for adoption and not terminate the pregnancy. Restless, she finished making the last sandwich, put it in the bag, and pulled up the GPS on her phone, taking the two-way radio with her. Gina had been with her every other time, but she was confident she could do it herself today. It wasn't that hard. Clay tried as hard as he could to chew the meat in his mouth. It had a nice flavor. That was good, anyway. If it were hard to chew and he felt like gagging, that would definitely make things more difficult. He glanced around. At least the guys couldn't complain if their mouths were busy chewing. And chewing. With more than a little dread weighing him down, he snuck a peek at Reina. He caught her just as she was grimacing and chomping down extra hard. His brows shot up. Her eyes met his, widened. Then she giggled. The sound was so unexpected he drew back before grinning. She swallowed, bending her head before grabbing her water to chase the tough bite of roast down her throat. "Strike two?" "It tastes good. I think it's only half a strike." What else could he say? No one could pretend the meat wasn't as tough as tie-down straps. "It's a man test. Only guys with jaws of steel can eat tonight." Mav smirked. "That was brilliant, Reina. Make a man meal." Clay rolled his eyes, but he didn't stop Mav from goofing. Reina smiled and didn't seem offended. Not to mention the other guys wouldn't complain now. He really appreciated her knuckling down and working. He wasn't sure what he'd have done if she'd complained or needed someone, other than Gina, who'd left, to hold her hand. He needed to thank her later. Supper took a little longer than usual, and everyone's jaws were tired. Abner had just gotten up to leave when Clay remembered. "Hey, the farmer we're doing the oats for, Dave Smithson, invited us to supper tomorrow night. He's grilling." "That's where Gina is?" Boone asked. "Yeah, she's staying overnight and probably Saturday night, too." Clay's eyes were drawn to Reina as she gave a little gasp when he said Gina was staying overnight. "I told them we'd provide the buns and drinks." In a lower voice, he added to Reina, "If you can't make it to the store tomorrow, I'll go." "I can do it," she said immediately. He really liked that about her. She wasn't afraid to dig in and try. "But I don't know where the store is or how much to get," she grunted. "Or what to get." He'd done the grocery shopping himself last time, just to save a trip since he was already in town to pick up parts and put together what he'd thought was a simple meal plan for her. He should have told her to put the roast in the crock pot. No matter. "I'll help you figure it out," he said easily. He hoped he wasn't putting too much on her. But she'd enjoy the get-together. He was looking forward to it, too. It was a family from the church they went to, and there was a small possibility he'd see Angela there. "We're setting the net up tonight and playing some volleyball. You coming?" Boone asked. Clay glanced at Reina, who stood at the sink scrubbing the roasting pan. They had actually knocked off a little early tonight since they were finished with the farm they'd been working at and were ready to start at a new place in the morning. Abner stopped behind Boone. "You're worried we'll be too rough for her. You know we'll take it easy if she's playing." He'd seen the boys take it easy for Gina, and he usually spent more time trying to swallow his heart back down into his chest than he did anything else. But Abner was right. They'd never deliberately hurt her. "Yeah, I know," he finally said. Reina kept scrubbing like they weren't talking about her. She seemed like the kind of girl who wasn't afraid to put in her 2 cents. In quarters. Abner gave her a last look before pushing Boone down the stairs. "I think she could probably hold her own anyway." His eyes met Clay's, and he seemed to be trying to convey a message Clay didn't understand. Abner's life with the Amish was almost a complete mystery. The guys didn't sit around and talk about their life stories together. But Abner was excellent with Gina, which made Clay think he'd had younger brothers and sisters of his own. He had a sly sense of humor, although a tendency to think hard before he spoke and not waste words. And, of course, he worked like a machine. It was his tendency to not waste words that was bugging Clay now. What had that look meant? The guys filed out, and Clay grabbed a drying towel. "You can play if you want. They'll be careful." "Are you?" She lifted her head and met his eyes. "What, playing?" "Yes." Clay blew out a breath. He'd managed to get caught up on a lot of paperwork today, but there were still things to do. "Probably not." "Don't you like volleyball?" "I do. But I have some billing to do, especially if we're taking tomorrow night off. I have to get numbers into the computer for our payroll company. We'll have to make a grocery list for next week." "We?" He found humor in the way her brows shot up. "Sure. You're cooking." Her eyes were still huge. Surely she'd gone grocery shopping before. Probably just for herself. "Write out a schedule of what you're going to make, then we'll make a list, order it, and pick it up." "Okay." Her hand stopped in the water. "I appreciate your help. I do know how to go shopping. It's just that I've never shopped for this many people or made a meal list or cooked before. I'm sorry I seem to be making more work for you. I did notice last night you were sitting at the table in your RV long after everyone else was in bed." His brows twitched. He'd shared the RV with Gina and Miss Reba, who was 60. But when Reina came, he'd moved his stuff over with the other guys, leaving Gina with Reina. He smiled to try to ease the lines between her brows. "I didn't realize you were spying on me." "Just telling you what I saw. You're working harder than anyone else. I don't want to add to that." "The business is mine. It only makes sense that I work the hardest." He shrugged. "You'll catch on. You don't have to cook tomorrow night, and Sunday after church, we'll go out somewhere. Either way, you don't have to cook. The guys usually take turns cooking on Sunday morning. That way you get a day off." "Oh, nice. So basically I have the weekend off this week?" She laughed. The sound warmed his chest and made him smile. "I just started." He remembered last week they'd worked through the weekend, which was unusual, so she really didn't know their routine. "You have a full week of cooking next week to look forward to, so enjoy it." The door opened and Boone stuck his head in. "You two coming?" Reina seemed to be waiting for him to answer. She hadn't said, but the implication was that she wasn't playing without him. He wasn't sure why. That helped him make his decision. He looked over at his brother. "Yes, Reina hadn't played many games at all when she was younger. She remembered some pickup basketball on the streets. Soccer was popular in college. But she wasn't a natural athlete, and everyone played to win, so she usually sat out. Looking back, she figured she'd wasted a lot of time in high school. Hanging out, doing nothing, scrolling Facebook and playing games on her phone. Maybe she'd have gotten good at a sport if she'd tried. She regretted the lost time. She stopped herself from thinking that. Clay had something underlined in his Bible. Whatever the verse said, he'd written in the margin, "You can't change the past. Keep moving forward." She should learn from the past but couldn't change it. It didn't completely take away her regret, but it did give her the focus to try to look forward, not behind. Clay and she walked out together. "Hey," Boone called. "One over here, one over there." They separated. Reina wasn't shy, but her stomach did cramp a little as Clay walked away from her. She wasn't afraid of getting hurt. She just wasn't sure what to expect. In her experience, guys were competitive and didn't have the patience for someone who might make them lose. Luke served first. Boone and Abner, both on her team, handled it fairly well, in her unprofessional opinion, but couldn't block Clay's spike. "Oh yeah, he's headed to the beach to play pro V-ball." Max slapped Clay's hand. "Clay wouldn't know what to do at the beach. He'd try to plant corn seeds in the sand." Luke smirked before he called out the score and served. Reina could admit the farm boys she was playing with were on a higher skill level than she was. Not to mention her strength wasn't anything like theirs. So she was kind of hanging out toward the back and was considering going to sit down when Clay lobbed the ball over and Abner called out, "This one's for Reina. Come get it, kid." She found it funny that he called her kid when he was probably about the same age as she was. But she kept her eyes on the ball. She remembered that from elementary school gym class and stepped up. Her eyes stayed glued on the ball the whole way up and the whole way down, right up to the point where it hit her in the face. Her eyes stung and her nose immediately felt like it was the size of a softball. "You okay?" Boone asked. He was probably the most nurturing one of the group. She forced her lungs to work. "Just need to catch my breath. Not sure why my hands wouldn't work." She took a minute to blink the water out of her eyes before she set her chin. "I'm ready." "You need glasses?" That was Mav, and although the comment was kind of smart, she didn't think he meant it that way. She had the feeling that his goof-off personality hid something deeper and a little more tender than his 19-year-old self was ready to expose to the rest of the world. She also had the impression that if she needed glasses and didn't have them, Mav would be making sure she got some. "No, I guess I just froze." She shrugged, figuring she blew her opportunity to get herself in the game. But she wasn't giving up. "I'm ready." 2 more serves later, the exact same thing happened. Only this time, she was watching and caught the silent exchange between Clay and Boone as they set it up for her. Clay lobbed it over. Boone called out that it was for her, and she was determined she wasn't going to have her face anywhere but under her hands. The ball smacked her hands. She batted it away and immediately started her victory dance. She might not be good at any sports, but she'd won several street dancing competitions. Unofficially, of course. The celebration was premature, since the ball hit the net and bounced straight back, right into her nose. It hit easier, but hurt worse. "Boone, get that ball magnet out of her head," Mav muttered. "You could take it out of my head and put it in Mav's mouth," Reina said, her words only slightly garbled by the hand she held over her smarting nose and eye. I'd say someone was doing that on purpose to get you back for the oversalted spaghetti mush and the Ford Tough slab of beef, but you've done it to yourself both times. Matt came up and pulled her hand away from her face. Let me look at it. He whistled. I think your nose is going to be about the size and color of a big tomato. Might have trouble getting your t-shirt over it. He looked over at Clay. Maybe we ought to stay here this weekend. People are going to think someone's abusing her. Abner tapped his fist on her shoulder. You going to keep playing? I think someone said earlier tonight, 3rd time's the charm.
It was 3 strikes and you're out. I'm not sure I want to stand here and get hit a 3rd time.
Reina had to laugh at herself. If she were playing with girls, even on the street, they'd have her lying down on the ground and have formed a circle around her. Someone would be carefully holding ice to her eye and nose. 2 others would be holding her hands, and they'd be cooing and making comforting noises. Instead, these guys were encouraging her to risk a 3rd shot. The sharp pain had dulled to a low throb, and her double vision had faded. She pulled her head up. She'd walked through bigger fires than this. She smiled. Not too big, since it hurt to move the right side of her face.
Let's go. It's going to be dark soon.
Boone barked out a laugh.
The only thing tougher than that meat tonight is the girl who cooked it.
Everyone laughed at Mav's comment. She didn't feel tough. But quitting didn't sit right with her either. Maybe the first hit had knocked her brain out. Or maybe she didn't know any other way to be. Clay served it this time. Whether he did it on purpose or not, the ball went straight to her. For a split second, she could feel it hitting her face again, felt the pain, and felt her body's instant and natural reaction to jerk away. Then something rose up inside of her, something hot and strong. She let out a war whoop she didn't even know she was capable of and rushed the ball with steel-eyed determination. At the last second, her brain reminded her hands to hit the ball up, not straight ahead, and it went sailing over the net. Maybe they let it go to be nice. Or maybe they were just so stunned they couldn't move. But neither Luke, Clay, nor Mav touched the ball as it bounced just inside the boundary line, which happened to be a broom handle. This time, she waited until she was sure she'd done well before she did her victory dance. Chapter 6. The air cooled off a lot when the sun went down, and it was almost to the cold point when they knocked off. Clay threw the ball to Boone, who stored it back under the camper. The guys filed into their RV to shower and head to bed. Clay ducked under the net and moved toward Reina, who had started to turn toward her RV. She stopped when she saw him coming. He huffed out a breath. I think most guys would wear that like a badge of honor, but I don't think you're going to be too happy when you look in the mirror.
Then I guess I won't look in the mirror.
I only have 2 sisters, but that's a little hard for me to believe. One side of his mouth kicked up. Course, I was in a bit of disbelief when you stayed in after the second hit.
Did you want something?
She said with an easy smile.
Or did you just come over here to make fun of my face?
Maybe you better get used to people making fun of your face. But no, I wanted to know if you were feeling up to making out that grocery list. Maybe you want to shower first?
Yeah, I'll shower and see if I can find some recipes.
She dug a toe into the ground.
I've never made a budget or anything. I'm not sure how much to spend.
He gave her the parameters they tried to fit in. I'll have the guys text you over some meal suggestions so you can have an idea of where to go with the recipes. Then when I get over, we'll figure it out. She blew her breath out.
It feels overwhelming.
I think making a meal plan and grocery list should be pretty easy compared to what you endured this evening. Her hand waved in the air.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, it hurt, but I'm glad I didn't quit. I think in one of the margins of your Bible, you have written, pain produces growth.
I don't know what verse that goes with, but I can guarantee you I wasn't talking about that kind of pain. Although it did make your nose grow. Her laugh flew out across the prairie night, and that same warm glow stirred deep in his chest again. He jerked his head up. You done good, kid. It was a stupid thing to say and not what he really wanted to tell her anyway. But the feelings that were stirring around his heart weren't ones that he was used to or even knew what to do with. Guilt pinched at the edges anyway, because he'd not thought of Angela once this evening, and now, when he did, he knew she wouldn't have played to begin with, which was fine, but she definitely wouldn't have stuck it out through the pain, taken the teasing and given it back. Which made him wonder how long she'd stick out the hard times in their marriage. It wasn't exactly the same, but he didn't like the thought. Or maybe it was the answer he wasn't liking. Because he was pretty sure Angela would expect there to be no rough spots and would look to him to make sure her life was smooth. Tonight, he could have told Reina he didn't want her playing anymore, or stopped the game if she refused to quit. But neither option was a good one, so he had to stand by and watch her get hurt. Twice. Then she played hurt for another hour, and again, it wasn't something he could fix without causing more problems. Basically, as he'd been thinking, he figured out there'd be times in his marriage where he couldn't keep Angela from getting hurt. He wasn't sure she wouldn't quit. He watched Reina until the door closed behind her. The odd warmth in his chest had turned into a pull. Something inside of him wanted to follow her, walk in that door behind her, and... He shook his head, spinning around and striding purposefully away. He passed the door to his own RV and continued walking. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew for sure he didn't like it. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he shot off a text to Reina telling her not to worry about the grocery list or schedule. He'd do it himself. Then he turned his phone off and shoved it back into his pocket, breaking into a fast jog along the deserted, field-lined dirt road. Reina shoved her nervousness aside as she walked with the harvest crew into Dave Smithson's backyard. It wasn't just her face that was causing her stomach to tighten and twist, although the fact that her nose and eye were both swollen with greenish tints wasn't helping anything. More than that, this definitely wasn't the type of house party she was used to. Sure, she'd been out with her own circle of friends some in college, but she'd never been this far out. She had absolutely nothing in common with these people, other than the fact that they knew Clay, and so did she. Speaking of Clay, he hadn't said one word to her since she'd walked into her camper the night before, going so far as to plan the grocery list himself. He'd even had her put his lunch in his pickup, rather than waiting for him to drive up in the tractor. Technically, he'd texted her a few times about locations and other business-related things, but he hadn't spoken a single word to her. She'd spent some time today trying to figure out if she'd offended him in some way, but couldn't think of a thing. The only thing she could figure out was that he was really preoccupied with his business in some way. It didn't take long at the party for her to start to suspect something else. The Smithsons were very nice. It was not their fault Reina felt out of place. She'd just never really hung with people who were so middle America. They lived in a house, not an apartment or a duplex. They had a yard, front and backyard, with a pool, a nice, well-maintained yard and pool. Their house was surrounded by fields of corn and something else she didn't recognize. She'd ask one of the guys later. And there were no neighbors in sight. Who lived like that? Mrs. Smithson, a cheerful woman probably in her 60s, greeted her with an "Oh, poor dear," and a huge warm hug. These people hugged strangers, complete and total strangers that they just met 3 seconds prior. They hugged her. She wasn't real sure what to do about that. It was weird, as Mrs. Smithson put sturdy arms around her, because her hug felt genuine. Not an "I'm hugging you because I have to," or anything like that. So strange. Halfway through the hug, Reina gave a mental shrug and hugged her back. "I'm so glad you could make it." Mrs. Smithson let go of her but grabbed Reina's hand in both of hers. From the brown of her arms and the roughness of her hands, Reina figured they didn't hire anyone to maintain that meticulously cared-for yard. "Clay told me about your volleyball incident." She tapped Reina's hand. "You poor dear. That looks so painful. And all those boys. You probably didn't even get a bag of ice, let alone a hug." She gave a little ladylike grunt. Then, like she couldn't stand the thought of Reina getting hurt and not hugged, she leaned in for the second hug of the evening. At that rate, Reina was either going to have to get away from her or quit counting. This time, Reina wasn't as slow to hug her back. A few more like that, and she might even start to like it. This must be what it was like on those old TV shows that were so corny she couldn't even watch them. The ones where the mom wore an apron over a pristine and modest dress and was always smiling, and there were family, including grandparents and siblings, and everyone said goodnight to each other. She'd always thought those were more stupid than fairy tales. But it almost seemed like it could be a reality here. A bunch of kids ran by before Mrs. Smithson could start up about her face and hugs and ice again. "Reina! Reina!" Gina screamed before slamming into her, wrapping her thin little girl arms around her waist and squeezing tight. Reina was so happy to see a familiar face as she tried to ground herself in this new world that she squeezed back tighter than she meant to, hugging the warm body to her. Gina didn't seem to mind. "I've been having so much fun. We've been swimming and taking tractor rides, and I got to feed the horses, and they said maybe when Daddy settles down, they'll let him have Sammy, the big black horse, so I can have him for my very own, and I want Daddy to settle down now. And tomorrow, if Daddy lets me stay, we're going to make ice cream because I worked real hard today when we were picking beans. I picked the most." She stopped to take a breath and moved back, her head whipping around as 2 other little girls flashed by. "Hey, I need to go. We're going to do sparklers soon, and I'm big, so I get to hold one in each hand. Bye!" Just like that, she was off. Reina had to laugh. Mrs. Smithson chuckled too. "That little girl has boundless energy. She's just been having a grand time with my grandkids." She went on a little about the kids, basically saying the same things Gina had, only in complete sentences with breathing happening between them. Reina got the feeling that she really did enjoy having the kids, and it wasn't an imposition. When Clay had said Gina was staying overnight, Reina had worried that something would happen, that she wouldn't be loved or cared for, that she wouldn't be safe. Unfounded worries, she could see now. She glanced around as Mrs. Smithson told a story about the kids in the bean patch. Where had Clay gone? She was still concerned that he was somehow upset with her. But then she found him, standing by the back door of the blue-sided home. His hands were clasped behind his back, like a soldier at ease. She'd never seen him stand like that before, in deep conversation with a medium-sized, jovial-looking man. But Clay wasn't looking at the man. His eyes were on the beautiful blonde standing tall and elegant beside the man. Reina was a woman to her toes, and she didn't need to look at the expression on Clay's face for more than a quarter of a second before her insides twisted into a tight spiral and her heart burned like it had just caught fire. Maybe he didn't love the poised blonde, but he was completely enraptured with her. Suddenly, Reina wished she'd taken the pain pills Mav had offered. Her eye thumped and her nose throbbed. The back of her throat burned. She put her hand on Mrs. Smithson's arm.
"She's so pretty."
It was God's truth.
"Who is that?"
Mrs. Smithson stopped mid-sentence and turned. She gave a little chuckle that didn't seem as warm as it had a moment ago.
"That's Angela Davis. She's the only child of our pastor and his wife. That's her dad standing right there talking to Clay."
Mrs. Smithson squeezed Reina's hand.
"She's probably about your age. I think she's 24 now, maybe. I'll introduce you."
Reina didn't realize she'd placed her free hand over the sharp pain in her stomach until the other woman's eyes darted down at the movement. Mrs. Smithson tisked.
"Oh, my sweetie. You're probably starved. Let me see if I can find Dave so he can say the blessing for us."
Mrs. Smithson gave Reina's arm one last pat as she hurried off, looking for her husband. Reina took one more glance at the adoring look on Clay's face before she turned completely away. She wanted to watch, to look closer, because Angela seemed to be everything that a man like Clay deserved. Not better than Reina, exactly. Just different. The way this house and yard and pool were different from an apartment and city streets and urban playgrounds. He fit with Angela the way this house fit in these cornfields. Reina could see clearly she didn't belong with Clay any more than her apartment building belonged beside the Smithsons' house. It was a hard thing to face. Mr. Smithson called for silence, and a hush settled over the people in the backyard. The guys removed their hats, and everyone else bowed their heads as he spoke, but Reina didn't bother. It wasn't really that she didn't believe in God. Maybe she hadn't for most of her life, but she had kind of changed her mind. Peer pressure more than anything else, probably. Clay seemed so sure he was real. The rest of the guys on the crew, too. Now everyone in the backyard had their heads bowed. Maybe they were onto something. Maybe there really was a God. Who knew? Reina was okay with that. But it was kind of dumb to talk to him. It wasn't like he could hear them or anything. Plus, in her experience, people had you close your eyes so they could take advantage of you. Immediately after the Amen, her eyes were scanning the crowd of people, and she met Boone's gaze as he settled his cowboy hat back on his head. Like he was waiting for her to notice him, he walked toward her. "Hey, you're looking a little lost, kid. Your eye hurting?" She shook her head. It was her heart. He hooked a thumb in the front pocket of his jeans. "I suppose you saw Clay with Angela?" Her eyes shot back to his. His face held pity. Any hope she'd harbored that she'd been wrong disappeared. "That's where he'll be all night. Wherever she is." He lifted a shoulder. "I was hoping they wouldn't come. Looks like the missus didn't. You can bet she'd have been here if she'd have known Clay was in town." "Huh?" The way Boone said that, it was almost like Mrs. Davis didn't approve of him. Or maybe she liked him so much she couldn't stay away. That was more likely, in Reina's opinion, but definitely not what Boone's tone conveyed. Boone looked across the heads to where Clay stood. "Mrs. Davis thinks Clay isn't good enough for her only daughter," he grunted. "Personally, that's crap, since there isn't a man alive who's better than Clay. I just think the woman doesn't want to give her little baby up, but whatever. She won't allow her husband to give Clay permission to do more than write letters. If he's lucky, he can talk to her for a few minutes after church."
Mrs. Davis doesn't like Clay?
Reina just couldn't believe it. How could anyone not like Clay? Oh, she likes him just fine. But yeah, that's the story. Clay's not Angela's spiritual equal, and they're holding out for a better man. Doesn't keep Clay from trying. Boone's face tightened. It's hard to watch. Reina could agree with that. It hurt more than she expected to see Clay pining after another woman. She'd known with a man like him, he'd probably already have been taken. Maybe originally she would have held him to his promise, or at least reminded him. That had been her plan, but that was dumb. She'd already decided Clay fit better with Angela. That meant she had to get over the pain in her heart. Come on. Boone grabbed her arm. Let's see if we can talk some folks into playing water volleyball. At her horrified expression, he grinned. We'll use a beach ball. Your nose is safe. Chapter 7. Clay stood next to Pastor Davis with Angela on the other side of her father. She looked breathtaking this evening in a brown knee-length skirt. Her blue shirt brought out the clear, guileless blue of her eyes, and her blonde hair lay in a perfect coil over her slender shoulder. She wore sandals, and her toes were pink and perfect. Normally, Clay didn't have a problem spending the evening talking to Pastor Davis and staring at Angela. But for some reason, tonight he felt restless. A shout and a cheer rose up, and he glanced again at the pool where a boisterous game of water volleyball was going on. A little flicker of worry brushed in his chest. Reina had just gotten hurt yesterday. Today, her whole face had been swollen and discolored. He'd stopped himself several times from asking if she needed anything, and once he almost insisted she go lie down. But he couldn't treat her differently than the rest of the crew. Not when he was fighting whatever pull she exerted on him. So, he'd kept his mouth shut. Keeping his eyes averted was proving to be a little harder. Either she hadn't been planning on going swimming, or she didn't have a suit with her. Someone had given her a t-shirt and a pair of basketball shorts. She was in the shallow end with Gina right beside her. Most of the kids that had been running around earlier were scattered around her. His crew and some of the other adults at the party were in the deep end. Supposedly, the guys not being able to touch the bottom gave the kids, and Reina, an advantage. Was she not able to swim? Or had the guys gone easy on her because of the pain from the previous night? Who didn't know how to swim? But it wasn't like his guys to go too easy, although a woman had a tendency to bring out the protective instincts of a man. He didn't like that his crew had to protect her. Angela, honey, go get me a bottle of water. The pastor had apparently finished his story of how he'd decided to paint the church basement green. Of course, she murmured. Her voice sounded like an angel's whisper. Her blue eyes met his for a second before they dropped. Would you like a drink, Mr. Stryker? His jaw tightened. Mr. Stryker. Like they were mere acquaintances. Like he hadn't written her a letter every week for the past 5 years. Yes, please, Miss Angela. He admired the curve of her neck and her servant's heart. She'd been sheltered and protected. And he would continue to shelter and protect her if he could only get her parents to allow them to be together. It's what he'd wanted for years. Was it still what he wanted? Or had he been enraptured with a dream? Reina seemed so much more real and alive. He wanted Angela's perfect decorum. But she didn't draw his eyes and call to his soul like Reina. Angela's cheeks reddened before she glanced once more into his eyes and walked gracefully away. He turned to the pastor almost immediately. Mr. Dyess held a hand up.
I know. I've been talking with her mother. We decided that tonight you may speak with her for 10 minutes as long as you stay in full sight of everyone at the party.
Clay almost felt like he should bow or something. He'd been waiting for this for so long. Why didn't it stir more than a little spark of excitement in his heart? He should be jumping up and down and doing cartwheels. He cleared his throat, having no trouble retaining his dignity. Thank you so much, Mr. Dyess. I know I'm not quite the standard you want for your daughter, but I promise. He would have kept going, but the pastor raised his hand again. Clay shut his mouth.
This doesn't mean we've given our permission for anything. We still do not approve of a match between you and our daughter. She's on a higher spiritual plane than you.
Mr. Dyess was several inches shorter, and he looked up at Clay.
There is a special speaker coming to the community next week as part of our Summer Arts Festival. His son, Logan, will be coming with him. I want you to convince our daughter to see Logan and give him a chance to present his suit to her.
Clay almost laughed outright. Only Mr. Dyess was completely serious. You want me to convince her to be with another man? He was proud of the levelness of his voice.
Yes.
Mr. Dyess did not seem to think he was out of line in his request. Clay wanted to turn on his heel and walk away, but he'd spent 6 years trying to get in this man's good graces. He couldn't throw all that work away, even if he wasn't sure this was what he wanted anymore. You know that I want to court your daughter. I think she would be receptive. I also believe we would make an excellent match. I would provide everything she could ever want.
I've heard you. This is what Mrs. Dyess and I have decided. Our daughter will spend the weekend with Logan. You will tell her that that's what she needs to do. If, after that, she decides she'd rather have you, we will agree to allow you to progress, very slowly, mind you, in your suit.
He should feel fireworks. He shouldn't be able to hide his smile. He should be pumping Pastor Dyess's hand and thanking him profusely. He didn't want to do any of that.
Between now and when Logan comes, you may speak with her for 30 minutes every evening, mostly for the purpose of setting her up with Logan.
He lowered his voice and looked around, leaning forward just a bit.
You will not tell anyone that you are talking her into meeting with Logan. I need your word on that.
Clay almost rolled his eyes. Mr. Dyess probably realized how crazy he sounded and didn't want anyone to know. He could see Mrs. Dyess's fingerprints all over this. She hated him for some reason, probably because if Angela married him, she'd be moving to North Dakota. But what else could he do? I won't tell anyone this week about Angela and Logan and my part in it. It was an easy promise to make. Clay would sound just as stupid as Mr. Dyess if he told anyone he had to go see Angela and talk her into seeing another man. Mr. Dyess straightened.
If she chooses you, you may court her for 3 years. At the end of 3 years, you may build a house directly beside Mrs. Dyess's and mine, and you may marry her, but you will agree to never move away from the house beside ours.
Clay's mouth dropped. I have a ranch in North Dakota. My mother's a widow. She depends on me to help take care of her.
I told my wife you wouldn't be able to keep your end of the bargain.
Clay snapped his mouth shut. Oh, I can keep it. He lifted his chin. I will be at your house every night this week to spend 30 minutes with your daughter. He'd waited too long to quibble over details. Sure, he didn't know any more if Angela was what he really wanted, but this would give him the perfect opportunity to find out. He could talk to her with no pressure. He'd never been allowed to even do that much before. Reina pulled at him on some elemental level, and he'd never been able to forget her. But he'd had his mind set on Angela for so long. 30 minutes every evening this week would give him the time he needed to talk to her. Maybe he'd never felt pulled to Angela because he'd never spent any time with her. Mr. Davis inclined his head, acknowledging Clay's pledge. "We'll see. Here she comes. I'll start your 10 minutes now." Clay's eyes widened. Right now? Mr. Davis had said it was going to happen, but somehow Clay still wasn't expecting this. Well, fine. Words would flow naturally between them. He'd written 10 letters to her one, but it didn't matter. He could keep a conversation going. She glided up, handing her dad his cold bottle of water. "Thank you," the pastor said before giving Clay a lifted brow glance and striding away. Clay's hands started to sweat. His fingers shook as she held out his bottle. He took it from her. "Thanks," he said, his voice squeaking. He cleared his throat. "Thank you." "You're welcome," she said with a perfect smile. Funny how he'd longed to talk to her for years, had written pages and pages of words, but now couldn't think of a thing to say. She came to his rescue. "Your daughter doesn't live with you all the time, correct?" He got the impression from her tone that she didn't want him to live with his daughter. Could he be mistaken about that? She hadn't responded to him when he'd written her about Gina, and he hadn't explained Gina's circumstances or how he'd ended up with a daughter and no wife. His eyes were drawn to the pool just as Gina hit the ball. It wasn't going to make it over the net, but Reina lunged forward and tapped it up. Boone surged toward it but missed. The kids cheered and splashed. Gina spun, throwing her arms around Reina. They danced in a splashing circle. Clay's lips curved up. "She seems to have a lot of energy." Her tone said that wasn't a good thing. "Thank you." He assumed he read her tone wrong. He wanted to be able to introduce Angela to Gina and explain about her, but he needed to tell Reina first. He didn't want the information to come to her like gossip. He wasn't sure Reina was ready to hear the truth. "Why aren't you with her mother?" she asked, her tone one of polite inquiry, no hint of jealousy. He wanted to say because he never thought of anyone but her. But that wasn't true. Not anymore. Last night, he'd not gone to Reina's RV because it seemed to him there was something eddying between them, and had been since she came. At the time, he hadn't considered it might be attraction, but now, facing Angela and fighting himself not to stare at Reina, he could admit that might be it. "Because I wanted you," he finally said through lips that were stiff. He had intended to utter that statement in present tense, want, but he'd discovered as the word was forming in his mouth that it was a lie. There was splashing in the pool as several of his crew wrestled, apparently trying to dunk each other. Apparently the game had broken up, since Boone and Abner were on the cement, walking away from the pool with towels around their necks. Mr. Smithson motioned to them and they headed toward the grill. Clay turned back to Angela, determined to make the most of what he'd been given. "I've waited a long time to be able to talk to you." That was true. The statement got him back on solid ground and restored his confidence. "Can we not talk about other women right now?" Suddenly, there was a scream, followed by running and shouts. Clay turned, his body automatically starting for the pool, his eyes scanning where he'd just seen his daughter and Reina. He spotted Gina immediately, sitting at the edge of the pool, her feet hanging in the water, like she was letting herself drip off some before she got completely out. But Gina's mouth was open and her arms were stretched out. It didn't take a full second for Clay to know exactly what that meant. He dropped his water somewhere between there and the pool. Some of his crew were still in the water at the far end. 2 of them continued to wrestle like they hadn't even heard the shouts. Several kids stood by the edge of the pool. Clay blew by them. Because of the long angle of where he stood, he could see the dark blob under the shadow of the net that must have been Reina. She was probably hidden from the sight of Boone and Abner by the net. Clay got to the edge of the pool and did a shallow dive, something he normally wouldn't even consider. But his brain was all on the fastest way to get to Reina. That seemed to be it. Stretched out, he splashed into the pool. The cool water skimmed by, but he barely noticed. He kept his eyes open wide. Her shape appeared. Her black hair floated around her head. Her cheeks puffed out. Her hands swiped at the water. Panic laced every molecule of her face. That look drove him more than raw fuel on a bonfire. His boots were heavy and dragged down. His fingertips reached out, just missing her floating hair. She saw him, recognition coloring her wide, panicked gaze. She reached a hand out, flailing, but the motion pushed her back. Their fingertips just brushed. He pushed forward, dragging his feet. His heart pounded. Pressure built in his neck and chest. He needed to breathe. Her hair brushed the skin of his fingertips. He shoved as hard as he could, feeling a bit of ease when her hair curled around the tips of his fingers. Frantically, he swirled his hand, wrapping the dark strands around like they were the strings of a rope. He yanked, knowing it would hurt her, but desperate to get her up. Her body came, her eyes no longer wide but drifting closed. His chest felt strangled, his hands clumsy, his feet heavy. Nothing moved as fast as he needed it to. With a final yank, her head hit his shoulder. His arm wrapped around her waist. He bent his knees, shoving off the floor of the pool with every piece of strength his body possessed. Their momentum slowed, and they hadn't broken the surface yet. His boots might prevent him from being able to reach that goal. A big hand shot down in front of his face, grabbing Reina and lifting her body up, out of his arms. He let her go. Reina sat on a chair in the corner of the yard, far away from the pool. Glad to not be the center of attention anymore, she huddled in the sweatshirt someone had given her. It was way too big, but it offered warmth and security, both of which she craved. Clay stood in the center of a group of people, which included Pastor Davis and Angela, talking. Probably not about rescuing her anymore, although that had been the topic for a while. His jeans and boots were gone, replaced by basketball shorts and sandals. His short hair was almost dry. He wore a dark blue t-shirt that was a size or two too small, since it pulled over his shoulders and hugged his narrow waist. He'd gotten himself out of the pool after Boone had pulled her out. That's what she heard, anyway. She remembered seeing him in the water, but she didn't remember breaking the surface herself. She'd woken up, coughing, along the side with Boone pounding on her back. Someone had said Clay had risked drowning by not removing his boots. She wasn't sure if he'd been in too big of a hurry or just hadn't thought of it. Boone had apologized. He said he couldn't see what Gina was pointing at because of the shadow of the net. Reina certainly didn't fault him and assured him that there was no need to apologize. She should be the one apologizing, since she knew she couldn't swim, but had foolishly gone in too deep, lunging for the ball and losing her footing. She hadn't realized it got so deep so fast where the net was. And wasn't that the story of her life? She leaned her head back and looked up at the three-quarters moon that shone down over the prairie and the lone house with the friendly, laughing people milling about in the yard. Someone had turned colored lights on in the pool, and several young adults were silhouetted as they moved about the water. Reina shivered and turned her head back to the sky. She could claim her parents didn't care about her, and that was mostly true. But she'd known the dangers of online gaming. She just thought she was smarter than everyone else. Too streetwise to get duped by anyone with a hidden agenda. She'd gone in too deep. She'd believed Clay when he'd promised he'd marry her if she stayed out of trouble and got her college degree. She'd allowed herself to fall in love with a daydream. Although, unlike most daydreams, real-life Clay was better. But he wanted someone else. She was still trying to make her way back to shore on that one. She shivered again. Once things had gone black in the pool, she hadn't been afraid any longer. Maybe death wouldn't be so bad. Immediately, she recoiled from that thought. There was too much fight in her to give up on life. Maybe she could give up on Clay. Probably she could. She wasn't sure she wanted a man who had to be talked into liking her anyway. But the fact that she'd almost died tonight wasn't something she could ignore. What would have happened to her if she had? She wished she was home so she could thumb through the pages of Clay's Bible, the one he'd given her. She remembered reading something that made her think there might be more. Of course, maybe the Bible didn't have the answers. Maybe Buddha did. Or Muhammad. What made Christians right and every other religion wrong? She looked back over at Clay. He didn't seem to have those questions. One hand half shoved in his pocket, one hand holding a water, his posture relaxed, an easy smile on his face, deepening the well-worn grooves in his tanned and weather-hardened face. There was nothing about him that was scared or unsure, which were the main two emotions she felt, currently and even before her near drowning. Was his security because of his religion? She wouldn't have said that, wouldn't have thought that, except she'd read his comments in the margins of his Bible. Motion to the side made her turn her head. Gina. "Hey, Miss Reina." Gina stopped without touching the chair. "Hey, Gina. I'm sorry you fell in the water." Her little face was sincere and still held a hint of fear. "I'm sorry I scared everyone by being where I shouldn't have been." "Daddy was really scared." Gina shivered. Reina wasn't close to her parents. After she was abducted, she was removed from their home and placed with several different foster parents. Last she'd heard, her dad was in prison and her mom had married and moved east. Still, she knew that as a child, when the adults in your life were scared, it rocked your world. She held her arm out. Gina moved into it, pressing against Reina's side. "You were under the water a long time. Then Daddy was under too." Gina took a trembling breath. Guilt clutched at Reina's lungs. She'd scared a lot of people tonight. Not the least was this little girl, whom she barely knew. Could she love someone she'd just met? Her heart pulled with feelings she hadn't known she was capable of, and her arm tightened around Gina. "I'm sorry," she whispered. It was all her fault. She could always blame other people, but her bad decisions were her bad decisions. Could she use her bad decisions to learn how to make good ones?
I don't want you to die.
Gina shuddered, and Reina pulled her little body into her lap.
I really don't want Daddy to die. We're all safe now.
She couldn't guarantee they wouldn't die. They could. On the way home tonight. She wasn't going to make guarantees that she couldn't back up, but she could still try to cheer up Gina.
Your dad made a meal list for me, and we're going tomorrow to buy all the groceries I need. Are you going to help me learn how to make everything?
Gina nodded with her head against her chest.
Did either of your uncles tell you what I did to supper last night?
Gina giggled.
I think that was a yes. Uncle Boone said it tasted good.
Gina lifted her head, a little twinkle in her eye.
But Uncle Mav said he needed tiger teeth to chew it.
Reina laughed. Her hand moved lightly over Gina's back.
Uncle Mav is honest anyway. He's fun. Yeah, your dad has a good family. Daddy said another couple of years and we'll settle down in North Dakota beside Grandma. He said I can stay overnight at Grandma's house all summer long if I want and play with my friends every day.
She bounced a little on Reina's lap, and Reina thought she might be getting ready to jump up and run away. But then Gina yawned and laid her head on Reina's shoulder. Her arm squeezed Reina's body, and she burrowed in deeper.
Maybe my mom will come this week,
she whispered. Reina had kind of forgotten about that. She hoped, for Gina's sake, that she could be happy about his what? Ex-girlfriend? Ex-lover? It was hard to think of Clay as anything but pure, but she supposed everyone had a past. Too bad she couldn't get away from hers. Chapter 8. Clay walked into the girls' RV the next morning with his brain knotted and twisted. Funny that for the first time in years, he'd had time to talk to Angela, but he'd not wasted a second to run from her and jump in the pool for Reina. Part of that was knowing that time was of the essence, but he could have shouted at any of the boys along the edge. Any one of them, all of them, would have jumped in. A shout would have been faster. He wouldn't have had to sacrifice his 10 minutes of time with Angela. But he hadn't shouted. He hadn't wanted to trust Reina's life to anyone, not even his brothers and best friends. He didn't regret it, even though by the time they were out of the pool and it was obvious that Reina was going to be okay, Mr. Davis had Angela back by his side, and Clay never did get the opportunity to finish his talk with her. Reina didn't turn when he walked in, but her whole attention was concentrated on gently getting her spatula under the egg to flip it without breaking the yolk. He wanted to tease her, do something to break her concentration, and get a reaction, a smile, a touch. That was the other thing. He didn't really care that he'd missed his time talking to Angela because he didn't have anything to say. He didn't feel pulled to her, wasn't tempted to bare his heart and soul. He admired her in a kind of clinical, impersonal way, but not in the way that his eyes felt drawn to her, that his whole consciousness was aware of where she was at all times and longed for her when she moved out of the room. Like he did with Reina. He slid into the far corner of the booth across from where Abner and Boone already sat and nodded at them in greeting. They kept up their conversation about the price of wheat in China, the drought in Montana, and the weather in Canada. He only listened with half an ear. He had no doubt if he married Angela, it wouldn't matter if he wanted to talk to her or not. if he felt compelled to follow her with his eyes or not, if he couldn't bear for her to leave the room without him following. He'd stay married to her, be faithful, until he lay in the ground, facing up at the grass. He'd do it. But he'd just found out yesterday, in the 3 minutes that he'd talked to Angela, that maybe what he thought he'd wanted for the last 6 years wasn't what he actually wanted. Or maybe he should say who he actually wanted. Reina, in her typical tight, holey jeans, turned toward the table with 4 perfect eggs over easy on a plate. She set it down in front of Clay. "Hey, I was here first," Boone said immediately. "Guess you're not the boss," Abner said easily, with a little smile. "Since when does the boss eat first?" Boone asked with an eye on Clay's eggs. "I have more eggs over here on a plate," Reina said as she turned and grabbed toast. Mav and Luke opened the door and climbed the stairs. Mac spoke from the couch. "I thought it was Mav's turn to cook breakfast anyway." "It was," Mav said as he slid in beside Clay. "But I told Reina I'd teach her to swim this afternoon if she cooked for me this morning." Clay jerked up. He couldn't help it, and his neck hairs pricked at Mav's superior grin. "I don't think so." The words came out of his mouth before he had a chance to think about them. "Don't think what?" Mav asked. "You're right. Reina needs to learn how to swim, and I will teach her." Reina put plates of eggs and toast down in front of Boone and Abner. "You all bow your heads, 'cause I'm going to ask the blessing before my eggs get cold." Boone didn't wait to look around and see who listened. Clay bowed his head, but he didn't hear the prayer. There was no doubt in his mind that God had prompted him to give Reina his Bible. God had also arranged it that he was at the right angle to see her in the pool. Any time he'd tried to get closer to Angela, he'd met nothing but a closed door. With Reina, each door kept opening. He didn't want to rush into anything, but he'd be dipped if he let his brother teach her to swim. Boone said amen, and Clay lifted his eyes. Gina stood in the doorway in her nightgown. "Come on down, sweetie," Clay said. Gina jogged down the stairs, wrapping her arms around Reina's waist before running over and climbing into Boone's lap. Clay picked up his fork. "You can't be at the river today anyway, Mav." "Oh, yeah?" Mav said, his mouth only half full. "Why not?" "You're picking up the groceries I ordered yesterday." Mav snorted. "Am not." "And it'd be kind of hard to take Gina to the movie you promised her if you're at the river." Clay dipped his toast into his egg, breaking the sealed yolk. Golden orange ran out. Reina had cooked them perfectly and given them to him. It didn't mean anything, of course, other than he was the boss. But it made him unspeakably happy that she wasn't favoring one of his crew. In all his thoughts, he'd never considered that Reina might want someone else. He'd only been thinking of himself. Maybe she wanted to be at the river with Mav. "Oh, I'd forgotten about that," Mav finally said. "I didn't," Gina said perkily. "Of course you didn't. Gigi never forgets a promise." Boone smirked at Mav. "You're coming too," Gina said with her hand on Boone's face. "Really?" he asked with an indulgent grin. "Yep. You have to keep Mav from embarrassing me." "He embarrasses you?" Boone asked in fake surprise. "Yeah." Gina folded her arms over her chest and glared at Mav. "He passes gas and blames it on me. He chews his popcorn with his mouth open, and he whistles at everyone who walks in and acts like I did it." "Meet the uncle that's never getting married." Boone patted Gina on the shoulder.
I'm getting married,
Mav said, his brows lowered and what looked a lot like a pout on his face. Think not. There's not a woman alive who'll put up with gas coming out both ends or talking with your mouth full. Abner grinned. His mouth was definitely full.
None of that will matter when they see this handsome face and awesome personality.
Mav's comment was met with outright laughter.
I think it's the whistling at other women that's going to get you in trouble,
Reina said with a small smile at Mav.
I'll listen to you, Mav said. These other clowns aren't any closer to getting married than I am.
Clay is, Matt called from the couch. Boone snorted.
He gets 30 minutes to talk to her. This year. Next year he might be able to kneel at her feet. At that rate, he'll be 90 before he's allowed to hold her hand.
Luke shoved his fork into his pile of eggs.
Of course, he's still closer to the altar than Mav.
Everyone laughed. Some women are worth waiting for, Abner said low. No one had a smart comment for that.
Hey, guys, look at the time. We'd better move.
Luke held his phone up, showing they only had 15 minutes before they had to leave. Clay dug into his food like everyone else, but he was no longer sure about what he wanted. He thought Angela was worth waiting for, and technically she was. She was a nice woman and would be a good wife. But to his surprise, after all these long years of pining over her, he was less and less inclined to believe she would be a good wife for him. Reina had to admit a bit of surprise when she walked into the sanctuary and the roof didn't fall down on her. Will miracles never cease? She definitely didn't feel comfortable. She wouldn't go so far to say that she'd rather be at the bottom of the Smithson swimming pool, but the thought was there. So were the Smithsons. Gina went flying to the friends she'd made over the past few days, and Mrs. Smithson, holding a baby that was big enough to hold its head up but maybe not big enough to walk, hurried over. She held her free arm out.
Reina, dear, I'm so glad you made it this morning. You scared me half to death yesterday.
Reina returned her warm, squishy hug, feeling loved by this woman who should be a stranger.
I'm fine and dandy this morning, she said. I even made eggs over easy.
Her eyes moved to Clay. He wore new jeans and a blue plaid button-down. He carried his Bible, a bigger one than he'd given her, easily in one hand, like he'd been born with it. He'd not spoken with her this morning. He'd also not argued when the guys teased him about Angela. It had caused her heart to feel heavy. It had also made her think that, as much as she'd been enjoying herself for the last few days, maybe she needed to find a real job, using her degree, and settle down. Somewhere Clay wasn't. But he'd insisted he was teaching her to swim. Did that mean anything? Or did he just not trust Mav to not let her drown and he didn't want that guilt on his conscience? Music started to play, and Mrs. Smithson hurried off. People had been walking up to the crew, but to Clay especially, shaking his hand and greeting him warmly. He seemed at home here, and people respected him. Reina followed the men to a pew and slipped in, ending up between Boone and Abner. It didn't really surprise her to see that Angela sat in the front. This was Reina's first time in church, but she figured that was where the important people sat. She hated the feeling of eyes staring at her back, like they could know what she'd done just by looking at her in this holy place. Once the beginning was over and they didn't have to stand anymore, she felt better. Sandwiched between such large men, she felt less conspicuous. Of course, she was female and she couldn't help noticing that she was dressed a lot differently than most of the other congregants. None of them looked like her, Not even close. This was definitely not her crowd. But she didn't feel unwanted. Clay's crew helped with that, some. And the fact that Clay seemed to be highly regarded, even if he wasn't good enough for the pastor's daughter, helped. He'd put his stamp of approval on her by having her with him. Just like Mrs. Smithson had accepted her, hugged her, and even made her feel loved. Reina wasn't sure what to make of it. Chapter 9. As Clay walked out of the service, piano music floating behind him, Pastor Davis pulled him aside at the door.
Our agreement was 30 minutes every evening, but this evening after church we're hosting a missionary family, so you can have your 30 minutes right after Angela is done with choir practice.
He looked at his wrist, but there was no watch on it.
It'll probably be 45 minutes to an hour before she's done.
Clay looked over the man's head and out the door where his crew, with Reina and Gina, congregated beside the 2 vehicles they drove to church. He wanted to say it didn't suit him now, but the guys and Gina would all fit in the one truck, and he could take Reina to the river in the other. She'd just have to wait while he talked to Angela. Would she mind? Reina was a friend, while Angela was a potential wife, so she shouldn't, right? There were other people waiting to talk to the pastor, so he made a quick decision, nodding his head. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll be out here.
She and I will come find you when she's done.
The pastor turned to the person behind him. Okay. Clay strode over to his group of guys. I'm teaching Reina to swim this afternoon, so you guys can all take the crew cab and head to town. He met Boone's eyes. Put lunch on the business card. Sure, preach. Clay ignored his smirk. You okay to hang out with these ruffians, Gina?
As long as they take me to a movie and I get popcorn and I don't have to sit beside Uncle Mav.
Clay ruffled her hair, knowing there wasn't anyone else who would protect his daughter more fiercely than his crew. That's great. I need someone to tattle on these guys if they're bad. Gina put her hands on her hips and lifted her brows.
Uncle Mav offered me $20 to keep my mouth shut. Are you paying better than he is?
Clay choked on his spit, but considering his little brother, the news shouldn't surprise him. Whatever he offers you, I'll double it. After seeing Mav's eyes grow shrewd, Clay realized maybe he should have made that deal in secret. Too late. He was thinking about Reina and spending the afternoon with her and wasn't paying good enough attention to his real life to outthink his little brother. He realized he'd never really asked Reina if she would rather go with him than Mav. He'd just insisted. Well, she didn't speak up, so she was stuck with him. He supposed he should feel bad, but he wanted to talk to her anyway. See you at the evening service, Abner said as he fingered the keys. Even though he'd grown up Amish and never driven anything but a horse before he'd come out west from southern Ohio, he'd gotten his commercial driver's license the first year he'd hired on to a harvest crew. We'll be here, Clay said. They piled into the truck, Gina waving at him. Clay looked around for Reina, but she wasn't standing behind him like he'd thought. He turned, scanning the mostly deserted parking lot, then moving his gaze to the cemetery beside the little church. She was strolling along the foot of a row of tombstones. Maybe she had a fixation on death. He didn't know much about her at all. Maybe he could remedy that this afternoon. He wanted to know everything there was to know about her. There was also Gina to consider. At some point, he needed to come clean about her. After a brief thought about giving her some privacy and time alone, he strolled over. She stood with her head down, looking at a particularly new tombstone. Her hair blew gently in the slight breeze. With her profile toward him, he could clearly see her swollen nose and eye. It made his stomach twist.
"Do you know this person?"
she asked without looking at him as he stopped beside her, just a foot or so between them. It wasn't what he was expecting, and he jerked a bit before looking down. There wasn't much grass growing over the humped ground, and the death date on the stone was from earlier in the spring, maybe 4 months ago. I might have met them, but I don't recognize the name. She finally looked at him. Her eyes were serious.
"I could have died yesterday."
Ah, yeah. A brush with death had a way of bringing a person up short, made a body think. He acknowledged her statement with a jerk of his head, but he said, "We could die today yet. It doesn't take that long, and there's still time."
"You don't seem concerned about it."
"I think my mom will take care of Gina." His mom didn't know who Gina's real mother was. Suddenly, Clay wanted to tell Reina about her child immediately. If he died first, she might never find out. Her next words stopped him.
"But what about you?"
"Me? You mean when I die?" She nodded. It hit him then. "You're scared." He was surprised, and the words came out harsher, more accusatory than he intended. Reina didn't look like the kind of girl who got scared, but of course, looks were always deceiving. Her eyes went back to the tombstone. Her lip piercing flickered. "Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to say it like that." Her body backed away, and her head turned. He could see one little tear glisten on her cheek. Maybe it was his own fear of losing her, combined with the location and the fresh grave that could have been hers. Maybe it was just that he'd been thinking about her nonstop almost since she shot that rattlesnake. But he did something he'd never done before. He touched her, pulled her to him, and wrapped his arms around her. It wasn't the hug of a lover. It was comfort for a friend. Maybe they weren't even friends. He didn't know. He'd had a lot of changes happening in his heart and life, and he hadn't even figured them out himself yet, let alone shared them with anyone. Plus, there was Gina. Clay was very aware there was every chance that Reina would reject Gina. He'd not forgotten, not for 1 second, that Gina's biological father was a man who'd paid to use a young teen's drugged-up body. Reina might not be able to live with that. He wasn't sure she was ready to deal with it just yet either. Her body cuddled into his, softer than she looked. Smaller, too. She put on a tough facade. There'd been holes appearing in it since she arrived, but it was still mostly intact. Clay wanted to think he'd seen under it, wanted to think it would fall off completely. He hoped it would, knew the rough clothes, dyed hair, and piercings were part of the walls she put up to protect herself from more and worse pain. Knowing what he knew about her past, how could he blame her? Her body shook. Was she crying? His arms tightened, and his head lowered until it rested on hers. "Hey, it's okay." "It's really not. I'm scared." Her words were muffled against his shirt, and he had to strain to hear them. "That's natural, darling. You almost died." Her arm slid around his waist. He could hold her when she was crying and pretend she was his friend. But he couldn't feel her hands on him and pretend it didn't mean anything to him. But she was scared and crying, and he shoved it aside, holding her and giving her a safe place to stand. She didn't have to be scared. He had the words and knowledge to help her, but she couldn't use Jesus as fire insurance. Even the devils believe and tremble. Plus, he wasn't feeling very spiritual himself with her arms around his waist and his heart beating in his chest. But he couldn't close his mouth around the words. "You'd asked me about the difference," referring to her question about what made Christianity different. He'd overheard her asking it to herself one evening last week as they did the dishes, and he'd known then she'd been searching. She'd shaken her head and started talking about the groceries and meal plan, and he'd let it go. She sniffed and nodded. Almost drowning had probably made a casual search desperate. "Our Savior is alive. That's the difference." She pulled back, her eyes wet with tears, fear still pinching her mouth, her hands gripping his shirt.
"But how do you know?"
she cried. There were witnesses recorded in history who had seen the risen Christ. The apostles, every one of them, after seeing him arise, had died martyrs' deaths. Brutal, painful deaths. History had them recorded. Would they have done that for a dead man? There was more proof if that's what a person needed. But he didn't say all that to her. He didn't need to. Either she had faith or she didn't. Because, in the end, to believe in anything, even nothing was something, and there was no more proof for nothing than something, took faith. He lifted a shoulder. "The tomb is empty." Seconds ticked by as she processed his simple statement. She closed her eyes. Her face relaxed as the fear drained away. He smiled, the tight knot he hadn't even noticed in his chest loosening. His hands came up, and he used his thumbs to carefully wipe the tears from under her eyes. Her hands lifted, and she pressed her palms against his cheeks. It felt right and good for her to hold him like that, but he didn't close his eyes to enjoy it, because her gaze held his.
"That's the second time you saved me."
He shook his head. "Not me." She smiled, and he was drawn to it, leaning down, closer.
"That's right," she whispered. "You're just the one he keeps using for me."
His lip kicked up because he'd thought that same thing not that long ago. Their noses touched, and he shifted his head. His body trembled, and his mind whirled until the only thing he knew was the woman in front of him and her soft smile, the smile that was for him alone. "Clay Stryker!" Pastor Davis's voice shot into his consciousness, and he jerked back. More surprised than ashamed, although he hadn't planned on ever having his first kiss in a graveyard. He supposed one got better at romantic gestures with practice. There hadn't been a first kiss, but if Pastor Davis hadn't interrupted them, there would have been. His musing was cut short when he realized hurt had contorted Reina's features for an instant. He reached for her, but she turned away, taking a step and looking at the next gravestone.
"Clay?"
Angela's voice. Softer, with its own hint of hurt. He wanted to give a long, audible sigh and run both hands through his hair. He had a lot of explaining to do. To Angela. To Reina. To Gina, eventually. He straightened his shoulders and turned to the father and daughter who stood staring at him. The pastor's mouth was open. Angela's brows were down. Not angry exactly, but definitely confused. "I'm not sure what to say," Pastor Davis started. That girl. He looked beyond Clay's shoulder to Reina, who had moved down, even farther away. She almost drowned last night. It definitely made her think about her place in eternity. Clay met the man's eyes straight on, watching dawning recognition enlighten them. I see. Pastor Davis was most certainly overprotective of his only daughter. He allowed his wife to boss him. And there were surely other ways in which he wasn't perfect. He was human, after all. But at his heart, he loved people, and he loved God, and he was working in that small church and tiny community because he loved the lost and had compassion for them. His features softened, and he glanced with new understanding at Reina. Maybe she needs me. Clay nodded. I don't think she thinks that God could love her. She'd probably appreciate hearing you tell her that he does. I see. The pastor murmured, not even looking at Clay and already moving toward Reina, the wheels of his brain turning, probably conjuring up verses and proofs. Clay had seen the witness in her eyes. The pastor would only help. He turned back to Angela. She tilted her head. Have I lost you? Opening his mouth to tell her yes, she had, Clay stopped when she put her hand up in a pleading gesture. Wait, please. He closed his mouth. My father said he promised you 30 minutes with me every night this week. He did. Angela took a deep breath. Something in her expression made Clay feel like maybe she really had wanted him, or did like him. And he said you gave your word you'd be there. He had. He wouldn't go back on it. It's been 6 years, she said. Yes. Her hands tightened a little on the Bible she held. She pushed her hair back. I think I deserve one last week, maybe. Maybe you're not completely gone, and you might decide that there's something in those 6 years worth salvaging. She moved forward and put her cool hand on his arm. It was the first time she'd touched him. He flexed under her fingers, but more because of the uncomfortable sensation that the touch wasn't right than because it affected him. Her eyes flared, triumph, perhaps, just for a millisecond. But he saw it. It seemed like an odd reaction for a sheltered innocent. He sighed. I promised your dad I would talk you into spending next weekend with Logan, the son of the speaker that's coming to town Saturday. I know. Her gentle smile was back in place. You give me a week. 30 minutes every day. Her fingers pressed into his skin. Unless I can talk my dad into more. The pressure on his arm eased. And I will be talked into spending next weekend with Logan. She tilted her head. Maybe by then you won't be able to let me go? He highly doubted it. But maybe with that amount of time, she'd come to realize she didn't want him either. Her fingers tightened. 6 years of letters. The romance that was our secret. Don't throw it away. He pressed his mouth closed. He hadn't thought of his letters as a secret romance. He hadn't hidden the fact that he was writing. Still, he didn't think he would be tempted by Angela. Not after what had just happened with Reina. Even now, he felt compelled to look for her, to touch her, even if only with his eyes, to cut short this conversation so he could go to her. Yeah, he knew his personality was very black and white. No shades of gray. He'd seen, quite clearly, that he'd been wrong about Angela, that she wasn't what he'd built her up to be in his head. He also saw that all along Reina had been the one. From the very first time he'd seen her, he couldn't forget her. Had deliberately adopted her child, linking them forever. Had written to her, knowing he wanted to keep that connection. He didn't want Angela, and never had. He'd built a castle in the sky with no basis in reality. He wanted the mother of his child. Standing here with Angela, he felt nothing but a faint revulsion. But he could do what he'd promised, 30 minutes for the next 5 evenings. Funny, because last week this time he would have been all over that like a dog on a stake. Now it was something he'd have to force. All those years when he thought Pastor Davis was being ridiculous for not allowing him to even walk out with his daughter. Now he could see it was clearly the Lord's timing. Clay hadn't gotten permission to spend time with Angela until he knew he didn't want to. Perfect timing. Heavenly timing. He sent up a quick prayer of thanks. Chapter 10. Reina had thought she'd be waiting around for Clay. After all, it was his time with Angela. But he leaned against his pickup, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes tracking her as she came out of the church, carrying the new Bible Pastor Davis had given her. She'd been bused to church some after Clay had rescued her. She'd even given the whole thing a shot. While her foster family had allowed her to go, they hadn't encouraged it, and that type of living wasn't exactly popular with her school friends. She'd become a church kid dropout. Today, everything had fallen into place for her. She wasn't under any weird illusions that her life would be perfect from now on, but she definitely had a much clearer plan of where she wanted to go. Funny that she had Clay to thank for this, too. As she approached his truck, he unfolded and straightened, his look intense. It was automatic for her to put defenses up and look away. She stopped herself. Holding up the Bible, she said, "I can give you your testament back. I have my own now." "I should have made sure you had one," he murmured. "Maybe I wasn't ready for it." A big shoulder lifted. She looked around. "I'm sorry to have held you up. Where's Angela?" Pretty sure that her voice didn't waver. She knew it would still be a bit before she truly accepted the fact that Clay had someone else and wasn't the one for her. She didn't begrudge him any happiness. And Angela was probably a really nice person. That's what Reina was supposed to think, anyway. She could get her thoughts right, but her heart wasn't there yet. "I don't know," Clay answered. He looked like he didn't care, but that was probably just wishful thinking on her part. His eyes swept over her. She wasn't exactly ashamed of her holey jeans and tight t-shirt, but she was starting to feel like she wasn't that person anymore, the person her clothes declared her to be. Not that it mattered. She didn't have anything else to wear. "Are you okay?" Clay's eyes truly looked concerned, like he sincerely cared about her well-being and was focused on listening to her answer. She nodded. Yes. That was the one thing she was sure of. There would always be scars, but she had always thought the difficult parts of her life had made her harder. Today, she'd changed her thinking. Not harder, stronger. The past would never go away, but she could choose what she became because of it. Again, she had known that, but the path of how to get there had become visible today. He nodded, his look satisfied, like he'd seen whatever he'd been looking for when he was studying her face. The corner of Clay's mouth kicked up. "You want me to teach you to swim?" Her mouth mirrored his. "Oh, you're asking now?" "I'm sorry. I should have asked to begin with." She looked at him for a minute. Really? He apologized? She wasn't used to people apologizing, especially men.
"It's okay. I'm really scared at the thought of getting back in the water, but I don't ever want to feel that helpless again."
Shivers ran up her back. It wasn't the first time she'd felt helpless. It was a feeling she hated, and she'd do everything she could to never, ever let someone or something control her. Not men. Not water. But she needed someone to help. "That was a yes?" Clay prompted. She took a deep breath.
"I suppose I should have gotten back in the pool yesterday."
His lips pressed together. "I should have helped you get back in the pool yesterday."
"You weren't even dressed to swim."
"I had my suit on under my jeans. I was just being stupid, I guess." He rubbed the back of his neck. It was so odd to see him agitated that Reina started. What in the world did he mean? Surely he didn't mean that he regretted jumping in the pool. He'd ruined a pair of boots, but did Clay really call himself stupid over a pair of boots? He'd saved her life. Neither one of them said anything. Reina wasn't exactly sure what to say, since she didn't understand what he'd been stupid about and didn't know how to ask. It seemed like the kind of comment he'd explain if he wanted her to know. "I need to change, and we can grab some sandwiches before we head out, if that's okay." Clay finally spoke, but his eyes seemed to hold secrets that she didn't understand. "Sure." Her stomach growled, and she grimaced. He grinned and walked to the passenger door, opening it for her. There was something different about him since this morning. Something she couldn't put her finger on. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye as she walked around and climbed in. Something in his eye. Something in the way he looked at her. Something in the way his body turned towards hers. But it couldn't be. He'd just gotten to speak to the love of his life. His secret romance was no longer a secret. Angela's father had given permission for Clay to be a real presence in her life and not just a shadow figure anymore. So why did it seem like there was heat in his gaze? There couldn't be. It was Clay. Part of what she admired about him was his arrow-straight personality that wouldn't allow him to be like the guys she knew and grew up with. There was no passion, definitely no lust, and no baser instincts coming out, because Clay lived on a higher plane. She settled in her seat, and he pushed the door shut, walking around. Her stomach curled at the confidence, even a little swagger in his walk. When he opened the door and got in, it felt like all the air in the cab was suddenly charged and she felt crowded. She shifted and looked out the window, twisting her fingers in her lap. Since when had she felt uncomfortable around Clay? Maybe now, since he was officially with Angela? She wasn't sure, but she knew it was unnecessary. Clay would never hurt her, would protect her with his life. She was sure of it. Casting about in her brain for something to talk about that would prove she was calm and relaxed, when she felt anything but, she asked the first question that came to mind. "So is this where we spend the summer? Working in the fields around here?" He pulled out of the church parking lot. "We'll be here around a month. Then we'll move on." She could admit she was a city girl who didn't know much about harvesting, but she was pretty sure they didn't do it all winter. "When will you be done? I mean, is there a point where you park everything and hunker down for the winter?" She couldn't believe she'd said hunker down. She'd definitely been out west too long. He gave her a glance like he couldn't believe she'd said it either. Or maybe he just wanted to look at her. That's kind of the way it felt. Yeah, sometime before Thanksgiving. Depends on the weather and how much work we have. How many guys quit? If the equipment breaks down. He shrugged his shoulder. I can make some guesses, but I'm not just saying only God knows. She nodded. She'd experienced a few breakdowns and could see how the long hours might make men want to pack up and go do something easier. Although there was definitely something she could feel. Something about being this close to the land, and the pride of feeding a country, the satisfaction of being tired because of hard work. There was also a camaraderie in the crew that she'd never experienced anywhere else either. Not that the guys didn't get on each other's nerves. Mav came to mind. But there was also the feeling that they pulled together, almost like a family. Maybe because they lived and worked and played in such close quarters. She'd not even been with them that long, and she almost felt like she belonged. Why? You have somewhere you need to be? His question jerked her back to the present.
I've applied for some jobs that I should hear about by mid-August.
He nodded, pulling into the small area where their campers were parked. The pickup stopped before he spoke, staring at his hands still on the wheel. I don't want you to not take a job thinking that you'll be causing hardship here for us. His words were slow, like he was still thinking about them as they pushed past his lips.
Well, I haven't heard anything from anyone yet, so it's a non-issue.
The tension that she'd felt earlier was back, oddly buzzing between them. Her heart skittered and kicked. I thought that might be why you were asking. She looked at his hands, strong and brown, on the steering wheel.
No, I was just curious.
One long finger tapped slowly on the wheel before his knuckles whitened. He turned and looked at her, keeping his hands on the wheel. I'll make sandwiches while you change, and we can take them to the river. Have a picnic. He grunted a short laugh. If that's okay with you.
Sure.
It almost sounded like a date. She couldn't stop herself from asking.
Angela won't mind?
He opened his mouth. Her heart thumped. He pressed his lips together before he said, No. Reina's eyes opened wide and her mouth dropped.
What?
I realized... His voice trailed off. He looked down at her stomach. You're starving, and I'm making you wait. Reina found it odd that Clay, who was usually so self-assured and confident, seemed to be having trouble finding words to tell her whatever it was that he was trying to say. He was actually using her hunger as an excuse to get out of it. Her curiosity was definitely piqued. Maybe we can talk about it later. He opened his door and stepped out. She followed him into the camper, going straight to her small room and digging out a pair of old shorts and a t-shirt. She wanted to demand answers, but she just decided that she was going to back off. He'd already been better to her than she ever deserved. He didn't owe her anything. And now he was going to teach her to swim. She definitely trusted him more than Mav, and was thankful that he'd volunteered. Or did he demand to teach her? It was hard to trust her judgment. Her thinking had shifted. She liked the new direction her thoughts were taking. She wanted to be a nicer, better person, but it felt odd and new to be soft. Softness meant being vulnerable. Where she came from, vulnerability was a liability. She hurried into her clothes and came out as Clay set the bread on the table next to the mayo, meat, and cheese. Great. You can tell me what you want. She laughed.
I can just make them. After all, I know what you like.
Since she was the one that made lunch for everyone every day. She reached for the bread. It's your day off. He held the bag so she couldn't get it. I'm making the sandwiches. You'd better tell me what you want, or you're going to end up with what I like. She shrugged, and maybe her eyes batted too. She knew what he liked. Mustard, no mayo, ham nice and thick, and no cheese. It was edible. He reached for the mayo. I'm guessing you like this stuff? His brow raised. She nodded. You guessed right on that one. Oh, so you're keeping score. His voice was light, teasing. She liked it. Yep. Her tone matched his. What happens if I guess wrong? His teeth flashed and her stomach dipped. She was coming awfully close to flirting, and while she liked the sort of dangerous feelings that churned in her chest, she knew she should stop. First, because she wasn't any good at it, and second, because, well, just because Clay was who he was. Not someone a girl like her flirted with, even if he had said he would marry her a lot of years ago. But her mouth moved of its own accord. Then you'll have to eat it, and I'll get your thick ham and mustard sandwich. I better not guess something wild like chocolate syrup. Her brows lifted. Chocolate is good on anything. With mayonnaise on a ham sandwich. Reina tilted her head and tapped her chin, like the thought of mayonnaise and chocolate syrup on a piece of bread didn't turn her stomach. A girl's gotta have her chocolate, she finally said. Guess I should have gotten the chocolate syrup out with the mayo and mustard. Guess you should have. She didn't think he was actually going to make a sandwich with chocolate, but he turned and clicked the fridge open. She smirked as he pulled it out, still not believing he'd actually go through with it. But her jaw slackened as he casually popped the top and squirted it on the bread before she could stop him. I can't believe you just did that, she sputtered. You're the one who said, a girl's gotta have her chocolate. He imitated her voice. I'm just the manslave. Her brow about bounced off the ceiling, and her eyes fluttered like a hummingbird's wings. Manslave? She finally said when her mouth worked again. I don't know why else I'd be putting chocolate on bread. With mayo, he added just before he slapped a white blob over the chocolate. That's gross. She scrunched her nose up. It's what you said you wanted. He slapped a thick portion of ham over. More chocolate to finish it off? He didn't wait for her answer, but squirted a generous portion of chocolate on the ham slabs. Her face wouldn't stop crinkling, but she giggled, maybe for the first time in her life. First time that she could remember, anyway. He took the baggie that he'd laid on the table and shoved the sandwich in it. He glanced at her, a warm, soft look. Maybe I'll get a real laugh when I eat it. You're not actually going to eat that, are you? Disbelief was clear in her tone. Sure am. That was the rule, wasn't it? She giggled again. Couldn't seem to stop herself. I don't remember. Now for my sandwich that's going to be yours. He put mustard on a slice of bread. You want chocolate on this one too? No. She didn't hesitate, and she didn't say it quietly. There was no way she was eating mustard and chocolate together. No way. He cracked a laugh. I thought a girl's got to have her chocolate. You've officially made me regret ever saying girl and chocolate in the same sentence. So the gotta have part is okay. He finished making the second sandwich and shoved it in a bag. No, none of it. Change the record. Scratch the sentence. In fact, I think I hate chocolate now. My new favorite food is frog legs. Go ahead and try to ruin them for me. He grunted, then put mayo on another slice of bread, along with ham and Swiss cheese. I'm not buying that, Reina. I thought you were this tough city girl who wasn't afraid of anything. He lifted a brow in challenge as he shoved the last sandwich into a bag. If it were someone, anyone else, she might wonder if he were making light of her past and where he'd first found her. But she knew Clay wasn't that man. He'd never do or say anything to put her down. She shoved down the guard that wanted to come up.
"What are you saying, farm boy?"
She gave a little sneer on the farm boy just to let him know, in case he didn't, that a city girl was superior in every way. "I'm saying, city girl, that one of us is going to be eating that sandwich." He stuck them in the little handheld cooler alongside the frozen bottles of water he'd already packed. She gave a snort of disbelief, but she didn't know him well enough to tell whether he was really teasing her or was actually serious. "I need to run over and change. Will you grab a couple of towels? And I think there's an old blanket in the cubbyhole above the sofa. Meet you in the pickup?" She nodded, still not sure what to think, and he strode out, taking the cooler with him. Chapter 11. Clay pulled off the one-lane road into the wide spot beside the river. The crew had been here many times over the years to swim. The water was still and ran deep in the middle, but sloped gently from the shore. There was a rope swing a little farther downstream where the sides cut in more sharply, but they wouldn't be using that today. Probably teens used it as a gathering place on Friday and Saturday nights, but Reina and he were the only ones here this afternoon. Setting the cooler down, he spread the blanket out. He'd gotten a couple of giggles out of Reina. He definitely considered that a win. But he wanted to hear her laugh. No, he wanted to make her laugh. He wanted to be the one to cause her lips to smile and the laughter to bubble out of her throat. Maybe she would ultimately decide she couldn't be with him because of Gina. Maybe she wouldn't be able to leave the city. Maybe, with her whole world opening up in front of her, with a college diploma in her hand and job applications spread out at various places, maybe she wouldn't want to give that up to become a farmer's wife. And maybe he was moving a little too fast. Wife? Really? But she was Gina's mother, and he knew in his heart that she was exactly what he wanted and needed. How it had taken him years to see that Angela wasn't right for him, he wasn't sure. Still, he needed to slow down. Funny that writing to Angela for years hadn't been a hardship, but now, all of a sudden, with Reina, he wanted to move at lightning speed. He needed to slow way down. "I think from the sound of your stomach that we ought to eat first."
"I think a gentleman doesn't mention when a lady's stomach is making noises."
"I'm pretty sure that rule only applies when the sounds in question don't make a fella duck and look around for the helicopter that's about to land." She snorted.
"Really? Not only are you mentioning them, you're comparing them to a helicopter?"
He knelt beside the cooler. "I'm just thrilled to be around someone whose stomach noises drown out my own. You and Mav are the only ones." He almost got a laugh out of her over that one.
"Mav? You're comparing me to Mav?"
She sat in front of him, watching as he pulled out the sandwich with the chocolate on it, which, by now, was soggy. Digging into his front pocket, he pulled out his knife, opened it, then took the sandwich and cut it in two. With a half in each hand, he held them up. "Think you said something about this farm boy being afraid?" He allowed the most wicked grin he owned to grace his face. Then he forgot about pretty much everything as her tongue came out and touched her top lip. Her voice was small.
"You're seriously going to eat that?"
"I take the farm boy thing personally, city girl." He wiggled the sandwich. She eyeballed the goo in his hand. He was pretty sure it really wasn't part of her makeup to back down from a challenge. Her eyes flashed and her chin lifted.
Of course I'm going to eat it. The question is, who will finish first?
Oh, yeah. He loved that fire. It definitely drew him. A hard pull. The question really is, will you be a gracious loser?
Trash talk?
She asked in mock surprise.
From the preacher?
Dang straight. And the innocent act isn't working with me. Her face clouded, and he wished with all his soul that he could take those words back. He hadn't meant it like she'd taken it. He was sure she knew it. But his words had reminded her of what had to seem to her like the chasm that lay between them. Stupid mouth. He tried to think of something that would make it better and spit out the first thing that came to his mind. Okay, maybe it's working a little. Her head jerked up, questions in her eyes. Her gaze roved over his face, seeming to see his sincerity. He pursed his lips and raised his brows, giving his best, challenging look. The questions disappeared from her eyes, and they glinted with an answered challenge.
You're on, farm boy.
He snorted. She grabbed the soggy, chocolate-coated mess from his left hand.
Are you saying go, or am I?
He gave her question 1 second to hang in the air before he said go, and took off half of his sandwich in one bite. Once, in his youth, a well-meaning Sunday school teacher had thought it would be a good object lesson to have her students eat locusts and honey like John the Baptist. Having a live bug crawling around in his mouth, despite the copious amount of honey he'd coated it with, had caused his stomach to heave up the oatmeal he'd eaten for breakfast. As he remembered it, oatmeal was a good thing to throw up, since it looked very similar the second time as it had the first. Much better than, say, the eggs and toast the kid beside him had eaten. Once the locust was dead, it went down much easier. Maybe he'd gotten soft in his old age, or maybe time had eased his memories and the locust was worse than he remembered. Whatever it was, he had to swallow a dry heave as the soggy sandwich touched the back of his throat. But having a nickname like Preacher did something to a fellow. Toughened him somehow, since it wasn't always uttered with respect and sincerity. He might not have the reserves Reina had, since he hadn't had the suffering she did, but his road hadn't exactly been covered in daisies and sugar, with his dad dying, raising his siblings, and hauling around a nickname like Preacher all his life. He swallowed, giving Reina a triumphant look, and shoved the rest of his half in his mouth. She imitated his action. A bottle of water would have been welcomed about then, but they hadn't laid any ground rules, and he didn't want to be accused of cheating. So, he willed his body to produce more spit and chewed as fast as he could, allowing himself to be distracted by the fascinating way Reina's bouquet tattoo moved as her jaw flexed. Maybe he got a little too distracted. Her neck was slender. The skin looked soft and delicate. His fingers actually moved toward it, and he ended up fisting them in his lap, where they lay and tingled. He could run his tongue along the petal that fluttered just below her ear.
Done,
she yelled, throwing her hands up in the air, like that somehow proved that her mouth was empty. He swallowed, annoyed that he'd gotten distracted. Even more annoyed that his thoughts had gotten interrupted, but the most annoyed that he'd even been thinking about such a thing in the first place. He'd certainly never wanted to do anything like that with Angela. She didn't have a tattoo. He shoved the thought aside. "Open," he commanded, like he'd been paying attention all along and was ready to judge. Her mouth opened and she stuck her tongue out. Not exactly the sexiest of poses, but her lip ring glinted, and just like that his mind went wandering again. Bet that hurt, he murmured. Her brows drew down in confusion. Huh? Your lip ring. Bet that hurt.
I wanted it to.
Her voice was low. Her smile faded, and she looked away. He castigated himself again. Why did he keep saying the wrong things? Maybe her past, and his knowledge of it, was the roadblock they needed to talk about and get out of the way before he could move forward. She still had her head turned. Her fingers pleated the blanket. Just from some of the comments she'd made, he guessed that because of his name and reputation, she was intimidated, maybe, by him. Maybe she didn't think she was good enough. Ironic, because he'd been told he wasn't good enough for Angela. Whatever. He didn't see himself as better or worse than Angela, but it wasn't his opinion that determined whether he'd be with her or not. Still, Clay saw Reina as better than him in a lot of ways. Stronger and tougher. Definitely they were both equal in God's sight, which was what really mattered. He didn't know what to say to start that conversation. She might not want to talk to him about it, and he wouldn't force her. Finally, he just decided to say the words in his heart. I hate the thought of you in pain. Her blown-out breath was loud, even next to the shallow lap of the water nearby, and she swallowed audibly.
Pain's a part of my life. Every day. This,
she touched a finger to her lip ring.
My other piercings. Physical pain. That's not the only kind.
I know, he said softly. Her head snapped up, and her eyes narrowed.
I don't think you do.
He met her eyes, steady. He wouldn't have said it if he didn't mean it. I don't know your pain, but I know physical pain is not the only kind. Maybe it's the easiest kind sometimes. He half wondered if her lip ring, the way it glinted and almost looked like a weapon, was there to hurt anyone who tried to kiss her. After what she'd been through, he supposed she had every right to think that way. Her face twitched. He took that as a sign to go on. My dad died when I was a kid. That hurt. But probably the harder hurt was the few times in my childhood when I acted out. Nothing horrible, just being a kid. But to hear my mom cry at night after the younger ones were put in bed, maybe because of what I'd done and how it made her feel that much more alone and scared. Or maybe because of her missing my dad. Possibly because there was never any money and she didn't know how she was going to feed 8 kids the next day. Or maybe she was just tired. Reina continued to listen. Her face had softened a little, so he figured he was doing okay with his story. Whatever the reason, it made my chest burn to hear her cry. I would bite my arm to take the pain away. The physical pain was much easier to handle. Broken bones, stitches, burns, sprains, and pulled muscles. Any of it's easier than the pain of a fractured soul. He shouldn't, but he couldn't keep his hand still. It moved up to touch her face, his thumb skimming lightly over her lip piercing, unsure if it hurt her for him to touch it. He guessed not, since he caught her tonguing it many times, but he didn't want to make an assumption that might hurt her. It was warm against his thumb, the sharp edge pricking his skin. That would definitely do a number on the sensitive skin of a man's mouth. He almost smiled.
That time is over.
The narrowed eyes and attitude were back, like she knew her piercing was a weapon and she didn't care what he thought of it.
I've seen your mother. She's fine. You don't carry that around with you. It wasn't your body that was taken.
Her voice got softer on the last sentence, and she looked down at the twisted mass of blanket between her fingers, her attitude gone. His fingers slipped away. He wasn't God to heal her inside hurts. But he did know that the relationship between a man and a woman was something sacred and beautiful in God's eyes and had a healing power all its own. God would do his work in his time. It was possible he'd use Clay to help. Clay didn't know, but he did know he felt pulled toward Reina with a strength he'd never experienced before. A physical pull, absolutely. But there was a spiritual pull that drew him as well. As long as I'm standing on this side of heaven, I'll never know what my dad thinks of me, of what I've become and what I've done. I'll never hear words of praise, or even of rebuke and teaching. He touched his finger to his thumb that had been nicked by her piercing. And you're right. I don't understand your pain, because it's different, a lot different than mine. He forced his hands to relax. But God allowed the bad things to happen, and he wants me to surrender and believe that he can make good out of it. I'm not going to not do right just because I feel like I deserve something better. And I'm not going to shut the something better out just because I feel like I don't deserve it. Her lip ring moved, and he shivered inside, unable to shut out the thought of touching his own tongue to it. She wasn't ready for that, no doubt. Her eyes widened a little when she looked back up at him. Maybe he'd not been successful at hiding all the heat that was there. Something flashed in her own eyes before she took a deep breath and untwisted her hand from the blanket.
Maybe I'll eat my other sandwich before we swim.
He opened the cooler without saying anything. She hadn't responded to his comments about their pain, which hadn't exactly surprised him. It took time. It bothered him more that she'd quickly stuffed away whatever had flashed in her eyes, like she believed he was a robot without a man's deep desires. He wanted to prove her wrong. No, he wanted to show her that she was wrong. This was most definitely not the right time. He handed her the sandwich he'd made for her and opened the other one for himself. Time. That's what it was going to take, but he didn't exactly have a lot of it. Not if Reina were going back east this fall, hoping for a job offer. He would have even less of it this week, since he committed every evening to Angela. But God had given him today, and he was going to make the most of it. After all, the things that he'd not been able to see years ago were suddenly starting to come together and make sense to him. Chapter 12. Reina finished her sandwich, glad of the distraction. Clay had been talking about pain like he understood it. His thoughts were more discerning than she was used to. Most of the time, and in her counseling, when she went, she focused on getting past it. Clay seemed to want her to accept it, acknowledge it, maybe even wonder what it might be like if it weren't there. Then there was some balderdash about the bad things in her life working out for good. She couldn't wrap her mind around that. Being used as a sex slave was supposed to somehow be a good thing? Getting pregnant as a teen by a man she didn't even know the name of and giving up her child would somehow work out for good? Impossible. It didn't matter what Clay said. She would never believe that. Anger simmered in her chest at the idea that he would even suggest such a thing. But the anger was tempered by the idea that Clay seemed to be hinting that he didn't care about her past. Could that be true? How could anyone not care? She balled her garbage up and threw it back in the cooler, grabbing one of the cold water bottles. It was still partially frozen, and she relished the coolness, feeling it slide down her throat and spread into her stomach, soothing the bald heat there. She didn't want to think about her past and the pain and the baggage that hung around her neck like a bucket of sharp stones anymore. So she wouldn't. She pushed it all aside. After her near miss yesterday, she didn't want to put so much as a toe in the water, but even that was preferable to digging up and facing the past that she'd rather keep deeply and safely buried. Clay had finished his sandwich a few minutes ago, and he sat, relaxed and calm, holding his water in one big hand and staring at the calm water, an easy expression of contentment on his face. Like they did this all the time. Like there was nothing odd about them being together. Like she truly belonged here, with the river flowing softly beside, and the wide open sky overhead, and the leaves on the trees and bushes rustling softly in the never-ending, wholesome breeze. Like they could just be a couple out on a romantic picnic, and he was satisfied with their silence, because just being with her was enough. If only. She couldn't live her life wishing for if only. That thought made her stand up more abruptly than she meant to. Clay's head jerked to hers, his eyes moving over her as though scanning for a cause before his brows raised in question. "I'm ready," she said. Then she realized her shoes were still on. She knelt to remove them. "I'd leave them on if I were you," he said as he put his garbage in the cooler and stood, his movements strangely graceful, hinting at controlled power. Why couldn't she look away? Her eyes traveled up his long legs, past the narrow waist, and lingered on the broad shoulders. His life might say preacher, but his body didn't put her in that mind frame. She'd teased him about being a farm boy. If that's what he was, there definitely should be more of them in the world. She jerked, realizing she was staring, and that he was watching her. She expected, deserved, a teasing comment, but his face was straight serious. Something burned in his eye, something she'd caught a glimpse of earlier, which had struck a match to her own deepening desire for the honorable cowboy in front of her. But she snuffed it out this time, just as she had the last, because whatever that look was in his eye, it wasn't what her body read it to be. Because Clay was as smooth and calm as the deep river flowing silently beside them. She forced her tongue to quit playing with her lip piercing and tossed her head. "You're not going to let me drown, right?" "I went through an awful lot of trouble to save you yesterday, only to let you drown today." His words were easy and smooth. "That wasn't exactly a promise to not murder me." "I suppose if you can keep from calling me farm boy, I might not be tempted to dunk you." She gave him a smug look. "Can't change what you are, even if you give me a gag order." His teeth flashed, a grin with promise that made her arms tingle clear down to her fingertips. He held his hand out, calloused and brown. "Ready?" Her throat felt tight, not only because of the curl in her stomach, but because her fear of the water was real. She slid her hand into his, slowly. The friction of their skin together tightened the coil in her stomach, mixing the fear with something else entirely. It felt electric, magnetic, and she automatically shied away. She couldn't feel that now. Not with Clay. He'd been a good friend, a better friend than she'd ever had. She couldn't ruin that. He waited while she struggled. Maybe he thought her struggle was with the water. Not quite. The physical connection of their joined hands seemed to double the pull of her heart and soul. The electric attraction only made it worse. Where was her mask of indifference that settled so easily in place when she walked the streets of her old neighborhood? What was it about this wide-open, wholesome place and the intuitive man beside her who seemed to be able to peel back her layers and see directly into her soul. She couldn't allow that, couldn't expose herself that completely. So she pulled up the indifference and forced a carefree look onto her face. Just to torture herself and to prove she was in control, she stepped closer to Clay, feeling his warmth, smelling the spice and steel that was as natural to him as the straightness of the life he led. She couldn't think about his life, straight as the rows of wheat on the prairie, because her eyes burned and her throat tightened, and she knew, for some reason, it would make her cry.
"I'm ready,"
she said instead, willing her voice and carriage to be confident, despite the way her insides felt like rubble in a war zone. He didn't smile, like he wasn't fooled, but he walked beside her to the water. "We'll need to go in, maybe waist deep. It slopes gently, and there's no rush. I won't let go of your hand." As though to prove his point, his fingers tightened. She was grateful, to say the least, for the firm anchor. But she'd never been a wishy-washy kind of girl, and she strode in, without stopping, until the cool water lapped at her waist. Her fear had risen with the water, but she pictured herself with a whip and chair, beating it back. The picture made her smile. "And the city girl is not afraid," Clay murmured. Her breath huffed out, an aborted laugh.
"The city girl is holding a whip in one hand and a chair in the other, and is beating her fear back by sheer willpower."
"The farm boy is impressed."
"Oh?"
She had to turn her head and twist up to meet his eyes, but she couldn't let the opportunity go.
"You can call yourself a farm boy, but I can't. Isn't that discrimination? I need to file a complaint."
He stepped closer and lifted their linked hands, pulling her toward him. "If it makes you smile, you can call me farm boy. You can call me preacher. Hey, you could even get really wild and crazy and use my actual name." His grin was quick and easy, but she caught the emotion behind it. There wasn't anything in her that could stop her from giving him what he wanted. Her smile faded, and the word formed without her having to think about it.
"Clay,"
she said simply.
"I'll call you Clay."
She put her nose in the air and sniffed, unable to be serious with everything she was trying to hide.
"As long as you don't drown me."
He snorted. "We've already been through that, Reina." Her name was a caress from his tongue. He was standing too close to not feel her shiver. "Cold?" he asked, concern lowering his brow.
"No."
"Hardly." A few seconds ticked by while he seemed to process her answer and what it could mean. Understanding never dawned on his face, which gave her a feeling of relief. She didn't want him to know how she felt. Didn't want him to see how he affected her. Couldn't allow that part of her to be open and vulnerable. Not even for Clay. Angela was between them. Even if she weren't, vulnerability wasn't something Reina was good at. She'd spent too many years building defenses for herself. She couldn't tear them down in a day. "I'm going to let go of your hand, and I'm going to hold your head with both hands. No matter what happens with the rest of your body, I will not allow your head to go under the water." She nodded, trying to focus. "Are you okay with the rest of your body being under the water?"
"Yes."
Her voice wasn't nearly as strong as she wanted it to be. "Ready?" he asked, his consideration making her feel soft and squishy.
"Yes,"
she said again, in a tone that wasn't any stronger. He glided through the water, going around her, keeping a hold on her hand. A feather touch by her ear, and strong fingers threaded through her hair. Her heart skipped and bounced. Then his fingers slid out from between hers, and his other hand palmed her head on the other side. Not with enough pressure to hurt, but with enough pressure for her to be assured he wasn't letting go. "Now," he said in a low, soothing tone, like he knew she'd quit wielding the chair in her head and stepped up on it, backing away from the fear that lapped at the edges of her mind. "I want you to take a deep breath and lie back, like you're lying down. Your feet should come up and your body should naturally float. No matter what happens, I'm keeping your head above water, and I'm not letting you go." "I trust you, Clay." She tacked on his name, just as added insurance. To remind him she wasn't calling him Farm Boy anymore. At least not until they got out of the water. His breath broke a little like he was laughing softly. His laughter eased the tension and gave her the strength to push her fear away. Taking a breath, she leaned backwards like he'd told her to, but her body fell, and she couldn't bring herself to lift her feet up. She pushed up in a panic. "My body sinks. It doesn't feel like it's going to float at all." She couldn't control her unsteady breathing. "I'm here. It's okay." His hands fell from her head, but before that registered and triggered more fear, his arms wrapped around her, pulling her close. His body was harder than it looked, and she rested her head on his chest, allowing her tension and terror to drain out. "Did anything bad happen?" he asked calmly. "No, of course not." "And you're okay?" "Yes." "And you're ready to try again?" She tried to open her mouth, but the sound wouldn't come out. "We can stop," he said, like he knew she needed that to be an option. "But if you ever fall in water over your head, you're going to be helpless." His body tightened under her, like the thought scared him. It scared her too, and her determination came back. "I don't want to stop." Her voice was firm, if not loud. "We're going to do it a little differently this time." His arms continued to hold her close, and his chest rumbled under her cheek. "That's great. I think if it involves kissing, I'll be able to handle it." "What?" Maybe it was her imagination, but even the river seemed to stop flowing as Clay's body froze under her. If she didn't have a fistful of his shirt gripped tightly in both hands, she might have slapped one over her mouth. She definitely had not meant to say that. "I hadn't thought of that," Clay finally whispered. "Yeah, your shocked silence seemed to indicate that." She tried to make her words flippant, but wasn't quite successful. "I guess I'd always pictured my first kiss to be in front of the preacher on my wedding day." She gasped and pulled herself away, leaning back and staring with her own shock into his eyes. "You're kidding." But she could tell by the look on his face, no, he wasn't. Information, ideas, questions all churned in her mind, so she was startled when she realized he'd taken one arm and put it around her thighs, maneuvering her until she was leaning back in the water, cradled in his arms. "I don't really think kissing would help right now anyway." She pressed her lips together and kept her eyes squeezed tightly closed. Leave it to Clay to take the most awkward subject in the world and turn it into a casual conversation. "Being that I'm almost 30 and never kissed a girl, I'm bound to be clumsy and inept. There'll probably be some awkward bumping and shuffling. Maybe it'll be messy. I don't know. Take a deep breath and arch your back just a little." He added that last command without a break, and Reina wasn't prepared for the abrupt subject change. She'd almost forgotten she was floating in the water, listening to Clay tell her how he wouldn't be a good kisser. He had a firm hand behind her neck, but her thighs barely touched his other. As she breathed in and adjusted her back, she floated away from it, which made her smile. It didn't make her forget their odd conversation, though, and she continued to keep her eyes closed. "That's right, Reina. Relax your legs. You're doing great." His voice was still low and soothing, but held a note of encouragement. "I guess I figured I planned to be married for the rest of my life, and I'd have plenty of time to practice kissing. I was hoping my wife would be willing to work at it with me." Angela's face popped into Reina's head. It was hard to picture her saying, "Sure, Clay, let's practice kissing now." Maybe they'd be childless. And her snarky tendency reared its unwanted head. She almost apologized out loud, even though she hadn't said anything. "Move your arms some. You can kind of cup your hands and push the water down. You don't have to use your hands at all to float on your back, but it doesn't hurt to know how to push the water and make your body do what you want it to." She obeyed his command, still holding the picture of Clay trying to kiss Angela in her head. Only suddenly, it wasn't Angela's blonde head next to Clay's golden wheat-colored one anymore, but dark hair, black, like Reina's. She sucked in a breath and jerked, flailing in the water, trying to stand. "Hey, easy." His voice was low and calming, but he didn't understand it wasn't the water that had startled her. "Relax, I've got you." His arms came around her again, and guilt pricked her soul, because she wasn't scared or in need of comfort, but she relaxed into his embrace anyway and took the warmth and steadiness he offered. "You're doing better," he said with what sounded like a smile in his voice. "You're not holding on to my shirt with a death grip." So he'd noticed. Of course. There didn't seem to be much that escaped his sharp observation. Maybe that came from the business he ran. He needed to be on top of things. But it definitely did something like healing in her soul to know that all his attention was focused on knowing her and learning her. Like there was something in her worth learning and knowing. That was it. His attention made her feel like she was worthy. Better than she thought of herself. He hadn't moved, and an idea, formed on her previous thoughts, slipped and wavered before solidifying in her head. The pastor had said that God loved her. She'd heard it before and kind of believed it to be true. But the pastor had also said that Christ believed his sacrifice to be worth it because of that love. She was worth it. Funny, because she didn't equate the feelings about Clay tumbling around in her heart to be holy or spiritual, not in the least. But the thought that Clay made her feel worthy sparked a realization, a tangible point, that God considered her worthy, precious, which is how Clay's careful touch and intense consideration made her feel. She gave her head a little shake. Clay, no matter how perfect he seemed to her, was not God. She needed to stop getting confused. "Do you want to quit?" He seemed to know how to phrase the question to ensure that she wouldn't. She wasn't a quitter. It was a point of pride. "No." Her voice was firm. "What happened there?" The whole truth just seemed too raw. She uttered something that was completely true, but not complete. "I lost control of my thoughts." "Oh, I see. You're onto something there. Your mind is in total control of whether or not you're afraid. If you conquer your thoughts, you conquer your fear." She hadn't been afraid. Not of the water. She thought she was shocked. But maybe she realized the vulnerability that she would have to have for her to ever have the chance to be that free in Clay's embrace. She couldn't do it. If that meant she was afraid, then fine. Call her a coward. "I'm ready." She leaned back. "If you don't mind." Maybe he wanted to get home. She knew he was constantly working. One corner of his mouth tilted up. Her heart swirled. "You've been a good student, and you haven't called me names." He paused like he wasn't sure he wanted the next words to tumble out, but they did anyway. "Holding you isn't a hardship." The riverbed seemed to dip, and she put a wet hand on his chest to steady herself. Probably not the smartest thing she'd ever done. His hands had settled on the dip in her waist, and they tightened, his fingers pressing into the flesh above her hips. Her shirt was between them, and there was not skin on skin, but she felt the heat like his hands burned. Suddenly, swimming felt way less dangerous than continuing to stand in this honest man's solid embrace, tempting fate to throw her into the fire or burn her at the stake, which is what she surely deserved, because she knew she didn't deserve him. She jerked her eyes away from his, honesty and justice shining like windows into his pure soul, and lay back, trusting him to catch her and keep her head from going under. He did, of course. She knew he would. "Relax, Reina, like you did before." Before, she pictured his head bent with hers, his lips reaching down and their bodies pressed together. "It's okay, city girl." The nickname came off his tongue like the gentle curl of a kitten's tail. It wrapped around her heart, squeezing like sweet pain. She closed her eyes and almost wished he'd let go of her, let her sink down where nothing hurt anymore and the fear would be gone, and the softness she tried so hard to hide and protect would be covered forever. But she wasn't a quitter. She took a breath and willed her body to relax. "That's my girl." She thought that's what Clay said, but the water lapped at her ear, distorting the sounds of the summer day around them, and she couldn't be sure. She wouldn't mind being his girl. Chapter 13. Clay held his hands under Reina's body, cradling her head and supporting her hip. Cognizant that there were a lot of things swirling around in her head that she wasn't sharing with him. He'd never felt shut out like this before. Even when Angela didn't write to him, it was more of a loss of excitement, not a driving need to know how her brain was working and what she was thinking. He couldn't make her talk to him. Had he scared her away by admitting he'd never kissed anyone? That had been his biggest concern, up until he realized that it was just a matter of time before she asked how Gina got here if he'd never kissed anyone. He supposed kissing wasn't strictly necessary to procreate. He didn't even want to speculate if there had been kissing involved in Gina's conception. The thought made him physically ill. If there had, it wouldn't have been the kind of kissing Reina deserved. He wanted to give it to her, the kissing she deserved, the care she deserved, the love she deserved. Right there, he shut his thought train down. She wasn't ready for the L word. He probably shouldn't be either, but since he'd figured out exactly what his feelings were toward Angela, and just how he might feel about the woman in his arms, his mind hadn't changed, and he knew it wouldn't. It was a little scary, actually, because if Reina rejected him, there was every likelihood that he'd live the rest of his life never having that kiss in front of the preacher. He couldn't expect her to know what she wanted as fast as he did. Not everyone saw things in black and white the way he always had. In the water, she moved her arms slowly and even kicked her feet a bit. She floated without any help from him other than his hand on her slender neck. Her hair floated around, brushing the back of his hand. Soft touches like he might have done to Gina when she was a baby. Only this was Reina. And he wanted to wrap his hands in her hair and pull her close to him. And yeah, kiss her like she deserved. His thoughts seemed to be running in a loop, each one bringing him back to holding Reina. I'm taking my hand off your neck." Her eyes opened in panic.
"No."
"It's okay. I wanted to tell you because it will still be there, just not touching you. I'm ready to grab you if anything at all happens. I promise." She had become an expert at taking deep breaths and soothing herself. Maybe she'd learned it in some therapy session. She did it now, and he could almost watch as the tension left her body.
"I'm ready,"
she said. He pulled his hand away, slowly. Not far. Her hair tangled all around, and he had to concentrate to not try to hold it, but allow it to caress the calloused skin of his hand with feather-light touches. She smiled.
"I'm doing it."
A short laugh came from her chest. A shot of triumph sailed through him. Immediately, he thought of bad turning into good. If she hadn't almost drowned yesterday, he wouldn't be teaching her to swim now, and he wouldn't have just heard her laugh. "Do it again," he commanded.
"Huh?"
she asked, her head popping up a half-inch before she stopped it. But her eyes found his, confused. "Laugh again," he insisted. Her brows drew down before her lips curved up in a huge smile.
"Make me,"
she said, laying her head back and closing her eyes. "Oh, you shouldn't have said that," Clay growled, taking one step toward her where she had drifted slightly away and raising his hand over her stomach. But he knew he wouldn't tickle her. As much as he might want to wrestle with her, with the water flowing between them and their skin sliding together and her laugh coloring the air and shivering through his veins, his limit stopped well before that. Someday, he'd play with his wife in the water that way. But not today. He didn't want to scare her off before she'd had a chance to see him as someone other than the perfect preacher. Maybe something like that would do it. He hadn't quite figured out what to do with that thought when the sound of a diesel motor rumbled over the water. He looked over. "The crew's here." Reina struggled to her feet and followed his gaze.
"I thought they were eating and watching a movie. Shopping, too."
"Bet they skipped the movie. As hot as it is, swimming's way more fun." Disappointment swirled in his chest. He'd really enjoyed the time with Reina. As long as the weather held out, they had a full, long week of work ahead of them, with him squeezing in time to get cleaned up and drive over to Angela's every evening somehow. But it was probably for the best, he admitted, as Reina moved out of the water and the guys crawled out of the pickup with Gina. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about kissing her. He might still be thinking about it, but he knew he wouldn't be doing it with his crew and daughter standing around.
"You guys had a picnic without us."
Mav walked by the blanket, giving the cooler a glance. "It was probably quiet and romantic, only Preacher wouldn't have noticed because St. Angela wasn't here." Mac threw his towel on the blanket and headed downstream to the deeper area and rope swing. He had no idea how his words smacked Clay in the chest. Maybe it wasn't his words so much as Reina's downturned face and the slight tightening of her lips. It could have been romantic. In hindsight, maybe it should have been. But he'd wanted to make her laugh, tease her and have fun. Maybe she would have preferred he step out of his own comfort zone and show her that he was serious. By doing what? What exactly did romantic entail anyway? Wow, he was a winner. He couldn't kiss, and he didn't know how to do romance. However, he could quote whole chapters of the Bible to her. Boy, that would probably really impress her. "Don't worry about it," Mac said as he pulled his jeans down, exposing the swimming trunks underneath. 10 years from now, maybe Angela will be allowed to sit in the car and watch us swim." He grinned as he shoved his foot in his sneaker and jogged away.
"Did you swim, Miss Reina?"
Gina asked as she put a foot in the water. She jumped as it leaked through her sneaker.
That's cold.
You'll get used to it, Clay said as he stopped in front of his daughter. His eyes followed Reina as she patted Gina on the head and continued walking to her towel.
I was able to backfloat a little on my own. That's how I started. Then Daddy taught me to doggy paddle. I guess that'll be my next lesson.
Reina ran the towel over her hair and squeezed out the extra water.
But I'm going to sit here and watch you swim for a while. I want Daddy to take me on the rope swing.
His daughter looked up at him hopefully, and he smiled down at her. Do you mind? He asked Reina, unsure what else to say. The water would be over her head down there. She wasn't ready for that.
Not at all. I have some text to answer and a book on my phone I can read. I'll be fine.
She didn't really look at him as she pulled her phone out and started punching buttons. He'd gone from hearing her laugh to having her not even want to look at him, and he had no idea why. He could be wrong, but somehow he thought it had something to do with him not being romantic. He blew out a breath. He could do it, right? Be romantic? He held out a hand and led Gina to the rope swing. Late that night, Clay leaned against the front of one of the 3 big rigs he owned. It was how he transported his equipment from location to location, on the drop decks that were hooked to them, and also how they transported grain to the mills. But he wasn't thinking about that now. He'd made sure everything was ready to go for tomorrow. All the guys had their work orders. Each piece of machinery was accounted for. Several pieces would be moving out in the morning, and barring any major problems, things should work without a hitch. But his mind wasn't really on his business. A bad thing, probably. His mind was on Reina. What's up, bro? Boone's voice came out of the darkness seconds before his shape materialized. Thought you were in bed. I was headed that way. Big day tomorrow. Every day's a big day, unless it's raining. Boone stopped at the grill of the truck next to the one Clay was leaning against. He put his shoulder on the metal and faced Clay, the moonlight illuminating his face. Shouldn't rain all week. We'll be done before the end of July then. Yeah. Or you could drag it out, get more time with Angela. Clay didn't say anything. You were quiet at supper and barely said anything but marching orders after church. What's up? Clay hardly thought his little brother who'd never been married would have any ideas about how to romance a girl. But at least this brother wouldn't tease him about it over the dinner table in front of the whole crew. How? He drew the word out, not sure how to phrase his question, wondering why it even mattered since Boone wasn't going to have an answer for him anyway. Do you romance? Do romance? Boone tilted his head. Is that a verb? Clay snorted. Maybe it's an article. An article of agreement, maybe. Boone huffed. Angela isn't happy with you? Clay lifted a shoulder, looking over Boone's shoulder at the moonlight shining on the polished grill of his Peterbilt. You've written so many letters over the years. Isn't that romance? Taking the time to make her feel special? I thought it was like candlelight or a fancy dinner or rose petals. Maybe that's what he should have done. Scattered rose petals on the blanket and had their picnic catered by a fancy restaurant. It didn't sound like fun to him. Well, depending on how good the food was. But maybe Reina would have liked it. He'd just never considered doing anything like that. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Angela probably likes fancy dinners, candles, and flowers. Seems like a waste of money to me, though. For the right girl, maybe it's not a waste of money. I can't believe her dad would let you do anything like that anyway. I think romance is probably something you'll do with your wife. Although, if she doesn't appreciate all the time you've spent writing your letters." He'd written Reina letters, not romantic ones. As much as everyone seemed to think he'd had a secret romance where he wrote love letters to girls, the reality was more that he just put the facts of life in his letters and added some commentary to it. No flowing poems or comparing eyes and lips to stars and hearts. He wanted to cringe at the very thought. "So is that why you're standing here brooding? You think if you're more romantic, Angela will convince her dad to let you, what, marry her? I think you have a few years to wait for that." "No." Wait, he wasn't telling anyone about his feelings for Reina. They had to get through the Gina situation first. "Yes, I don't know." Boone pushed off the grill and smacked Clay's shoulder. "You know, bro, maybe if you could get your eyes off Angela long enough, you might look around and see someone else that's actually perfect for you." "Oh, like you've done." Boone didn't take the bait and just laughed. "I'd rather give you advice." He started walking. "I'm headed to bed." Well, he probably wasn't going to do flowers and fancy dinners. He'd never even been in a high-end restaurant. Somehow, he didn't think it would really work anyway. He supposed Boone had been right. He ought to plan on doing romance after he was married. But he could tell from the fallen look on Reina's face earlier that she'd been upset that their picnic hadn't been more romantic. Right? And that's what it meant. Surely. He supposed he could start with letters. Maybe ones with something more than the plain facts in them. That might actually be a good idea. They'd be done and leaving before he knew it, and he didn't know if Reina would be coming along. He'd better not waste the opportunity to talk to her, even if it was a letter. Chapter 14. The next morning started even earlier than usual, and Gina wasn't down for breakfast before everyone had eaten quickly and left. She was halfway through her bowl of cereal when she jumped up and ran back to her room.
"I forgot,"
she called. Reina, scrubbing the last of the scrambled egg off the cast-iron skillet, looked up.
"What did you forget, honey?" "Daddy gave me this to give to you."
She handed Reina a white envelope.
"Thanks."
Probably instructions on where he wanted her to meet the crew with lunch. Although he usually texted that. Plus, she still had the GPS. Still, she tucked it in her pocket, trying not to get it too wet, and shoved her hands back in the dishwater. Later, she had just finished explaining how to find the common denominator to Gina when she remembered about the letter in her pocket.
"Do you think you can do the next problem by yourself?"
she asked. Gina sighed. A sigh Reina suspected was supposed to garner pity and possibly mercy. It was successful. Math hadn't been her best subject, but she didn't allow it to show on her face.
"Would you watch me do one more?"
Gina blinked up at her with dark eyes. Something familiar seemed to flash on her face. Reina stared, trying to figure out what she recognized. Something of Clay's, she was sure. Every time she looked at Gina, she tried to see Clay in her. Something nagged at her. Something not quite right.
"Will you?"
Gina asked.
"I sure will."
She rubbed a hand over Gina's hair as her head bent over her math book, smoothing back the flyaway strands. Gina leaned into her hand, pushing for a firmer touch. Reina hadn't had anyone to fix her hair or smooth it down while she did homework. She supposed, in a way, Gina had missed that. From a mom, anyway. Reina gasped softly, remembering in time not to bother Gina. Clay had said he'd never kissed anyone. Hadn't he? Something about his first kiss being at the altar. At the time, she'd thought maybe he actually did want to kiss her. But now she recognized it for the lie it was. Surely he hadn't fathered a child without at least kissing the mother. He'd had her so bewitched she hadn't even thought of it while they were in the water. Gina's right hand continued to work the fraction while her left hand slipped into Reina's. Reina bit her lip. Clay was going to hear about this. He'd flat out lied. Anger clawed up her chest. She'd trusted him, respected him. Other people respected him. For goodness sake, they called him the preacher. Unbelievable. Part of her wanted to search for another explanation. But there couldn't be any other explanation. She remembered his words clearly. Maybe there was a reason for his lie, which wouldn't make it right, of course, but might make it more understandable. Something reasonable so she could still respect him. Her chest hurt. She suspected that it was her heart. Gina put her pencil down and looked up at Reina. Reina shook her head to clear it from the anger and betrayal and quickly did the calculations. "That's right, sweetie. You did a great job. There are just 5 more problems." Gina blinked up at her. That familiar buzz swept through Reina again. What was she seeing that she associated with Clay? His nose? No. Eyes? Not even close. Not the forehead. Not the chin. Even Gina's ears were shaped completely different than her dad's. Reina had never seen a child that favored one parent as much as Gina did. That couldn't have anything to do with Clay's lie. Her old self rose up within her, and she started making a plan. Unfortunately, she was unable to execute that plan early that evening. By the time the crew all rolled in, it was after 8, and Clay never did show up. "So where did you say Clay was again?" she asked Boone after Mac had said the blessing and everyone had started in on their food. Hamburgers tonight, which were almost impossible to mess up. They were only a little red in the middle. She considered it a success, since everyone was eating and no one complained. Of course, they all looked too tired to complain. Boone swallowed the bite he'd been chewing and gave her a lopsided grin. "I didn't." "Oh." She looked down at her plate. Was he seriously going to make her ask outright where he was? She supposed she could tell the entire crew what a liar their boss was, but even her worst self didn't want to shame him like that. Not really. She had a better thought in mind. One she was actually looking forward to. Only he wasn't here. She could hardly implement her revenge if the recipient of said revenge wasn't around. Revenge and proof at the same time. She wanted to think she was brilliant, but her better side only felt slightly aghast that she was ignoring it in favor of covering her shamefulness with a convenient excuse. "He went to visit Angela. Didn't he tell you that her dad allowed him 30 minutes each night this week?" Boone smirked before biting into his bloody sandwich. Reina made a mental note to search the internet for ways to tell hamburgers were cooked through. At least the outside had gotten hot enough to melt the cheese. That bloody lettuce couldn't taste good, though. She pushed her own burger to the side and munched on a fry. They were only partially frozen in the middle. Maybe that was because she hadn't preheated the oven. She'd wondered why it was necessary. "I don't know why he puts up with that." Mac shoved the last of his burger into his mouth. "If it were me, I'd have found someone easier a long time ago." Reina wished she hadn't started this conversation. How could he have held her in the water Sunday afternoon, all the while planning on going to Angela tonight? She'd been a fool. She glanced at Gina, who was eating around the edges of her burger, avoiding the red part in the middle. Preacher doesn't do anything the easy way. Luke didn't seem to notice his hamburger wasn't cooked and ignored the red dripping from the half-eaten sandwich in his hand. Gotta admire a man who sticks with something. Someone? He's written her for years. She's been his secret romance. Mav finished his first burger and started making a second. Apparently, he felt that if he used half a jar of mayonnaise and a cup of ketchup, it evened out the raw meat taste. Reina shuddered and looked away, remembering the envelope that Gina had handed her this morning. She'd forgotten about it and never opened it. Apparently, it hadn't had instructions about anything important. She didn't want to open it now, not in front of the whole crew. She'd have to do it later. Although she was so angry at Clay right now, maybe she'd almost rather rip it into tiny shreds than open it. Had he been deliberately trying to take her mind off the water? Had she imagined the heat between them? The almost kiss? He'll be back soon. He's only allowed 30 minutes with her. Abner, too, didn't seem to notice the raw meat. He grabbed a second burger as well as more half-frozen fries. He hadn't left before we started to eat. He was in the shower. Mac set the red center of his burger down on his plate. He started talking about the weather and that rain had been in the forecast for the next week, so they'd be pushing to get as much done as possible before then. Reina let their conversation flow around her. She'd felt slightly guilty before about what she had planned, before she'd known that Clay had been messing with her at the river. She still felt the guilt, but was sure she'd go through with it. He'd lied to her. She wasn't going to embarrass him in front of his crew, but she was going to take care of it. You two have a nice walk, Pastor Davis called before he stepped back into the house. Clay couldn't be sure, but it looked like he'd pushed his wife in ahead of him. Mrs. Davis seemed to be talking low and fast. It wasn't that long ago that an opportunity like this would have excited him beyond words, but he checked his watch and calculated 30 minutes in his head. I don't think Daddy is going to mind if we have a little extra time, Angela said softly and took his arm, squeezing his bicep. He glanced down at her white fingers on his green sleeve. I don't think your dad would be okay with that. Angela blinked up at him, the light from the streetlight by the alley distorting her normally sweet features. Her fingers shifted, slipping under his shirt. But I thought you might. He swallowed, like he was trying to keep the contents of his stomach where they belonged. An odd feeling. He wished it were Reina beside him. Next week. Next week, his commitment would be over and he could spend some time in the evening with her. He planned to tell her about Gina, too. It occurred to him that the longer he waited, the more upset she might be. Not about Gina, but at him for not telling her. You're quiet tonight. Angela's fingers caressed his skin, causing it to feel like bugs were walking on it. How would she know whether he was extra quiet? It wasn't like they'd ever spent any time alone other than a few minutes the night Reina had almost drowned. I don't want your dad to look out the window and get upset with me. He glanced back. They were almost a block away, but didn't see any heads in the windows. She pulled on his arm, almost dragging him down the side alley. There. Now he can't see. Is that better? No, it really wasn't. He wasn't prepared for her to pull his arm, spinning him until they faced each other. She stepped close and put her hands around his neck. I'm going to let you kiss me tonight, she said. He almost laughed, stopping the urge at the last moment. Her announcement was so abrupt and unexpected. Surely she couldn't really want him to kiss her. She supposed he didn't know that much about men and women and the feelings between the two. But surely he couldn't be repulsed while she was so attracted she'd practically throw herself at him, right? Not sure what to do with his hands, he finally lifted them and grabbed hers, trying to pull them away from his neck. He found his voice. "I don't think you really want to kiss me. Like there's an attraction there you can't resist. I think there's another reason." He was totally grasping at straws. Looking back, Angela had never acted that interested in or attracted to him. He'd been the one pursuing her. She'd been allowing it. And he'd been so smitten by the idea of her that he'd not even noticed. But now, something had changed.
"I wouldn't have said that I was going to let you if I didn't want it."
Her voice was cultured and clinical. It wasn't passion-filled and begging, like his would be if he'd told Reina he wanted to kiss her and she'd brushed him off. The thought made him want to hurry home as fast as possible. Kissing Reina. Yeah. If she'd let him, he'd be doing it. Soon. Before he told her about Gina. Maybe it was selfish, but that way, if she really couldn't live with the child she'd given up, or if she truly couldn't love him, he'd at least know the feel of her lips, her taste, the strawberry and peppermint that smelled so fresh and inviting, the softness of her skin, and the tilt of her head. He could run his tongue over her lip ring and finally,
"Clay?"
Clay startled. It wasn't the first time she'd called his name. He resisted the urge to laugh again. How could he be so deep in a daydream about another woman that he completely forgot about the one with her arms around his neck? He cleared his throat. "Yeah?"
"I said you could kiss me now."
Her face was lifted up to him, and as he watched, her eyes closed. Maybe squeezed a little tight. She didn't want to kiss him any more than he wanted to kiss her. "Tell me what's going on, Angela." She seemed to realize he wasn't going to kiss her. Her lips pressed together in a pretty little pout, and she pulled back. The overwhelming scent of her perfume, something with orange or citrus in it, clouded the air between them.
"We just haven't ever been able to be alone. Not once. Daddy might change his mind tomorrow night. I wanted to kiss you before I lost the chance."
Her white throat worked as she swallowed, and tears pooled in her big blue eyes.
"I understand that maybe you don't find me attractive."
"You're very beautiful, Angela." That was no lie. But she was lying to him, and it made him angry. She looked at him from under her long black lashes. She wiggled them before she spoke.
"Maybe you don't like women who are too forward. You like to do the chasing."
Actually, he wouldn't mind some sign from Reina that she wanted him. If she stepped into his arms like Angela had just done, he'd pull her close and spend a long time enjoying his first kiss. It wasn't likely to happen. He shook the image of Reina kissing him from his head and tried to focus on the woman in front of him. He looked at her weepy eyes and her pouty lips. If she were sincere, if she really had wanted to kiss him, if her heart were really broken because he wasn't interested in her, he'd be hard-pressed to know what to do. He'd spent years dreaming about her, writing to her, and longing for her. He'd been in love with the image he'd created in his head, and she'd been uncaring. Now, rather than feeling nostalgia for the image he'd created and convinced himself to fall in love with, he was fighting his anger at her lies. "It's not the chasing that bothers me. I don't care for the lying." There. He said it as kindly as possible. But it wouldn't be right for him to not be honest with her when her lies were what was bothering him. Her eyes narrowed, but her lips continued to pout.
What makes you think I'm lying?
He checked his watch. Our 30 minutes are up. He turned, and, after a second of thought, offered her his arm. She took it.
Are you still coming back tomorrow?
She asked, seeming to drag her feet as he tried to hurry. I'll be here. She sighed like she was relieved. What in the world could be going on? He walked her to her front door and opened it, avoiding her eyes as he said goodnight. Driving faster than he should, he reached the campers just before 10. It had been an early morning with another early morning on the schedule for the next day. The lights were all out in the girls' camper, and his heart sank. He parked his pickup and leaned arms and head on the steering wheel for a few minutes. He'd wanted so badly to see Reina tonight. He'd had a great time with her at the river, and he'd hated that they'd not parted well. He wanted to know what she thought of his letter, his attempt at romance. He supposed he could text her, but he wanted to see her, to read her expressions and know what she was thinking but not saying. Huffing a breath, he yanked the latch on his pickup and climbed out. He slammed the door, standing and staring at her window in the camper, willing her to look, see him, and come out. But he could hardly expect her to do that now, could he? She thought he went to Angela's tonight because he wanted to, and he couldn't tell her any different. Just a few more days.
Clay?
Like he dreamed it, her voice came out of the shadows by his camper. His heart pounded, and his back straightened while he searched for her, finally seeing her slender form in the darkness. Reina? He moved toward her, excitement shivering in his chest. He had no idea why she'd be waiting for him, but it's what he wanted, what he'd hoped for, and he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to touch her, talk to her. He could see her clearly now, her head upturned, her eyes roving over his face, like she needed to see him as much as he needed to see her. He slowed, expecting her to stop as they neared each other. But she didn't. Didn't stop until her arms were around his neck, her body pressed to his. This time, with this woman, he didn't have to wonder where his arms should go. They went around her, feeling her slender body, pulling her closer, pressing her to him. She tugged on his head and he lowered it. She could lead him off a cliff, maybe she was, and he'd go willingly. Wherever, whatever she wanted. If he could, he'd give it to her. She didn't have to tell him to kiss her. He could see it in her upturned face and feel the desire as her body stretched toward his. All the emotions, the fire, and the burning that were lacking in Angela's embrace surrounded him now. The desire and need, passion and drive, they burned into his heart, heating his body, making him tremble. She wasn't close enough. He needed her closer, needed to feel her. His hands dragged up her back, following the curve of her spine and burying in her hair, his thumbs caressing her cheeks, their breaths mingling. He wasn't sure what he thought his first kiss would be like. Sweet, maybe. Soft. Tender mingling of soul and spirit. A sublime experience. When his lips touched Reina's, there wasn't any tenderness. Definitely no sweetness, and there was nothing soft about it. It was more like an explosion, hot and hard with a backdraft that threatened to suck him off the ground. The only stable thing was Reina's arms firm around him, her fingernails digging into his back, the pain amplifying the pleasure. Her taste, so right and real, her tongue sweeping across his, dueling and dragging as her lip ring pressed into the tender corner of his mouth, drawing blood, and even that hurt so bad and felt so good. Her moan, ragged and muted, vibrated against his mouth, and he groaned, sounding more animal than human. Exactly the way he felt. His hand dragged down, needing to feel more of her. She ripped away, backing up until there were 2 feet between them. They stood there in the moonlight, panting, mouths open, hers glistening and wet. The sight hit his chest like a 50-pound sack of wheat, and he reached for her, moving forward, needing to feel her again. But her eyes shifted, and he stopped. Her fingers went to her lips, like she couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Then she turned and ran to her camper, disappearing inside, leaving him standing there, bereft. Had that really happened? His lip hurt, and he put a finger to it, bringing it away, sticky with blood, dark and red in the moonlight. His back felt raw. He welcomed the pain. It was all he had to be sure that what had just happened wasn't a very real dream. That, he tilted his head, and the mint he now held in his mouth. He grinned, sucking on the sweet tanginess. Guess he could consider his attempt at being romantic by writing a letter an outstanding, unmitigated success. That was a hen of a first kiss. He was sure glad it hadn't happened in front of the preacher. He hummed as he walked on trembling legs to his own camper. If Reina enjoyed that kiss even half as much as he did, she'd sleep like a baby tonight. Chapter 15. Reina managed to keep from slamming her camper door shut and waking Gina, although she barely kept from sobbing as she hurried to her room, closing the door and shoving her fist into her mouth to keep the wrenching sobs that wanted to explode out of her chest pushed back. He'd been embracing Angela tonight. Her stinking orange and lavender scent was all over him. Reina curled up in a ball and pulled her blanket over her head. The camper walls were thin, and if anyone were standing on the other side, they'd be able to hear her easily. But she was being as quiet as she could, considering she wanted to wail and scream at the sharp, burning sensation in her chest. No, she wanted to strangle Clay. She hadn't even been able to rub it in that she'd just proved that wasn't his first kiss. She couldn't get enough air to talk nor enough brain power to string a whole sentence together. The man had kissed her so senseless, all she could do was pant and stare, and run to her camper and cry, like a little child. There hadn't been anyone around to comfort her when she cried as a child, and there wasn't anyone now. Fitting, she supposed, because she'd learned a heck of a long time ago that crying didn't solve anything. It just made her throat hurt and her eyes swell, and no one but her gave a flip. Still, she kept crying, despite the fact that she knew it wouldn't keep Clay from going to Angela, and it wouldn't make her pain go away, and it wouldn't get rid of the orange scent that even now found its way to her nose. Clay had turned out to be the opposite of everything she thought he was. He hid it well, because he'd fooled everyone. But he'd lied about not kissing anyone, and a man with any kind of integrity at all wouldn't leave the embrace of one woman just to get home and kiss another the way he'd just kissed her. She hated the little voice in her head that said maybe she wasn't being fair. Maybe she hadn't given him time to refuse to kiss her. The voice was right. She'd thrown herself in his arms, and he'd had no choice but to catch her. He probably hadn't had to kiss her, but she'd insisted on that, too. She cried until she didn't have any more tears left, feeling stupid for allowing the lying jerk to hurt her like he had. Well, she'd show him. She'd be waiting for him tomorrow night. Even eye drops hadn't fixed her swollen and red eyes in the morning, and Reina was extremely thankful that Clay skipped breakfast. Abner told her that he'd needed to run to the John Deere dealer 2 hours away to get a part for the combine that had broken down yesterday. They opened at 8, and he wanted to be there when the doors were unlocked. The rain forecasted for the next week was still on its way, and if they didn't get a little bit ahead, they'd be way behind when it finally stopped. Gina again presented her with a white envelope while she ate her breakfast at the table. "Another one?" Reina said as she took it from Gina. Gina nodded with a smile and sat back down with her cereal bowl. "When did he give this to you?" Reina asked suspiciously. It seemed to matter if he'd written it before or after their kiss. Gina chewed her big bite of cereal and swallowed before she answered. "Uncle Boone gave it to me yesterday before supper, but he told me I couldn't give it to you until this morning." Reina twisted her envelope around. "You opened it?" "Not that one. There was a letter from me, and in it, Daddy said to give the envelope to you." She shrugged her narrow shoulders. "So I did." Reina's heart warmed, despite Clay's deceit. Gina was such a sweet little girl. Reina tapped the envelope against her leg. "Mrs. Smithson asked if we could come and swim this afternoon for an hour or so, and I said if you got all your schoolwork done before lunch, we'd go for a bit." "Yay!" Gina jumped up and ran to Reina, wrapping her thin arms around her and squeezing tight. Reina bent and put her own arms around the little girl, admiring how she was so open and joyful. Even though she dragged her feet sometimes with her schoolwork, she kept a good attitude about it. "Okay, finish up your cereal so we can get started." Gina ran to the table, and Reina scooted back and stuck the unopened letter in the cubbyhole in her room. Whatever Clay had to say, she wasn't interested in hearing it. He'd hidden her letter in Gina's, probably so no one else knew that he was writing to one woman while walking with another one in the evening. Although he'd done more than walk with Angela from the reek of her perfume on his clothes last night. Noon found Reina driving from field to field with Gina in the pickup beside her, dropping off the guys' lunches. At least she'd figured out how each man liked his sandwich and had, hopefully, gotten good at making them to order. No one complained, although after watching them eat her bloody hamburgers last night without saying anything, she wondered if they even would. Maybe she should start weighing the guys. She saved Clay for last, dreaded seeing him, worried he might want to talk to her. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear any more lies. Didn't want to hear excuses, and didn't want to hear anything that might talk her out of what she had planned tonight. Who was she kidding? Yeah, she still hurt. Her chest ached, and her tears seemed to be constantly about to start spilling over again. But she still longed to see him, to hear his voice, and most of all, she really wanted to kiss him again. Her therapist would probably say it was some kind of self-destructive behavior on her part, where she was drawn to things that might hurt her to fill some void in her life. She might agree that was true about some of the things she'd done, but she didn't really think it was entirely correct about Clay. Well, she knew it wasn't, especially now that he'd kissed her. It was like becoming addicted to nicotine by smoking one cigarette. No one who knew Clay would believe she'd just compared him to a cigarette. They didn't know him like she did. Her stomach was a mass of live wires, and her hands trembled as she wheeled her car off the road, parking behind his pickup. She could see the dust cloud that indicated where his combine was at least a mile away. She blew out a breath.
Guess we'll just set his lunch in the truck and head to the Smithsons.
Gina's face fell, but she grabbed the paper sack and cold bottle of water.
I'll do it.
She hopped out. Reina watched her go, smiling at her little girl enthusiasm. She was definitely going to miss Gina when she left. Her eyes widened. There wasn't any point in her staying. She could leave today. Part of her really wanted to. And part of her, the destructive part, she supposed, knew that if she left, she'd never see Clay again. Coming to see him had shored up her hopes and dreams before dashing them to pieces. Clay wasn't the man she'd built him up to be in her dreams. She wouldn't be back. Reina fished her phone out, checking her email and phone messages to see if any of the places she'd applied for a job had gotten back to her. Nothing. Her heart shriveled. Not that she was greatly disappointed, but more because right now it felt like no one in her life wanted her. Gina opened the door and hopped back in, her smile lighting up the interior of Reina's small car.
I'm ready,
she announced as she pulled her seatbelt on.
You're going to swim too, right?
Reina already had the car moving, so she couldn't close her eyes and try to calm her soul. The very idea of getting back in that pool again made her want to point her car toward Chicago and speed away. But the memory of strong arms around her, of power and peace and confidence, soothed her soul. She wasn't ready to swim by herself, but Clay had given her the help she needed to conquer her fear of the water.
I'll get in the shallow end,
she said, looking over and smiling at Gina. That little girl deserved a mother. With the kiss and everything else, Reina had forgotten to confront Clay about Gina's mother, too. Well, she'd ask him this evening, and if he skipped supper again, she'd be waiting for him when he did show up. They pulled into the Smithsons' place, and Gina jumped out of the car like she'd lived there all her life, grabbing Reina's hand and dragging her around to the fenced backyard. Mrs. Smithson was on her knees, weeding flowers along the house. She looked up as the gate clicked closed.
There you are. I wondered when you all would get here.
She pushed off the ground, standing slowly.
I'm sorry. You don't have to get up for us.
Reina looked at the flower bed and the neat stack of pulled weeds lying on a folded paper.
Nonsense, child. I've been looking forward to you two coming all day.
She brushed her hands down her capris.
Now, let's get this little one swimming.
Her eyes, filling with wisdom and concern, swept over Reina.
Are you okay? Oh, yes, I'm fine. I can see you're fine physically. I was talking about your mind.
She tapped a gnarled finger to her forehead.
How's your mind? Are you okay being around the water? Watch me jump in,
Gina called as she raced to the pool, jumping and drawing her legs up in a cannonball. She hit the water with a splash a second later. Reina smiled and gave her a big thumbs up.
I told Gina I'd get in the shallow end and swim with her.
Oh! The white brow shot way up, and if Reina didn't know better, she'd say Mrs. Smithson was impressed. Reina couldn't allow her to think it was because of anything Reina had done.
Clay took me to the river Sunday afternoon and helped me learn how to back float.
Her fingers tingled, and she pushed the feeling of Clay's hands on her aside.
I feel pretty confident if anything happens, I can keep my head above water at least.
Mrs. Smithson nodded.
That Clay. He's a good man.
Reina closed her mouth and looked to the side. Did he really have everyone fooled? Or was she making some kind of mistake? Doubt knocked at the foundation of her opinion about Clay. Could she be wrong?
He sure jumped in the water pretty fast after you.
Mrs. Smithson picked up Gina's shirt and folded it neatly.
He'd have done it for anyone.
Reina had her doubts about what Clay seemed to be, but she knew with certainty that was the kind of man he was.
Of course. Or he'd have shouted for one of the guys to get them.
Mrs. Smithson set the little pink shirt down and picked up Gina's black shorts.
My husband and I talked about it a little later. There was a desperation about him that I'm not sure he would have had with anyone else.
Reina watched as Mrs. Smithson folded the shorts. Clay's devotion to his daughter was unmatched. She adored him, and her care was his first concern, even with the heavy stresses of the harvest business on his shoulders. Although he'd made time to see Angela last night and missed seeing his daughter. But he'd written her a letter. Did men even do that anymore? Write letters? Clay did, and to his daughter. He'd written her, too. Maybe she should have read them. Mrs. Smithson set the shorts down on top of the shirt.
Can I get you something to eat or drink?
No, thanks. We just had lunch.
Then sit down a bit and chat with this lonely old lady.
Reina hardly thought Mrs. Smithson was lonely or old, but she perched on the end of a chair and watched Gina as she did handstands and somersaults in the water, while Mrs. Smithson rattled on about the weather and tornadoes and the national celebrity who'd been born in the area that was coming to town next week, nodding and saying a few words when she had to. What would it have been like to grow up in a home like this? With a mom who was home and a dad who actually lived with them, and a church family that actually ate and hung out together.
My grandkids are coming over the weekend, and I hope Gina can come and spend some time with us again. I'm sure Clay will be fine with that. He's a great dad.
It's funny that Gina doesn't look anything like him. Reina studied the little girl, her dark hair slicked back away from her face, which was in profile as she jumped up and down in the water. Mrs. Smithson tapped her chin.
You know, I noticed that too. There's really nothing of Clay showing in her features. It happens. One of my children, my second daughter, is almost a mirror image of my mother-in-law.
She laughed a little.
Gina looks more like you than she does Clay, really. When Clay walked in with you Saturday night, I thought you were her mother.
Mrs. Smithson let out another, bigger laugh. Reina joined her.
No, not me. Although her mother must look similar to me, at least in coloring and features.
She clapped as Gina came up after doing another handstand.
Although Clay did say her mother was supposed to come meet her, and soon, I think.
Reina realized she could just simply ask Gina's mother when she got there if Clay had ever kissed her. The woman would probably look at her like she was a nutcase. Having a baby together and never kissing. She couldn't even believe that Clay expected her to believe that crazy lie. She hoped the woman was nice. Gina deserved the best mom in the world.
Well, girl,
Mrs. Smithson said, putting her rough hand over Reina's where it lay on the table.
How do you like working with the harvest crew? I assume this is your first time.
It's great, Reina said automatically, then cringed, because that was a huge lie. She tried to cover up her cringe by straightening her face out as fast as possible, but Mrs. Smithson caught it.
What's the matter? Homesick?
Reina couldn't stop her snort. Hardly.
No, I've never cooked for that many people before.
She gave a self-deprecating laugh.
I've never cooked at all before. It's not going well.
Ah, Mrs. Smithson nodded knowingly.
If you don't grow up cooking, it's not always a natural thing to pick up.
Tell me about it, Reina said, frustration in her voice.
Learning to cook is kind of like building character. It happens little by little. Conscious choices and deliberate steps. You don't fly to the end, you work your way there.
Her eyes crinkled as she smiled.
But you don't need to talk about it. You need help. I'll write a few simple recipes down, and you might not have time today, but anytime you want, you come to my kitchen and we'll figure out how to make something yummy.
Hope swelled in Reina's chest.
You really don't have to spend so much time on me.
She slapped the table and stood.
Don't be silly. I'd love to. I need to go get a pen and notebook. This won't take long.
Reina was able to tiptoe into the shallow end and play with Gina for almost an hour while Mrs. Smithson sat at the table, true to her word, and wrote recipes in the notebook. Reina would have loved for her to have shown her something in the kitchen, but she couldn't bring herself to pull Gina out of the pool. Neither she nor Gina was ready to leave, but if Reina wanted to have supper ready for the guys, she needed to get home and get started on it. This time, she didn't wait for Mrs. Smithson to hug her, but stepped in and put her arms around the older woman first. It truly didn't surprise her that Clay was absent again from their late supper. The weather was hot and dry, and they'd worked until after the sun went down. She supposed it shouldn't shock her either that Clay was headed back in to see Angela. Boone had mentioned Clay being in the shower and assigning jobs to everyone after he got home, so she didn't have to ask, at least. Well, she had a few plans of her own. She told herself it was perfect that he'd be out, but she didn't convince herself to believe it. Chapter 16. Clay hadn't even made it off the front porch with Angela before her hand was on his arm, squeezing. Even though it was July and hot, he seriously considered wearing long sleeves. Because, yeah, her fingers slipped up under his shirt sleeve and started doing the rubbing thing that made his stomach turn and his skin crawl. If he could manage to make it through this, Reina might be waiting for him. He'd dreamed about her all night. She'd been in the forefront of his thoughts all day. He'd been disappointed that she'd not waited for him to come around before dropping his lunch off, but she'd told him over the two-way that she was taking Gina swimming. She seemed to be developing quite a relationship with Gina, too. He hoped that would work out in everyone's favor. Hoped and prayed. He had to admit he'd definitely spent much more time thinking about kissing Reina than he had spent talking to God in the last 24 hours. He supposed that was the way God intended it to be. When a man found the woman he wanted, his every waking thought was consumed with her. If the marriage relationship was a picture of God's relationship with man, then of course it made sense, because God wanted man to be consumed with thinking of him. Clay laughed. It was impossible to be consumed with two things at once, God and girl. However, that was supposed to work. One of those mysteries he couldn't solve. Was Reina as enraptured with him as he was with her? After that kiss...
Why did you laugh, Clay?
Angela's voice cut through his thoughts. He cleared his throat, buying time. He couldn't hardly say he laughed because he couldn't stop thinking about Reina. I'm sorry, did I laugh?
You did. Just as I was saying that I'd been thinking about last night and how you didn't really seem to want to kiss me.
Oh, I'm sorry. He wasn't sure what he was apologizing for, but it seemed the path of least resistance. Not that he usually took that path, but being with Angela was a necessity he had to get through. How had they ended up in the same alley they'd been in last night? He'd been determined to stay next to streetlights and out in the open. He should have been paying attention, instead of wondering if Reina was thinking about him. Surely she'd kissed a lot of men. He supposed comparisons were bad, but he couldn't help but wonder. Maybe his inexperience had been glaringly obvious, and she'd hated it. No, he was pretty sure her shell-shocked look had mirrored his. He didn't have any way to look at his back, and it had been dark last night and this morning when he changed in the room he shared with Boone, but he was pretty sure there were marks where her nails had raked down over his ribs. He was also pretty sure she hadn't been trying to get away. He grinned. He'd thought love was going to be this soft, gentle emotion that drifted like dandelion fuzz through his soul. He hadn't realized it would rage like a swollen stream after a torrential downpour and burn like lightning had seared its way through his chest. He wanted to step back into the hurricane tonight. Gosh, he hoped she was waiting for him.
Clay, you're not answering me.
Angela's voice held more than a little irritation. He blinked his eyes, feeling like he was waking up. Her head tilted up to his, and her arms were tight around his waist. His arms hung loosely at his sides. He didn't want to be rude to Angela, but he didn't want to be standing here like this either. He didn't want to embrace her, and he most certainly didn't want anyone to come along and get the wrong idea. It could ruin her reputation in this small town, but worse than that, it might hurt Reina until he was able to explain. Which might be a little awkward, and he'd rather avoid that, too. He started to back away.
Wait, you agreed.
Angela's arms tightened. I agreed to what? He asked, not stepping back but still pulling. Maybe she'd let go.
You agreed to kiss me, remember? I said that maybe we just needed to try it and see because maybe we'd enjoy it, and you said yes.
Really? I said yes? He'd been daydreaming, but he was pretty sure he hadn't said yes out loud.
You grunted, and it sounded like yes, so you did agree.
She stepped closer and pressed herself to him. He put his hands on her shoulders, trying to prevent her from pushing closer and maybe even pushing her away. I like you, Angela. He pressed a little harder, but she didn't budge. You're beautiful and sweet and kind. I love that you honor your parents and that you love the children you teach. All true things. And if he hadn't met Reina, those things would have been enough for him. He would have made them be enough. But he hadn't made any commitment to Angela, and Reina pulled him with a force he didn't even want to try to resist. She literally had her claws on him. He grinned as he twisted, and the healing scab on his back twinged as it stretched. He would never in a million years have thought he was that kind of guy. But, oh yeah, last night he'd found out he was definitely that kind of guy. The scab on his lip wasn't healed up either, and he couldn't wait to press the painfully sensitive spot against her lip ring again.
So what's wrong? What's changed?
Angela cried, pressing even closer. He quit trying to push her back, but dropped his hands to his side rather than put them around her. He didn't know much about women, but even in his naivety, he didn't think it would be helpful to tell Angela he was falling in love with Reina. The thought stopped him cold, and he quit pulling back. Yeah, he was definitely falling in love with Reina. Angela's cool lips landed on his. Her hand wrapped around the back of his head and pulled him closer. Her tongue came out, and he yanked his head away, angry. If he had done that to her, she could have called the cops and pressed charges, rightfully so. His fists balled at his sides. He wanted to do it too. Anything to provide an escape from a situation he didn't want to be in. Just a few more days. Our 30 minutes are up. He twisted, facing toward her house, but he couldn't walk away without offering his arm. She took it without saying anything, which was good because he'd never wanted to grab someone's neck as much as he wanted to grab hers. He hated his honor and this stupid thing he'd agreed to do that he couldn't get out of without breaking his word. They didn't say anything until his hand was on the knob of her father's front door.
"Are you coming back tomorrow night?"
she asked, giving no hint that she was sorry or ashamed of what she'd done, which stirred his anger that had calmed over the few blocks they'd walked. Said I would. He twisted the knob. But there better not be a repeat of tonight. He needed to keep from daydreaming about Reina. Maybe you can figure out how to tell me what's really going on. He managed to open the door without yanking it and closed it carefully, deliberately, after she'd stepped through, but he couldn't stop his deep groan of relief. His feet weren't dragging anymore, and he was pulling up to the dark campers not long after. Tonight, he didn't put his arms on the wheel or his head down. Instead, he scanned the grassy area where the trucks and campers and a couple trailers and one combine were parked. Was she here? Had she gotten his letter? What had she thought? She hadn't written him back. He'd asked her to. He just wanted to have something with her touch on it that he could pull out during the day and scan over. He wanted to read her words and know what she thought and felt. More than anything right now, he wanted to kiss her, to hold her and feel her against him. It was dangerous, he knew, especially if he wanted to stay true to his convictions. But surely one more night wouldn't hurt. He just wanted to know if everything was truly as powerful as he remembered. The wheels had barely stopped, and the motor had hardly died when he'd grabbed the handle and got out, looking, listening. His heart beat fast, and anticipation gripped his insides, shaking and squeezing. But there was no sound except the rustle of corn leaves in the breeze, bringing with it the earthly scent of corn pollen and cleansing country air. Automatically, he filled his lungs with it, breathing deep of the mixture that was only surpassed by the scent of spring on a North Dakota night. A longing for his home state hit him, crimping his neck and making him feel like he wanted to take his daughter and the woman he couldn't stop thinking about and move them home, building a house and sheltering them in God's corner of the country. He looked around again, the glow draining out of him. She wasn't here. He leaned against the pickup and tilted his head up to the moon, crossing his arms over his chest, like that could keep the disappointed ache contained behind his ribs. The same moon was shining down on North Dakota right now, and he wished with all his heart that's where he was, with the two girls he was afraid he couldn't live without. "Clay?" Her voice was close, and he turned, seeing her at the far corner of the bed of his truck. He straightened, looking at her, trying to read whatever was in her eyes, her expression, because words weren't coming to him. His hesitation lasted maybe a second before he strode to her, wrapping his arms around her and lowering his head, not waiting, knowing she didn't need him to be gentle and not knowing if gentleness was something he was capable of at that second anyway. He'd thought she wasn't coming, wasn't waiting, didn't want him. That all the things that he'd been afraid of were true. He was too inexperienced. Last night hadn't rocked her soul like it had his. He couldn't be romantic, and she had someone better waiting somewhere else. He wasn't being romantic now as he pulled her to him, lifting and pressing her against the side of the pickup, their mouths meshed together, his fingertips shooting sparks up his arms as his hands curled in the dip of her waist. His body shuddered. He could stay like this forever. But he needed, more than he needed his next breath. Needed to feel her skin against him and her body sliding with his. She yanked her head away and heaved at his shoulders. He stumbled back. He could feel the blood dribble from the corner of his mouth, and he wiped it with the back of his wrist, hardly realizing what he was doing as he bent forward, staring at her and panting, hardly able to keep his shaking legs straight. She was panting too, he was gratified to notice, and her eyes were big, like she could hardly believe what had erupted between them. But there was something else there, something that darkened them, something aside from passion or lust. Betrayal. He realized it in the blink of time before she wiped at her glistening lips, cut around him, and dodged into her trailer. He swallowed, not even able to call out her name, only vaguely realizing there was a mint in his mouth. He sucked on it, lifting his cowboy hat and running his hand roughly over his head before shoving it back down. Betrayed? She felt betrayed? She'd kissed him so hard and so wild he could have died under a stampeding herd of elephants, happy, with a loopy grin on his face. And yet, she felt betrayed. There was only one thing he'd done that would make her feel that way, but there was no way she could know that he'd done it. But there was nothing else. He'd not done anything else. He was sure of it. Would Angela have gone in and called Reina? There was hardly time. And Angela wouldn't have any idea that Reina was who he'd been thinking about. He flipped the hard mint to the other side of his mouth, thinking hard about going in and trying to make Reina talk to him. No. He had no control when they were out in the middle of the yard. He sure as heck couldn't try to have a conversation with her in her bedroom. He'd already given himself the hardest assignment tomorrow, getting up at 4 and driving 3 hours to harvest 100 acres of wheat that should have been off a week ago. He wouldn't be home until late, and he had Angela he'd promised to see. He blew out a breath, wishing he didn't get so caught up in the passion that swirled around him and had the self-control to be gentle. Reina could use some gentleness in her life. Normally, he wouldn't have thought it was something he'd have a problem with. A letter. He'd write Reina a letter. Then he could only hope she'd meet him again tomorrow night and he could figure out what, exactly, the issue was, and more importantly, how to fix it. Because he was pretty sure he was in love with the girl he'd saved 9 years ago. Chapter 17. Reina put the truck in park and jumped out, hoping that this time she'd line the truck hitch up well enough with the trailer tongue that she could get them hooked. Clay was combining wheat 200 miles away, and there was a backup at the grain mill the rest of the crew were hauling to. In order that Abner didn't have to stop his combine, since that rain was still coming, he radioed Reina and asked her if she could bring the extra grain wagon over so he could fill it up. Hopefully then Mav would be back with the truck and hopper, able to take another load. Reina was actually excited to be able to help. Maybe she'd be able to do this better than she could cook. But Gina was dancing and hopping, thrilled to be a real part of the crew.
"I think you got it this time, Miss Reina,"
she said as she pulled on the heavy wagon tongue. Reina smiled at her enthusiasm.
"I hope so. I didn't realize it was this hard."
Like everything else, it probably got easier with practice.
"I almost have it,"
Gina grunted, both arms wrapped around the tongue, her whole body pulling. Now that reminded her of Clay. The little girl didn't look like her father at all, but she sure acted like him. Gina was actually close. Reina pulled the pin and leaned in the direction Gina was pulling, silently tugging with her.
I got it! Yay!
Gina stood and put her arms in the air like she'd just made a foul shot. Reina wiggled the pin in and high-fived her. They laughed together and then separated around the sides of the truck. As she walked around, Reina noticed that the dust on the back fender was rubbed off. She knew exactly how that happened. Last night came back in vivid detail. Clay couldn't say that he didn't have a chance to get away. He'd gone to her last night, grabbing and kissing her like she was the antidote to his deadly poison. He also couldn't say that he'd never kissed anyone before. That hadn't been the kiss of a novice. Of course, she'd been more than enthusiastic as she'd returned everything he'd given. There was no way she couldn't. Not because he'd looked so lost and lonely as he'd leaned against the truck, looking at the stars, and not because of the attraction that felt like it had knit her spirit to his. Maybe those things had something to do with it, but so did everything that made up Clay, from his love for his daughter to his willingness to do the hardest jobs every day himself, and his grace and mercy as he ate her poorly cooked food. The bravery that had him staring down her drug-dealing captors 9 years ago, and the integrity that had him stopping and saving her in the first place. Whatever he was, everything he was, made up the man that she admired and loved. That included the parts of him that weren't perfect. He didn't need to be perfect for her to love him. God knew she would never be perfect. God loved her in spite of her imperfection, and that's the way she loved Clay. Maybe he had lied. With a reason, without a reason. It didn't matter. Couldn't matter. She loved him anyway. She opened the door of the truck and slipped onto the hot seat. She didn't know if she was actually going to tell him that or not, but she'd figured it out for herself now, anyway.
Uncle Abner's going to be really surprised. I don't think he thought we could do it.
Gina's smile took up most of her face, and she wiggled in her seat like she couldn't sit still.
Well, don't count your chickens yet,
Reina cautioned, finding it funny that she, a total city girl from inner-city Chicago, was using a farm cliché.
We haven't made it yet. But hooking it up was the hardest part. We've got it made in the shade.
Gina chuckled and hooked her elbow out the open window. It couldn't be a comfortable position, since she had to reach up to get it to rest there, but it was something she'd seen all the crew do at one time or another, and she so wanted to be just like them. Reina's heart squeezed. If she didn't manage to drive the wagon to the field, it wouldn't be the end of the world for her, but she wanted to do it to make Gina smile. She pressed the gas, but the wagon didn't seem to want to move. She tried again. Same problem. After checking that the brakes were off, she looked around to see if there was something she was missing. Putting the truck back in park, she turned to Gina.
I'm going to check the wagon and see if there's something keeping it from moving. I'll come too,
Gina said, pulling her arm down and taking her belt off. They met at the back of the pickup. Gina followed Reina as she walked around the wagon. The passenger side looked fine to her. But as they got to her side, she saw the stone that sat between the two tires.
There, we missed that. The tire's flat too.
Sure enough, Gina was right. Well, that ended it. She had no clue how to change a flat tire.
I guess we'll need to call Boone and tell him he'll have to get his own trailer. I know where they keep the air thing,
Gina said, hope in her eyes and voice. Reina's lungs pressed out all the air in her body, and she stared at the flat tire. She didn't think she could do it. She thought of Clay, hundreds of miles away, depending on his crew to keep his business going while he did the job no one else wanted to do. She thought of how he'd believed in her and given her the job of keeping his child, even though he knew where she'd been and what she'd come from. He hadn't batted an eye, trusting her with the most precious thing in his life. Her eyes shifted to the little girl beside her. In Gina's eyes, she could see herself and maybe the kind of childhood she'd have wanted for herself. Part of growing up was learning to face problems and fix them. She couldn't teach Gina to do it if she didn't do it herself. She squared her shoulders.
Okay, show me.
Turned out, after they'd found the air compressor, Googled how to work it, and finally got it hooked up and running, the tire wouldn't hold air. At that point, Reina was sure they were at the end of the line, but Gina had laid down in the dirt, as she'd seen the men do, and wiggled herself under the wagon.
Do you think this is the spare tire?
She called, with only her feet sticking out where Reina could see them.
I don't know.
Already on her knees, Reina flattened to her stomach, stuck her head under the wagon, and looked up at the underside where Gina pointed.
I think it is.
She looked back at the other tire. They looked to be about the same size. Why else would they have stuck a tire to the bottom of the wagon?
Well, that's great, but I don't know how to change a tire. Do you think the internet would tell you?
Sure, it would. And it did. They had to find a jack and figure out how to use it, then find the tools. But Gina had worked with her dad enough that she knew they were in the shiny aluminum toolbox on the back of the pickup. Reina had to watch the video about 17 times, and then she had to watch several more videos to make sure it was okay to beat the tire as hard as she was doing to get it to come off, since everything was rusted together. By the time she was finished, she was filthy, and she figured if she ever did get the wagon there, it would be too late to use it. But she used both hands to lug the large stone out of the way, and this time, when she pushed on the gas, the truck and wagon moved forward. No one was happier than Gina when Abner stopped his combine beside the wagon 3 minutes after they pulled in, centered his chute over the wagon, and a golden stream of wheat began pouring in. Gina reached over, holding her hand up, and Reina slapped her 5. Unfortunately, since they'd spent the afternoon and early evening working on the trailer, supper was a slapdash affair. More slap than dash, maybe. Clay pulled in just after they started eating at 8. Trying to eat. It was possible that she put a touch too much salt in the meatloaf. Abner ate it, but no one else could. Even Boone, who would have eaten it if he possibly could for politeness' sake, shrugged his shoulders with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry, Reina," he said. "It's like trying to drink a glass of seawater." "You've never been to the ocean," Mav said, pushing his plate of meatloaf away. "Sorry." Boone looked at Reina. "It's like trying to drink a glass of water from the Great Salt Lake." "Ouch," Mac said, wincing.
It's okay. He's right. Supper has been a failure every night this week. But she fixed the tire and got the trailer there for Uncle Abner today.
Gina gave a big grin.
Can I get a bowl of cereal?
Reina nodded. Abner finished the last bite on his plate and cut himself another slab. "You guys are wusses."
You don't have to eat it, Abner. It's gross. I can admit it.
"I've had worse." There was no expression on his face to indicate what or when. "The other guys might head into town and grab something, but I'm on tap to get up at 4 and drive out and finish the wheat that Clay didn't get done today."
He didn't get it done?
Luke asked incredulously.
Why's he back? He had a couple more good hours he could have spent combining it. It would just now be getting tough. He's got to go see his girlfriend,
Mav said, a little brotherly sneer in his voice. Mav stood.
Thanks for trying anyway,
he said to Reina as he grabbed his hat and opened the door. He didn't close it, probably because the rest of the guys were getting up to follow. That's how Reina heard the low murmur of voices. She had a plate and was scraping it into the garbage when Clay's voice came through the camper, distinct and loud. Bloody hamburgers on Monday. An unidentifiable mushy mess of some kind of pasta with too much of some weird spice that no one could stand and burnt bread to go with it, and now a meatloaf that tastes like something she fished out of the Dead Sea? His voice had raised until he was clearly yelling. Boone had his hand on her shoulder as her hands had stilled, the plate she held settling on the counter. I'm sure he's frustrated because that field didn't get done and he had to leave. With the rain coming, and one of our big jobs from last month hasn't paid us yet. He rubbed her shoulder like he was ruffling her hair before he moved away. He's got a lot of pressure. Reina's chin came out, and she followed Boone to the door. Clay was right. He couldn't have hired a worse cook. It was a miracle that she hadn't killed anyone yet. All the guys had been gracious about it, but they needed to eat. She just wanted to see him. Maybe he hated her. Maybe he was frustrated like Boone said and would get over it. But she couldn't stop her feet from walking to the door and looking out. Clay slammed his hat down on his head like he'd just lifted it to rake his hand through his hair, as he did when he was frustrated. He lifted his head and met her eyes. His, stormy and swirling. Hers were sad. Sorry he wouldn't make an edible meal for his crew. And tomorrow wasn't guaranteed to be any better. I shouldn't have said anything, he said, annoyance and frustration still coloring his voice. Her chin was already up. She didn't lower it while she stared at him, fuzzy through the screen door.
You didn't say anything that wasn't true.
The way I said it was wrong. I'm sorry. His hands flexed at his sides, like he was torn. I want to talk to you, but I have to go. He swallowed, and something flashed in his eyes, something that burned between them. Will I see you tonight? His lie sat between them. She wanted to throw it in his face. She wasn't the only one of the two of them that wasn't perfect. But he hadn't held her past against her. She couldn't do less for him.
Are we talking?
She allowed one lip to turn up slightly.
Or do you want a mint?
He let out a sound that wasn't quite a growl, not quite a groan, and he moved up the steps of the camper so fast she almost stepped back. He grabbed both sides of the door and put his face against the screen. I want both. All. Everything. I want everything from you. Her eyes widened and she stepped forward, imitating his stance with her hands on both sides of the door, her knuckles white, her words harsh.
Then why are you going to her every night? You come back with her stench all over you. Then you kiss me until I can't breathe, and you expect me to believe you haven't done that before? That you're not doing it with her every evening before you come to me?
He'd moved his head back, blinking. His mouth opened like he had something to say, but was too shocked to find the words.
You're going to be late.
She hoped she didn't sound catty. She sure felt that way. Stepping back, she slammed the door shut, locking it in his face. Definitely catty. Chapter 18. Clay pulled back in his regular spot beside the other pickup in Reina's car after spending his allotted time and then some with Angela. At least she hadn't tried to kiss him tonight. although she'd still managed to wrap her arms around him and beg him to give her a chance. The more he thought about the way she'd been acting, the more he didn't understand, especially in light of how he'd pursued her with his letters over the last few years. Unless she truly didn't want to have to spend time with the fellow that was coming this weekend. This summer was definitely not working out the way he'd planned. Reina had turned his world upside down. He loved that verse in Acts 17, but he never quite thought it would apply to his own life. He hoped against hope that Reina was out here tonight. He couldn't believe she'd thought what she did about him, but he could easily see where the ideas had come from. Just taking a wild guess, he figured she hadn't read his letters. She'd probably been too jacked to read them. Ironically, since they would have helped her understand what was going on with Angela. He hadn't written exactly what was going on, but he thought he'd hinted enough that she would know she was the one he wanted. But she was right. What kind of man visits one girl, then comes home and kisses another like he'd done with Reina? Couldn't blame her for being angry and confused. Well, they needed to talk. There was a ton of stuff that needed to be said, and he'd been too busy to say any of it. Maybe he could fix that now. Partly, anyway. If she showed. He got out of his truck and slammed the door. He'd been considering settling down for a while. Maybe this would be his last year owning the Harvest Crew. He was pretty sure Mav would buy the business from him. But maybe he was getting ahead of himself. It was just that the dark night with the stars and the moon and the cool breeze, the shuffling leaves and the feel of the earth all around him, it made him long for North Dakota. Who was he fooling? He was homesick for the country of his birth and the land that held his heart. He wanted to go home, and he wanted to take his girls with him. One of them might not want to go. Clay? Her voice came out of the darkness, as it had the last 2 nights. She wore a long, light-colored skirt he'd not seen before that blew around her legs. A tight t-shirt showed the curves that his hands had been learning. They burned to go exploring again. Her step quickened. No. He put a hand up. She jerked to a stop. He walked around the front of his pickup and back the other side, stopping and leaning over the side, the bed of his truck between them. He wasn't sure it would work to keep him away from her, but it was the best he could do. He wasn't kissing her tonight. He loved her, he was sure of it, but there had to be more to their relationship than passionate kisses. A relationship built on nothing but heat and physical attraction would fold like cards in the wind as soon as the fire burned out. They could have a good foundation if he could keep his hands off her long enough to build it. The foundation would make it strong. The passion would make it oh so sweet. He could have it all with Reina, but not if he gave in to what he wanted tonight. I wanted to tell you what I've been doing. He spoke across the pickup, hoping she wouldn't turn and leave him. He wasn't close enough to stop her, not that he would. She walked slowly to her side of the pickup bed and put her arms on the sides. The wind blew her hair across her face, and the moonlight made her eyes glow. His heart turned over. She looked like she was born to be here, out in the open, under the expanse of God's universe, with the Creator himself smiling down on them. It made his heart pull to think that she might choose to go back to the concrete and noise, the busyness and constant motion of the city she came from. But she had every right to love that as much as he loved the land of his forefathers. Man, he didn't know what he'd do if she chose to leave. I gave my word that I wouldn't tell anyone what was going on. He strengthened his resolve. He was about to do something he'd never done before in his life. But I'm going to tell you now." Her lip ring glinted. Her tongue was in there, playing with it. He let out a shaky breath because he knew exactly what it felt like, and he burned to feel it now. He looked away at the far horizon where dark met dark, one blending into another with no boundaries. Man needed boundaries. He needed boundaries. "I've been writing letters to Angela for years. Love letters, I guess, although I didn't think of them like that. Just letters to a girl I admired and wanted permission to court but had been denied. So I wrote to her instead."
"You wrote letters to me, too."
"I did." He nodded. "My letters to her were very much like my letters to you. Except the last one. I said some things I'd never said before. Kinda bared my heart a little. It was hard and took a long time to write. I was in a big rush and shoved it in an envelope in a hurry. I lost it somewhere, I guess, which was for the best." He was rambling. Reina didn't need to know all that. He didn't know what happened to that last letter. It was the only one that could really be considered a love letter. The rest of them were just news and Bible verses and stuff like that. He steepled his fingers as he leaned against the truck. "That's all irrelevant. I'm just saying I had a long history of pursuing her. But not that long ago, I realized she's not what I wanted. It's funny, because at almost the same time, her father gave me permission to spend 30 minutes a day with her." He clasped his hands together and tried to quit fidgeting. He looked Reina in the eye. "I didn't want it. I didn't want her. I told her no thanks, but because of my long history of sending her letters, she asked me to give it a week. I felt like I owed her that much." The breeze blew her hair again, and a strand caught on her lip ring. He tore his eyes away. "Mr. Davis asked me not to tell anyone that I had agreed to do a week. Small towns are hotbeds for gossip, and it wouldn't look good on Angela if word got out that she was begging some guy to spend time with her." He didn't know if that was the reason or not. Mrs. Davis probably had more to do with it, but he wasn't speculating about her.
"Why? Why wouldn't she let you go?"
"I didn't think to question it at the time, but I sure do now. Especially since Angela hasn't seemed to care about me one way or the other up until this point. But now, all of a sudden, every time we're together, she's wrapping her arms around me and trying to get me to kiss her." He looked her in the eyes, willing her to believe him. "That's why you've been smelling her on me."
"You haven't kissed her?"
Reina asked immediately, and he couldn't lie. His throat was tight, and he tried to swallow. Knowledge shone in her eyes. Hurt, too, and she turned away. "Please wait." She stopped, but didn't turn back around. "Monday night, when I kissed you, was the first time in my life I've ever kissed a woman. You've got to believe me."
"That's not true."
She spit the words out into the night, and they echoed back at him. "It is. Last night, I was daydreaming about you, wondering if you'd be here to meet me, wondering if I'd just imagined how amazingly good it felt to kiss you, hoping and longing with everything in my sorry heart and soul that you'd be here when I got home so I could do it again. I wasn't paying attention, and she had her arms around me and had my head pulled down and was kissing me before I realized what she was doing. I never expected it, but yes, her lips were on mine last night. Not that I wanted them there. I yanked away and managed not to throw up, and that's God's truth." He usually didn't talk that much, but he needed her to believe him. She turned slowly around. Her eyes were narrowed. He didn't have a good feeling about what she was going to say.
"I might believe you about yesterday. I know what it's like to have someone kiss you against your will. I know what it's like to be in a situation and wonder how in the world you got yourself there."
Her voice had been fierce, but now it sounded small.
"I also know what it's like to not be strong enough to fight your way out. When the person who wants what you don't is bigger and stronger and you can't win against them. I know what that's like."
Clouds had covered her eyes, and there was pain there. He wanted to touch her, to comfort her, but he didn't move. It might never be completely gone, but it wasn't holding her back any longer. She straightened. His breath caught.
"I might believe your story. Maybe I do. You believe me and you trusted me and you gave me the benefit of the doubt, so I owe you that much."
She shook her head, then tilted it.
"But you want me to believe that Monday night was your first kiss. Clay, you have a child."
His eyes widened. He waited for her to say more, but she didn't. He'd thought she might have figured out that Gina wasn't his. She'd figured something out, all right, but it was the wrong thing. His breath heaved out slowly. He dropped his hands from his pickup and turned, taking a step before bending and taking his head in his hands.
"No,"
he said, softly and painfully.
"No. Oh, man. Why didn't I see that you would think this?"
It hadn't occurred to him that she might assume he was lying, because he didn't lie, and everyone knew it. Except Reina, apparently. He hooked his hands around the back of his neck and stood, staring at Reina, who stared right back at him. Now what? He could come clean about Gina, but this hardly seemed like the time. There was so much other junk lying between them. He felt like he needed to get that cleaned up first. Or maybe he was still just scared. Scared he'd lose her when she knew the truth. Either way, he didn't want to tell her tonight. "Gina is my daughter," he said slowly, holding her eyes, hoping she'd believe the unbelievable. "And you're the first woman I've ever kissed." He breathed out through his open mouth, squeezing his hands together behind his head, praying she'd accept his word.
"Are you going to explain that to me?"
she finally said. He didn't feel like he could quite breathe a sigh of relief, but he released the tension in his grip and allowed his hands to drop. He used his tongue to touch the corner of his mouth where her lip ring had cut him. "Yes," he said slowly, "but not tonight." She snorted and turned her head away. His heart sank.
"When?"
she said softly. "Give me 10 days, until next weekend."
"I got an email today."
He noticed she didn't agree to his time frame. She put her hands on the edge of his truck bed and seemed to study the glint of the moonlight off the metal.
"I have an interview for a job in Chicago a week from Monday."
She lifted her head.
"They mentioned my background in the email specifically and said they wanted me. The interview is a formality."
Her lips lifted.
"I'm hired."
He could hear the suppressed excitement in her voice. He tried to smile. "I hope it's not a cooking job." She smiled. A real smile. His heart felt like it had pins in it. "I'm sorry about what I said, and the way I said it today. I was frustrated about other things and shouldn't have had my mouth open."
"It was true."
"It wasn't kind."
"You don't need to apologize."
"I do. I did. This is where you say, 'I forgive you, Clay.'" She grinned, a little sassy, and her smile hit his chest and traveled down to his toes. "You do crazy things to my body when you smile like that at me." She lifted a brow.
"Is this where I give you a mint?"
He snorted. Now we have a code for kissing? He nodded. I like it. They stood on opposite sides of his pickup, staring at each other. Clay's eyes caught on her lip ring, and his breath became shallow. He didn't know what she felt, but the blood seemed to steam in his veins. He longed to feel her and touch her and taste her, to hold her and never let her go. But now, not only had he insulted her cooking skills and made her feel like he didn't appreciate the job she was doing, but he still had to somehow tell her about Gina. And she just reminded him tonight that she'd not forgotten what it was like to be forced, and she had a job offer in Chicago to top it off. The odds of him getting what he wanted were pretty low. Part of him said he might as well kiss her anyway, because he could be losing her forever. But he was pretty sure it was the better part of him that reminded him he wanted to build a foundation. Kissing came later. I have to go to Wichita in the morning. You want to come? The words slipped out before he even realized he was going to say them. Yeah, maybe she was leaving. Maybe the odds of winning her hand were slim, but he wasn't quitting. What about Gina? She asked. He shouldn't be selfish. He should take his daughter with her mother, and they could have family time. But he wanted time with Reina by himself. Any of the guys will take her. And Mrs. Smithson offered to keep her for a day any time I needed her to. You want me to go with you? Just the fact that she felt like she needed to ask that told him he hadn't been clear. She wasn't ready to hear that he loved her, and honestly, he wasn't ready to tell her. It was something he'd never said to any girl, ever, and it was definitely a big deal for him. He wasn't quite prepared for her to not return his feelings. He felt the need to take her hand, to look deep into her eyes and show her his sincerity. But he didn't want to get swept up in the vortex that seemed to form any time they touched. He definitely felt Joseph set the example in running from Potiphar's wife, the example he'd always tried to emulate. But he couldn't run tonight. Not from Reina. Setting his jaw, because his entire body buzzed at the idea of getting closer to her, he walked around the bed of his truck. She had her lip twisted and was biting it. Her lip ring glinted. He focused on her eyes while he carefully took her hands in his, her fingers slender and cool. He threaded them with his, felt their skin slide together, saw the flash in her eyes, and knew there was an answering flash in his own. There was nothing he could do about it. It was the way he reacted to her. But he didn't have to act on it, and he wasn't going to. Not tonight. I want there to be more to you and me than just kissing in the moonlight. He huffed out a laugh and his lip curved up. As much as I love kissing you in the moonlight. Her lips twitched, and though it was too dark to see, he wondered if her face had flushed at his comment. He definitely liked that there was a reaction, but... That's not something I'm embarrassed about, by the way. Her head snapped back. I think, eventually, that's going to be a lot of fun. God made us, and He didn't make a mistake with that. He did it for our pleasure. But that's not all there is. I'm sure of it. And something that hot. He hoped he wasn't the only one who found what burned between them hot. Her mouth twitched, and he took that for agreement. Something that hot might not, probably won't be sustainable. Not for 50 or 70 years. Her eyes flickered. Surprise. Yeah, she had no idea how serious he was. But he didn't want to frighten her off with his intensity. Marriage and decades of monogamy were serious subjects, and not everyone embraced the idea with the enthusiasm he did. Maybe he wasn't doing a very good job of explaining to her how much he wanted her with him. He'd gone off on a tangent about being married for 70 years. He should consider it a small miracle that she wasn't running. I like you. That sounded trite. It wasn't nearly what he meant. I can't stop thinking about you, dreaming about you. When you're near, I can't keep from looking at you, from trying to hear everything you say, feel your breath, hear your heartbeat. He squeezed his hand on the bed rail to try to keep from running his finger down the soft skin of her face. And more. He took a breath, willing himself to be unafraid. I'm falling in love with you. Her mouth opened. She stared at him, her eyes huge. Her hand started to pull from his, and he tried hard not to tighten his fingers. I scared you. I'm sorry. Don't go. Please. She quit trying to pull her hand away. You didn't scare me. You shocked me. That someone like me could fall in love? He wasn't deaf, and he wasn't stupid. He knew that many people assumed morality equaled stuffiness and a lack of passion. No, that someone like you could fall in love with someone like me. You saw where I came from. His voice rose. That has nothing to do with you, who you are. She raised a shoulder. They were my decisions that led me there. You were a child. He tried to rein in his frustrations. He knew she couldn't believe the things she was saying. You didn't make those decisions when you were a child. I was blessed with a different life than you. And you're a different person now. She waved her free arm around. You could slap these people with a lie from your lips up alongside the head, and they still wouldn't believe it. No one would ever believe that you would do anything wrong. I don't have that. And that's not fair to you. His chin went up. His back was straight. Only his chest moving in and out faster than normal gave anything away of the turmoil inside. If you don't like me, if you could never love me, just say so. You don't have to make up excuses. They're not excuses. Say so. Her lips set, mulishly. A small part of him relaxed. He'd given her an out. She didn't take it. So, you're saying I can't have you because I'm too good? He squared his jaw. He wasn't any better than she was. His righteousness was filthy rags, same as hers. But she wouldn't see it. What do I have to do? She couldn't ask him to do anything he wouldn't try with all his heart to accomplish. To be with you, what do I have to do? Her eyes bored into his, her chest going the same as his. He thought she'd ask him to do something hard, something impossible. He wanted the challenge, the opportunity to prove to her that she was worth it to him, worth anything she asked. He wasn't prepared for tears to gather in her eyes, for her to bite her lip and start to turn away. Please don't. He tugged on her hand, asked her to move closer, not farther away. Her chest shook. His heart froze. She moved to leave again. Stay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Don't cry alone, please. He tugged her by their joined hands, prying his fingers off the rail of his truck and sliding it around her shoulders, pulling her into him. Seeing his daughter cry with a scrape or bruise was hard. Seeing Reina cry over the demons that haunted her ripped at his soul and made him feel powerless and frustrated. He wanted to fix it. But all he could do was hold her, if she let him. She stiffened under his hand. Give me this much, he whispered. Just let me hold you. It took a few seconds while his body was tight with tension. But she finally softened against him and laid her head down on his chest. Relief eased through his muscles.
I don't deserve you.
I'm no better than you. I told you that. Tell me what you want me to do to prove it. He'd almost made her cry the last time he said that. It felt like he could ask again since he was holding her now.
For you to prove to me that you're not as good as I know you to be is for you to become someone you're not.
So I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't? He wasn't successful in keeping the frustration out of his voice. She didn't answer. He didn't want to fight anymore. Her body felt warm and soft pressed to his. Her strawberry and mint scent skipped on the air around him. The heat between them was still there but banked, and he almost liked this more, this soft sharing of strength. The feeling of being buffered. Her warm breath on his neck and her arms around his waist, holding him tight. Maybe he'd like more, to move his hand over her back, touch her hair, feel her skin. But that could unleash the heat, and right now, he thought she needed the tenderness more. Will you come with me tomorrow? He asked at last. As friends, if that's what you want. Or as more, because that's what I want. She pulled back a little. He forced his arms to loosen. Her head tilted up to his. Her breath fanned his face, and fear settled in the pit of his stomach.
I'll go, she whispered. I want more, too.
His lips curved up, and he couldn't stop the smile that crinkled his whole face. I think this is where I kiss you, but we both know what happens when I do that. He picked her up and spun her around. She laughed, her skirt and her hair blowing around them. His hat fell off, and he barely noticed. He set her down, finally, and grabbed both her hands. They smiled into each other's eyes. I'm dead serious about you. I don't play games, and I'm not doing this for fun. I'm doing this because I know exactly who I want to spend my life with. Just waiting for you to figure it out, too. Her smile was still there, but he saw the clouds go over her face. Light clouds. Maybe he pushed too hard. He just felt it was fair for her to know his angle. Her job offer and his longing to be in North Dakota, Gina and all the baggage between them. There was so much to get past or work out. But if she could love him with the blood-deep intensity he felt for her, they could figure things out. Chapter 19. Gina chose to spend the day with Boone, so Reina and Clay left directly after breakfast for Wichita. Their hands lay clasped on the seat between them for the whole ride there, and they talked about everything and nothing, with a few sparse silences that didn't feel awkward, but instead felt warm and easy and exactly right. Reina felt like she had to pinch herself. She'd never thought when she'd decided to come west and look Clay up that things would work out like this. It was ironic that he didn't even seem to remember his promise. She liked it better this way anyway. It was obvious now that there was no way she could have forced anyone to marry her just because they'd promised to 9 years ago. Really, she hadn't thought she'd be able to force him. It was more that she'd be able to prove that he wouldn't keep his word. To show herself that he wasn't as perfect as she remembered. She didn't want to do that anymore either. Maybe it was just a sentence that slipped out as he was trying to give comfort in an impossible situation. The day was filled with brilliant sunshine, which matched her mood perfectly. They held hands as they walked down the sidewalk. Clay was greeted warmly at the John Deere dealer, and she felt proud to be beside him. A little guilt dimmed her day, because she wanted him to feel the same about her. But Mrs. Smithson's words came back to her, She could build up, little by little. Each day that she lived right added to the one before. He bought her lunch at a restaurant that was fancy enough to be special, but not so much that it made her uncomfortable. The ride home was as good as the rest of the day, only they had the memories they'd just made casting a sweet glow around them. Clay dropped her off at the campers before he took the parts that he'd picked up and went to fix the combine. She hummed as she fixed supper according to the recipe Mrs. Smithson had shown her, and her euphoric glow was only dimmed a little when Clay missed the 8 o'clock supper and they heard his pickup leaving for town and Angela. She was waiting for him when he came home, and they strolled, hand in hand, in the moonlight. Friday was a little harder because he left before breakfast, and she didn't see him at lunch, and he was showering to get ready to go see Angela when the rest of the crew came for supper. She tried to tell herself it was just one day and she didn't need to be so disappointed, but her pep talk wasn't really working. The rest of the crew talked, and her lasagna turned out okay. Though a little runny, it still tasted good. She didn't think the other guys even really realized that she and Clay had decided to be a couple. Not that it mattered, she supposed, other than he was getting cleaned up to go see someone else. That's all. She was quiet with her eyes on her plate when the door burst open and Clay's head appeared. "Come with me," he said, staring at her. "Nah, think hanging out with you and Angela would be as exciting as looking at the sky on a cloudless day. Thanks anyway." Mav smirked and took a bite of his second helping of lasagna. The other guys laughed, and some of them declined sarcastically as well. Reina hesitated. If Clay said he wasn't interested in Angela, she believed him. But she wasn't sure she wanted to witness it. "Please?" His face hadn't changed. Not much. Just a hair of uncertainty. It was enough for her. She pushed back and stood. Every eye on the crew watched as she swished around the little table and walked to the door. "What the?" Mav said, his mouth still full. "Clay and Reina?" Luke's tone was heavy with shock. Abner took a small sip of his water and held his fork suspended in midair. "Don't know why you guys are so shocked. He's been coming home from Angela and kissing Reina all week now." "Clay has 2 girls? Clay is kissing a girl?" Abner shrugged, his fork hovering over his mouth. "He could give an actress in a romance movie pointers. On kissing, anyway." He shot a little grin at Reina and winked. "What does an Amishman know about romance movies?" The humor was gone. "You're not looking at an Amishman, mister." He shoved the lasagna in his mouth. Even that tiny bit of hot emotion from Abner, who was always as calm as the desert at night, silenced the whole room. Mav mumbled, "Sorry." Reina moved to step down. "Boone, you have Gina?" Clay asked his brother. "I do," Boone said slowly. "But you're going to have to do a little explaining to me when you get home." Clay gave him a hard look before taking Reina by the waist. She put her hands on his shoulders as he lifted her, bringing her close to his body, stepping back and turning, letting her slide down against him to the ground. Her heart surged and her fingers curled. He could kiss her now, in front of the entire crew, and she wouldn't care, would blindly kiss him back. Clay looked back at the camper where his crew craned their necks to look out at them. "Thinking I don't have to, but I will." He shut the door. He held her just a moment more before he grabbed her hand and started walking to his truck. She hated that his crew found it so hard to believe, but she understood where they were coming from. She couldn't believe it either. And that's what she'd been telling Clay last night. Maybe they liked each other, but that didn't mean they belonged together. Maybe they were equal, but they were too different to fit. The crew could see it. Why couldn't Clay? He opened her door, but he stopped her from getting in. His head lowered, and she thought maybe he was going to kiss her. But his cheek brushed hers, and he whispered in her ear, "Is it wicked of me to do this?" His thumb touched her cheek as his fingers slid around her neck. "I have to walk with Angela. Is it wicked of me to want your sin on me while I do it? Is it wrong to want you waiting for me so I can leave her house and step into your arms?" His lips touched her temple. "Do you see how evil I am? I'm doing what I said I'd do, but everything in me rebels, because I want you." He barely touched her, but she trembled and her knees were weak.
"Makes me just as bad in a different way that I'm willing to let you."
His breath came out, long and frustrated. "I'd better step away before I can't." He shifted and she turned. But he stopped her with a touch before hooking both hands on the doorframe. She looked at him. "Kiss me." Her mouth dropped, but then she saw a bit of humor along with the heat and frustration in his gaze and realized what he was asking. She found her wickedness, if that's what it was, rose up to match his. Her lip curled up and her eyes glinted. This could be fun.
"Are you holding on tight?"
Clay stood at the Davises' door, his back and the corner of his mouth still burning. His hands were at least steady when he knocked, although his legs still felt like warm jello. He wasn't sure whether what he'd done in the last 30 minutes was good or bad. Which was odd, because he'd never in his life had a problem seeing that line. He had to keep his word, but he needed Reina to know that she was the one. The only one. Angela answered the door. Her parents were nowhere in sight, which was different, since Pastor Davis had come to the door every night previous to this. She slipped out, taking his arm without him offering it and seeming to be in a hurry to walk away from her house. The hand that wasn't holding his arm brushed down her leg. She wore pants. He was pretty sure, but not totally certain, that she'd worn a skirt every other night. They walked in silence for a bit. Clay knew exactly where he was going, and he couldn't wait to get there.
"I need to talk to you,"
she said as he steered her into the alley that they'd gone into each night. He didn't allow her to slow him down with the pressure she exerted on his arm, but kept his pace up.
"Clay, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking so fast? We need to talk."
She huffed beside him, all but dragging on his arm. He didn't stop. He needed to make it to the other side of the alley. It faced the little park. He'd left Reina there, sitting on a swing. He could see her now, but they needed to be out of the alley and into the light so she could see him. 2 more steps. The pressure on his arm increased, but it only made him pull harder. He'd been naive at the beginning of this week, but he wasn't any longer. Angela had more to do with that than Reina. He took the last steps and stopped in the light. Her breath came in small pants as she stopped beside him.
"I thought the darkness of the alley would give us some privacy,"
she said at last, straightening and looking at his face for the first time. She drew in a short breath.
"What happened to your lip? You're bleeding."
Clay put a finger on the spot that burned at the corner of his mouth. He felt the blood, cool and a little sticky, and lifted his eyes, looking toward the park and Reina. She pushed gently back and forth on the swing, her face turned toward him, too far away for him to see her expression. He didn't want to tear his eyes away, wanted to watch her, go to her, but he looked back down at his finger. It is. He almost laughed as horror and revulsion were quickly wiped from Angela's smooth face. She sighed, still seemingly put out.
Tonight is our last night.
Boy, he knew it. He jerked his head.
I don't understand what happened. You've seemed to want me for so many years, and now you don't seem to have any interest at all.
Her face was serious and serene, but a bit of hurt pinched the corner of her eyes, and compassion stirred in his soul. God's timing. He believed it.
Well, God's timing is kind of odd.
Bitterness laced her voice.
I need to level with you because my time is up.
She took a breath, her lips pinched together.
Mom has a shopping problem. She has for years. We've been able to keep it covered. She's gotten every credit card anyone in the family has ever been offered. Maxed them all out. We've mortgaged the house. Twice. Dad's salary can't keep up with it, and we're going to lose the house.
She shoved her hands in her pockets and looked over his shoulder. Well, he said at last. That's unexpected, but not as unbelievable as you all of a sudden deciding you couldn't live without me. He almost laughed at the relief.
We need money.
His brows furrowed. I've got the business. It's worth a lot, but it's all in equipment. Nothing liquid. I'd have to sell. She pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket and held it up.
This came in the mail with your last letter. I couldn't figure out what you were trying to say at first. Then I eventually realized you didn't mean to send it.
She waved it, and he took it, confused until he opened it. The strange actions of Angela and her dad clicked completely into place. I'm sorry. Yeah, I definitely meant to throw this thing away. It was a letter from some lawyer in Fargo, telling him he'd inherit $1 billion if he married and settled in North Dakota. It was a scam if he'd ever seen one, and he didn't believe it for a second. I know this was on my desk about the time I sent that last letter. I thought it had gotten lost and didn't even realize it must have gotten stuck, and I folded it up with your letter. I certainly didn't mean to send that piece of junk to you. He started to ball it up.
Wait.
Angela put her hand on his arm.
I called the number.
Oh, yeah? It wasn't some preacher offering to raise up your dead grandmother if you donated half your inheritance, was it? He couldn't keep the sarcasm out of his voice. He had no time for people who made a mockery of the sacredness of his beliefs.
It's legitimate.
Her voice was so solid and so firm, and her face so serious that he almost believed her. Almost. Well, maybe. He didn't believe it for a second, but he didn't think it was worth arguing about either. With that kind of money usually gets you into trouble. I'd rather earn it myself. He started to ball it up again.
Wait,
she cried.
Maybe you don't need it, but I do. My dad is about to lose everything he's ever worked for. I have to help.
Clay stared at her as the seconds ticked by, scrambling in his brain to come up with a kind way to say what needed to be said. All he could come up with was the flat-out truth. I'm not going to marry you.
It's my last hope.
Her face was pleading. Clay was sorely tempted to get on his knees right there and thank his God in heaven for his timing and care. If God hadn't brought Reina to him, Clay would be thinking right now that this was the best thing that could ever happen to him. And he'd have been dead wrong, about to walk into a $1 billion trap. Stuck for the rest of his life. God was good. All the time. But that didn't solve Angela's problem. He'd only read the letter once. "There's an end date on that, isn't there?" She nodded.
"Monday."
3 days from now. If he inherited $1 billion, it wouldn't be a hardship to share with Pastor Davis. But that meant he'd have to push Reina to marry him before she was ready. He'd have to tell her about Gina. He'd have to risk losing her, and he'd have to tell her that she couldn't take that job in Chicago, but had to live in North Dakota with him. He looked over at the swing. He wanted her, and he was ready. She wasn't. He turned his head back to Angela. "I'm sorry. I can't help you." Her lips flattened, but she didn't look as devastated as he might have expected. "I'm supposed to be talking you into seeing some guy tomorrow?" She laughed without humor.
"I've been talking to him for a while. Phone conversations and messaging. He asked my dad a while ago for permission to marry me."
"So, I don't have to talk you into seeing him?"
"Dad just used him as a decoy to keep you from getting suspicious. He'll marry me tomorrow if I say yes."
She twisted her lip.
"You were just my first choice."
Clay didn't know what to say, but their 30 minutes were up. Although now he knew why the standards and sanctions against him had been loosened, and so quickly. He hated to turn his back on Reina and walk away from her, even for the short time it took to see Angela to her house.
"Why don't you go to her? That's what you want."
She followed his gaze as it tracked the slow motion of the swing. "It's what I want, but I'll see you home first." He'd be done with his commitment then. Rather than turn toward the alley, Angela started to walk toward the park. Determined strides. Clay trailed after her, not sure what her plan was. He couldn't imagine it was anything good, and he was Team Reina all the way. Surely Angela wouldn't hurt Reina. He quickened his stride. But Angela just stopped in front of the swing and held out the letter she'd straightened.
"You ought to read this."
"No," Clay said. But it was too late. Reina's hand came up and took the paper.
"I'll see myself home,"
Angela said. Clay held his hand out for Reina. She looked at Angela's retreating back. "I have to get her to her door," he said. She nodded and took his hand. Chapter 20. Clay gripped the steering wheel tightly in both hands. Reina hadn't said much since Angela had handed her the letter. He wished he knew what she was thinking. Although he knew there was something he needed to tell her before they could even talk about the letter. Gina. But as he pulled into the yard, his headlights flashed across the grassy area between the two campers and showed every one of his crew members lounging in some form, waiting. Reina's breath hissed out.
"They're going to burn me at the stake."
"Huh?" Clay shut off the motor but didn't move to unlatch the door.
"They found out that we're a couple and they're going to kill me because—"
Her voice trailed off, and she looked out the windshield as the crew converged in front of his pickup. She finished her sentence in a whisper.
"Because I'm not good enough."
He strongly disagreed, but didn't have time to try to convince her otherwise. "I think you might be surprised." He lifted a brow at her before reaching over and unlatching his door. She didn't look convinced, but he had a feeling she would be. In just a few minutes. Clay slammed his door shut. Boone stepped out from the rest of the guys. Clay eyed his little brother. Not so little anymore. Boone was every bit as big as he was. Normally, he was pretty laid back and dependable, but there was no mistaking the dark anger on his face. Reina's door slammed, breaking the silence that had descended in the yard. At least he didn't see Gina anywhere. If the guys were going to tear into him, it would upset his daughter for sure. She wouldn't understand, and she'd be scared. Clay wasn't afraid. Not of the odds, not of the angry faces, not even of the fact that if there truly was a fight, he had no chance. Having Reina kiss him tonight had been the only thing he'd not been sure about whether it was right or not. And that was more because it could hurt Angela. But he took that risk because of what he wanted to do for Reina. Everything else he'd done was completely on the side of right. Boone could rage. The rest of his crew could too. But as long as he was sure he was right, he wasn't scared. Abner spoke from the other side of the group. "Reina, kid, I think you better stay right there, please." "Abner?" Clay tilted his head. Boone was level-headed. Abner was unshakable. Nothing, absolutely nothing, made him angry. Clay had never even heard him raise his voice. And with 6 men living in a camper together, that was a pretty big deal. "None of us are going to let you treat her like that." Boone seemed to be the spokesperson for the group. He heard Reina's indrawn breath and bit back a smile. He'd say "I told you so" later. "Thought we were going to talk about it." Clay crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the grill of his pickup, crossing one boot over another. "You're going to tell me you haven't been out with Angela each evening, then coming home and making out with Reina?" Boone took a step forward, his hands clenched at his sides. "Nope, you're right." Clay allowed a little smirk to linger on his lips. He was baiting his brother, he knew, but Boone should know better than to go off half-cocked like this. Unless... Clay tilted his head. "You have a thing for Angela." Boone didn't say anything. "You do." Clay stood, disbelief making him forget he'd been dancing around in dangerous territory. "Why didn't you say something?" Boone grunted. He hadn't said anything because his older brother, who he loved and respected, had fancied himself in love with her. "Holy frig, man, you better do something fast. She needs to get married. Immediately." He couldn't give out the details. "She's got her mind set, and she's going to marry Logan Horn." "Logan Horn? The spoiled jerk we caught on the switchback 3 years ago, torturing kittens? His dad's a big-name speaker and paid the police off? That Logan Horn?" Boone's voice was wrapped in incredulity. "That's the one." "You can't let her do that." "I can't stop her." "You've been out with her every night this week. She must feel something for you. Don't let her marry that jerk." "I can't stop it." "You marry her." "No way." "Why not?" "I'm with Reina." "We'll take care of Reina. That's what tonight was about anyway. Seemed to us you were holding Angela on a pedestal and not treating Reina with the respect she deserves. We're not letting you do that. But Angela needs help too, and you're the only one to do it." "You'll have to figure out how to save her, because I'm not going to." "You've led her on for years and years with your fancy letters and pretty words, and now when she needs you, you're ditching her? She thought she could trust you." "I didn't lead her on." "You did." "No." He wanted to be a little more reasonable, but the escalating tone and the bulging veins in Boone's face said he wasn't at a point where he could be reasoned with. "She told me you did." which of course made Clay wonder when and where Boone had talked to Angela and exactly how much he knew about her situation. He might know he didn't have the money to buy her mother out. "I'm sorry, but that's not true." Clay used his most rational tone. "You calling her a liar?" "I didn't lead her on." "So she's a liar." Boone's voice had gotten softer. Clay felt like he might finally be seeing reason, because in all his life, Boone had never heard a single lie pass Clay's lips. "Yes, she's lying." Clay didn't see the right hook until it was far too late to dodge or duck. His head snapped back. His arm and shoulder hit the hood of his truck with a hollow thud. Blood trickled from the other side of his mouth. If the pain hadn't been thumping so intensely, he might have smiled. Both sides of his mouth had been bleeding tonight. One, a sweet, cherished pain. The other one hard, because it came from his brother. Boone would never have thrown a punch if he hadn't been hurt. Angela must have rejected him. Clay straightened. His vision cleared. Abner and Luke held Boone's arms behind his back. Jerking his head at the other guys, Clay said, "It's okay. Let him go. I think there's a little more going on than we know." Luke's face held doubt, but both Abner and he let go of Boone's arms. Boone stepped forward quickly as soon as he was free, and Clay thought he was going to get decked again. He loved his brother, but he wasn't going to become his punching bag. "Take care of her." "I can't." "You have to. You're the only one who can. She told me about the letter." "Screw the letter. It doesn't matter." "It's easy for you to say when you don't need it. Take care of Angela." "No." "Why not? Why won't you?" "I'm with Reina." "That's not good enough." "It has to be." "We'll take care of her. We all love her. She's like family. Do right by Angela." "I can't." Boone grabbed his shoulders and shook. His voice went up. "Why not?" Abner appeared between them. "Stop it, you two." He gave Clay a level look. "I get that you want to protect Reina, but you're torturing your brother." He turned to Boone. "Clay belongs with Reina. She's the mother of his child." Reina gasped. Clay swore. Something low and filthy. Words he never used, but came out like he'd been saying them all his life. There was regret on Abner's face, but firm resolve, too. He could hear Reina's ragged breaths, but couldn't see her around Luke's body. He shot a menacing glance at Abner and moved toward her. A flash of white swirled, then came pounding as she ran down the road and off into the darkness. Immediately, Clay started after her, only to be brought up short by Abner. "Might be best to wait. The state you're in, you're liable to do something stupid." Clay had a lot of respect for Abner. It's the only reason he stopped. "She's not from around here. She has no idea what's out there. Even without the bombshell you just dropped on her, she shouldn't be alone." "She needed to know." "I was going to tell her." "The longer you waited, the worse it was going to be, and the more she was going to hate you when she found out." "Let me go." Clay balled his fist at his side. Abner backed up. Just before Clay turned to go, something by the camper caught his eye. Gina, looking little and thin in her white nightgown, clutching a teddy bear to her chest. "Daddy?" she said when she saw him looking at her. He shot Abner another heated stare before walking swiftly to his daughter and kneeling before her. "Yes, baby?" Gina bit her lip, but he could read her eyes just as sure as he knelt in front of her. She'd heard, and she'd figured it out.
Reina is my mom?
"She is, baby."
Doesn't she want me?
Her lip trembled, and impotent rage balled up, anger at the universe for his inability to shield his daughter from every and all hurts. He couldn't lie to her. He could never lie to her, but he didn't know what to say. He wrapped his hands around her arms and pulled her to his chest, feeling the love that couldn't be contained swell beneath his ribs and push painfully up his throat. "I'm going to find out." Gina pulled back. She touched his lip.
What happened to your face, Daddy?
Good. She hadn't seen Boone hit him. He was thankful for small mercies. "My face hasn't been having a very good night." It was possible he'd be hit again once he did find Reina. He probably deserved it.
Did she run away?
Gina asked, a tremble in her voice. "I don't know."
Hurry up and find her, please.
A shadow fell over them. "You go ahead and go, bro. I've got my Gigi." Boone bent down and scooped Gina up out of Clay's arms. He waited for Clay to stand. "I'm sorry. Everything you guessed was right." "It's okay. I think I kind of know how you feel." He'd never felt tied up about anyone the way he did about Reina. Boone was quiet and calm, but still waters ran deep, and he could very likely feel just as strongly about Angela. Clay kind of hoped he didn't, because Boone deserved someone far better. He turned. The crew was still all looking at him. "Anyone else?" It was a rhetorical question. "Sure, I'll take a turn," Mav said, stepping forward, fists balled. Clay rolled his eyes. "Shut up and go to bed." "Want help finding her?" Abner asked. "No." She'd either be close because she was okay with what she'd learned about Gina and everything that meant, or she'd still be running and not want to be found. He walked off into the night. Chapter 21. She wasn't far, which encouraged his heart, but it took him an hour to find her tucked in the bean field that lined the wide, grassy area. He noticed her head sticking up above the leaves as she sat between the rows. She had to have seen him multiple times as he walked through the moonlight-drenched grass that lined the field. But he couldn't fault her for not calling out. She probably needed the time to process. It gave him time to cool down, too. He stopped when he saw her, maybe 30 feet away. "I just want to make sure you were okay." The night air trailed along his face. A light touch. It could be her fingers. "I'm okay," she said eventually, when he'd almost forgotten the question. He took a step closer. "You need more time?" "I want to hear how this happened." "Can I come closer?" Her whispered reply was so soft he almost missed it. "Yes." He sat down on the ground at the edge of the field, resting his forearms on his knees. It wasn't as close as he wanted to be, but it had to be close enough for now. "Do you remember what you said to me that night?" He hadn't been expecting her to talk, and her question surprised him. "I suppose I said a lot of things." He hooked his fingers together. "You figured out by now, I was just a kid from the country, only been 18 a few days, bringing a corn head for the combine back from the dealer in Illinois where it had gotten fixed. I didn't even really need fuel. Don't know why I stopped. That wasn't true. He did know. God prompted me to stop.
I believe that,
she whispered. God's hand was a ribbon that tied their story together. You know, the scary thing is, if you hadn't been so young, I wouldn't have said anything. I saw that man take you to one truck, then another, and another. I might have been a hick from the sticks, but I knew what was going on. And I'd have looked the other way. Was gonna. But the parking lot light hit your face just right. The angle and how it was highlighted. I almost dropped the fuel cap. Reina shivered in the moonlight. She didn't look much older now than she did then. Not tonight. I yelled at the guy beside me to call the cops, and I went running over before he could take you to the next truck. No one else cared. She gave a bitter laugh. Or they were too afraid to stand up to drug dealers. Clay laughed. It had a little more humor in it. I was too dumb to know they were drug dealers. I just knew they shouldn't have you.
You yanked me out of his grip and pulled me away.
Dumb kid.
There were guys who were angry about losing their 15-minute hookup.
There were more guys who defended me.
You took me around the building, gave me your jacket, and sat with me.
I really liked that jacket. You don't know what happened to it. There was no bitterness this time when she snorted.
This is a serious discussion about a very important matter. Are you making light of it?
You mind?
No. It just reminds me that you see me as a person and not as a victim or whatever I was that night.
Good. She shifted.
I know I was on whatever drugs they were giving me. I was crying and almost incoherent most of the time. I felt like my life was over.
I know. He put his head down, looking at his hands, remembering. You said no one wanted you before this, and now no one would ever want you. She rose from the beans and cut through the leaves with soft swishes before kneeling in front of him.
Do you remember what you promised me?
I'd forgotten until just now. He took hold of her hand and tugged. She fell forward, and he caught her, settling her down between his legs, her back to his front. He wrapped his arms around her. I told you people were coming that were going to help you, that you had to let them, that you had to work with them.
You gave me quite a pep talk. I'd never met anyone like you. I admired you, but rolled my eyes at you too. You were so stupidly optimistic and thought the world was all peaches and roses and little blessings from God or whatever. I wasn't too high to be derisive.
She was stiff and tense in his arms, remembering.
I knew I was worthless. A piece of flesh with no value. There was no happy husband, cute kids, or family of any kind in my future.
She lifted a hand to her mouth.
I hated the baby I was carrying because I hated the father, whoever the bastard was, and I knew eventually it would hate me.
I said, he continued, like she'd not spoken, if you gave your baby up for adoption, finished high school, and graduated from college with a 4-year degree.
Everything you just said sounded so impossible for me that night.
I said I'd marry you. She took a deep breath and blew it out. Another. He waited.
You adopted my child.
Yes. He let that word fade into the night. That was the promise that I really remembered, because I have 7 younger brothers and sisters. I knew how hard it was to raise a child, But I promised if you gave her up, she'd be fine. I couldn't keep that promise without making sure of it myself." It had taken some fancy talking, but he'd made a few friends with the police officers that night, and they knew people who knew people. There was definitely some string pulling involved. He couldn't deny that God had probably worked as well.
"I never held her. Never knew who got her. They said it was better that way. I never even knew her name."
The name on her birth certificate is Reina, after you. She turned in his arms.
"I thought I would hate her."
"I knew you wouldn't. No one could."
"When were you going to tell me?"
"I wrote you a letter, but I guess you left to come find me before you got it."
"Yes. I came to make you keep your promise. Or, more likely, to prove that you weren't the man you claimed to be and watch you break it."
"I'll keep it. Tonight. Tomorrow. Next year. You tell me when." She held up the letter he didn't realize she was holding in her hand.
"If we get married by Monday, you'd be a very rich man."
"I don't want the money. Screw it." Her eyes narrowed as she looked over her shoulder at him.
"Maybe I do."
He snorted. "You're going to marry me for my money."
"I might do that."
"Why don't you marry me and make an honest man out of me? You are the mother of my child." He said it lightly, but she bit her lip.
"Do you think she'll—"
"Accept you?"
"Yeah."
She heard. "She knows it's you. I think she already likes you, and I don't think it'll be long until she loves you as much as I do." Reina froze. Clay leaned down and kissed the sensitive spot behind her ear. He whispered, "I love you." He trailed his hand down her arm and kissed her neck. "I love you." He pulled her closer and kissed her cheek. "I love you."
"I can't believe it."
"I'll remind you of it as often as I can."
"I think I've loved you since I sat beside you in the dark and you told me you'd marry me."
"I'm sorry I forgot."
"God knew. He used that promise to pull me up. I don't think I'd have finished high school, and I definitely wouldn't have gone to college if I didn't have that promise ringing in my ear, and the thought that I was going to find you someday and make the Mary Poppins farm boy eat his words."
"Why don't you change the end of that sentence to say, 'Make the Mary Poppins farm boy fall in love with me'?"
"Loving me isn't enough. I want the ring and the whole shebang."
He laughed. "You think you can stand staying with this farm boy?" His chest tightened. He forced the next sentence out. "Or are you going to turn this farm boy into a city slicker?" He held his breath, knowing that he'd do whatever she chose. It would kill a little piece of him, but he could live without North Dakota. He couldn't live without Reina. She ran a finger along his forearm. He shivered.
"You're kind of old and stuck in your ways. Since I'm younger and better able to deal with change, I think I better be the one doing the moving."
"You just called me old?" She lifted a shoulder.
"Shoe fits and all that."
"Fine. I'll wear that pair of shoes." He twisted, rolling until she was on her back on the grass and he was leaning over her, framing her face with his hands. "Are you sure about that? What about your job offer?"
"Good point. I'm not a very good cook, am I?"
He huffed out a laugh. "Do I have to answer that question?"
"I can't believe you're offering me the opportunity to be the mother to the child I gave up."
She bit her lip.
"And I don't think there's any better place to raise her than in North Dakota."
"She'll need some brothers and sisters." Clay couldn't help but smile. He wanted that life more than air. A tremble went through her body.
Then we'll have to make sure she gets them.
I don't think my mouth can take kissing, but I sure want to. She pushed at his shoulder.
Give it a break tonight. You'll want to have it ready by Saturday.
He stood and offered her his hand. What's happening on Saturday?
We're getting married.
Gina had waited forever to meet her mother. It probably wouldn't always be peaches and roses, like Reina had accused Clay of thinking, but their reunion went well. Gina was thrilled to have the mother she'd longed for and been promised by Clay. And Reina was amazed that Clay had gone so far as to adopt her child just to keep his promise. How could she not love a man like that? Epilogue. September. Clay and Reina's wedding. Boone Stryker stood along the edge of the high school gymnasium. His brother Clay and Reina were standing at the front table, cutting their cake. It was a homemade cake his sister had baked. She'd taken a couple of decorating classes, and it didn't look too bad. Boone doubted anyone was looking at the cake. Clay had his hand over Reina's on the knife, his big body behind hers, and they were smiling, whispering to each other as the knife hung suspended just a fraction of an inch over the cake, like they'd forgotten about it. They were so wrapped up in their own world and bubble. They didn't seem to have any remorse about foregoing the $1 billion that Clay had told him about late one night when it was just Boone and Clay in the small kitchen of the men's camper. That had put the whole Angela thing in a whole new light. She'd really just been after Clay's money. Boone wasn't sure he could have been like Clay and passed on the money to give Reina a little more time to be courted and to be sure about her decision, especially since Reina would have married him immediately. But Clay seemed to know some things about Reina's past that made him sure that waiting was the correct course of action. Boone hadn't pried. Some things were best left unknown. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to dim any joy on their big day. Reina laughed at something Clay whispered in her ear. Then Clay leaned down even farther so Reina could do her own talking into his. Boone snorted as Clay's face got as red as an IH tractor. Whatever Reina had said, Boone would bet his boots it had something to do with whatever they were going to be doing tonight when they were finally alone. Boone looked out over the crowd, and like he suspected, most of the guests were watching with goofy, romantic smiles on their faces. Clay deserved every second of a happy, not-so-secret romance. Boone looked away as they finally remembered they were supposed to be cutting the cake, and laughter erupted from the guests seated at the folding cafeteria tables. For a moment, the laughter drowned out the music that was being piped over the speakers. Some kind of classical string quartet music. Whatever it was, it hadn't kept Abner from teaching about 20 kids to line dance. He had a little one on his shoulder, and what looked like wings of boys and girls stretched out on either side of his long legs. The wings wobbled as he executed a turn, a stomp, and a slap, before stepping up then sliding to the side, turning the 4/4 time music into cut time and moving in perfect rhythm. But it worked. It definitely looked like he'd done it more than once. It certainly wasn't something he'd learned from his Amish childhood. Although the way he was at ease with all the little ones running around and hanging on him was probably some hangover from that time. Boone kind of wished Abner would talk about it. If anyone was made to be a father of 12 to 14 kids, it was Abner. He'd work himself into the ground for his family, too. But there was no point in asking. If anyone said Amish in his presence, he clammed up like a time capsule being lowered into a hole. As far as Boone knew, no one had any idea of what had made Abner leave his community. Although, it probably had something to do with the girl. He couldn't imagine Abner walking for anything less. Maybe a fight with his father. Boone didn't have a father to fight with. His eyes turned again to Clay, who had completely ignored the tradition of smearing cake all over his bride's face, and was carefully feeding her a bite with a sappy, loving look on his face. The scar from where she'd had her lip piercing removed was barely visible. Clay's finger brushed the spot, almost inconspicuously, but Boone noticed. He'd seen Clay's mouth bleed from kissing the woman he loved, but again, Clay seemed to think there was a purpose and reason behind it, and just shrugged and changed the subject when Boone had asked why he'd put up with it. Well, the lip piercing was gone. It didn't cause the pain in Boone's heart that the absence of his father did, of course. There was no sign Clay missed his dad, but Boone was sure he did. Boone turned away again, tempted to join Abner and the kids that were still line dancing to the classical music. Angela had gotten married to the speaker's son 3 weeks ago. For it being planned fast, it was formal. Even though the crew had been invited, no one had wanted to get dressed up and sit for an hour in uncomfortable monkey suits. Not even for the food that would be served after. Boone hadn't wanted to go for other reasons, too. It would have been one thing to watch her get married to his brother. He might have been able to handle that, because Clay was a better man than Boone would ever be, but he couldn't swallow watching her marry an idiot like Logan. So he'd driven chopper and had been in the middle of harvesting a cornfield when Angela had pledged her life to another man. He pushed off the wall and walked out the gymnasium doors, standing in the glass-enclosed entry, staring out at the full parking lot and the big sky and brown fields beyond. Feeling restless. He wanted to push out those doors and just go. Go somewhere. Anywhere. Or maybe nowhere. He didn't know. He just knew he had a restless itchiness, and settling down on his ranch, permanently, wasn't looking nearly as good to him as it had even a few weeks ago. Harvest season wasn't over, but it would be in another couple of months. Then there was the long North Dakota winter to hunker down and endure. Funny that he was even thinking that way. He loved North Dakota and the challenge of the weather. He figured he knew his restless irritation was caused by things not working out with Angela. Not that he was madly in love, although he figured it wouldn't have been hard to fall. His heart wasn't broken, not by a long shot. It was just a little harder and a little more cynical. He turned, thinking he needed to go back into the gymnasium and put on his happy face for his big brother's day. Be there to support his mom and siblings. It wasn't what he felt like doing, but he'd lived long enough to know that getting to do what one felt like doing didn't happen very often. His hand was on the door handle when a poster caught his eyes. His arm slowly dropped as he read. Auction and Wedding. Saturday, September 14th at 6 p.m. Assorted livestock, including 17 registered Black Angus calf cows, guaranteed bred for spring delivery. A John Deere S700 combine. Boone skimmed down through the list of equipment. At the very end was one more ad. Also up for bid to the highest bidder, absolute sale, Roxanne Peterson, age 28, and sole owner of Sweetwater Ranch. The winning bidder will be married to the lady immediately following the auction. Male bidders only, please. A woman was being sold at auction? The idea definitely eased the restlessness in his body and stirred up whatever it was that made him eager to face a challenge, especially one with such a sweet payoff. Sweetwater Ranch was the nicest ranch in the county, and definitely one of the top ranches in the state. And it was up for grabs. All a man had to do was marry Roxanne Peterson. He'd heard of her, but he wouldn't know her to see her. His mom would know. Heck, for all he knew, she might even be here now. He looked back at the paper, studying it. He hadn't been around all summer, of course, since he worked on the harvest crew. He didn't know if this was a big deal or not. Couldn't tell from the paper, but probably was. Still, it almost seemed like a shortcut too good to ignore if a man could get a wife and a ranch all in one fell swoop. He'd never been in love, not like Clay was obviously in love, and hardly figured it would happen to him anyway. Why not buy a wife at auction? It was a great idea. People should have thought of this a long time ago. He opened the door and stepped back in, heading straight for his mother's table. She'd know who this Roxanne was. As long as she didn't look like a serial killer, and he'd preferred she didn't have a beard either, he was interested.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.